bigger. Where crimes are baked in every show, mysteries rise and truth unfolding. Ready, set, it's time to go. We sing it's time to go. Whistling through this battering news, mixing stories, solving the lies. In this kitchen, secrets are broken. With a spark in our eyes. In the broken baker's kitchen, the secrets crumble like sunrise. We'll sift the clues to find a rose. With a spark in our eyes. Broken rise. Broken rise. Welcome to the Broken Baker. Get ready. Let's go.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whatever you are, what if any you are. And welcome to this day 26 in the Karen Reed trial, where today we'll be presented with more evidence taken out of context, more data claimed to show what I, with Google Maps and a clock, can kind of visualize couldn't be happening the way they are saying it. And we will be made to believe that Karen Reed did it because she moved her steering wheel this much at 24.2 miles per hour, which is not road speed, but is probably axle speed. And Lally will be saying objection, objection, objection 240,000 times doing cross-examination. What else could happen today is we can get the ME in. We could probably get Trooper Garino, the guy who took care of the phones, because if we are to believe Bev, this should soon be over for the state. Well, of course, she won't give a directed verdict, but she should. But because we're having voir dire tomorrow, which is talking to experts if they know what they are testifying about. We also will have the conclusion on that voir dire we had in the end on Friday. Can Trooper Paul talk about what, if any, damage was made to Karen's car when she backed out of the garage, even though he never really saw that video and didn't confess to having any of those opinions until 2 weeks ago when he was at a meeting with Lally, most likely being asked, hey, can you say something about this? And he probably said, I don't know. Well, is it likely or unlikely? I don't know. Well, we can't see any debris. Can you see any debris? No. So could we testify that you don't believe she made it? We have some pictures of the other car that's 2 years older after John O'Keefe's brother had been driving in it for 2 years to clearly show that there was no injuries at the time. Bev will, in my opinion, Bev should rule against it. He has no knowledge of it. He hasn't examined the cars. He have looked at a picture, and that shouldn't be enough. But Bev will rule that he can have an opinion about it because Bev is Bev, and she isn't the best judge in the world, in my opinion. It might come as a surprise. But the expert, who's functioning at 8:30? Everyone. This is a you problem, not being ready to go at 8:30. Fuba, yeah, happy birthday to Valhalla. Danny G, morning to you. And Crazy Grammy, good morning. The lovely Wendy H, good morning to you. Doggy Daddy, Sunshine's Nana, good morning to you as well. Chris Mullin, you up late. Am I the only one that cannot view live streams today? Just the wheel forever. It started yesterday. YouTube, Smugs. Luckily, Rumble stream still working. I had problems last week. Thank you, Fuba, for paying the $2 to hit the like button. That'll be my biggest income from YouTube will be like button hits, because I wasn't aware that at some point I'll get that like check, and I get roughly 100 likes on these Karen Reed streams. So 26 days in, 26 times 200. That's more than $200. Hey Renee, good morning to you, and Carla Lindstrom over on Rumble. Good morning to you as well. And Cellulite podcast. Oh, Cellulite. I got you. KDP. Sue. Toy La Carissa. Thank you so much. It's not my birthday today. It's Valhalla's. Peter A. Good afternoon, Julie. Hey, Helen from Holland. How are you doing today? Dory K. Yeah, hoping we're getting the ME today, but they are running out of crap they can throw at the fan, making it stick to the wall, saying, look, it's a Jackson Pollock. No, just like Jackson Pollock and all other modern art, it's still S. Hey, on Bronze Aussie and Cappy Stevens. We don't know. But again, who else can they bring? Are they going to bring 45 state troopers saying, I don't know. We were told we were on time. Normally, when you have a voir dire, you will have it between the state resting and the defense opening. But this is Bev. We don't know. Alan Jackson said last week that Lally said he would be done by Tuesday. I bet you the cross-examination of Paul will take some time, a lot longer than the phone data lady. We need the Cellbrite guy. We need the medical examiner. We need Trooper Garino to talk about the cell phone dumps. Other than that, they'll probably try and bring in the people who took the blood tests on Karen Reed, which will say, yeah, we took a blood test. And then we did have someone talk about how they extracted the BAC level, which again was crap because the guy who had to do the backdating of our alcohol level was never given the example. He was only given the numbers, and there's 132% discrepancy between the lowest and the highest number. Nowhere in the world does that prove anything, but it sounds good to the jury, so the jury might find her guilty of being drunk. Cindy Lou Woohood and Marissa. Rossman Brands, good morning. You've been missing the lives of late. I'm visiting my family at the moment, and it's difficult to turn in live due to the start time. It's 10:52. Well, I can't do anything about that. Stupid Americans. They won't come on a better time schedule. Hey, I'm Dave. How are you doing this morning? And Steven, you will not commit perjury today. I can tell that. Oh, and thank you, FD Food Fairy, for the T-shirt. Loretta smiles. I'm going to pin this one. Let me try this again. Morning all. Hope everyone is having a great day or night. I am having a good day. Started out great, slept way too much, so my back was hurting. Then I got a good chest workout in, and now I'm here. Did Bev decide? No. We should be opening with that today. Hey, little D, how you doing? Saw you over on Shizzy's. Adelaide lass, good morning to well, good evening. Almost good night. We are fine. Hey, Jar. Wep. I don't know. What is the schedule this week? I missed it. Today, full day. Tomorrow, Wadia. Wednesday, in celebration of Juneteenth, nothing. Thursday, full day. Friday, full day. No, Friday, half day. And talking about that, Wednesday, in celebration of Juneteenth, no, because I don't know what that is. It's something about the emancipation of the slavery in Texas or something. I will have a panel show at 8 p.m. nighttime. I have positive feedback from Brandy Churchwell and the Young Jerks so far. Might bring one more guest on, so put that in your calendar after you have celebrated Juneteenth. And I don't know how you do that, but after that, you can come watch us talk about the Karen Reed case, because if we're lucky, maybe the state have rested at that time. But it'll be Brandy Churchwell and the Young Jerks, 8 p.m. Wednesday. Can I give you a good advice? Because after I turned 27, I began to feel it took a little bit longer. Make sure you drink a lot of electrolytes. Whenever I've been out having a fun time, I try before I go to bed, drink a glass with electrolytes in it instead of just a glass of water. When I wake up in the morning, another glass with an electrolyte pill in it. I don't have those problems. Zach, wie geht's? Mo Raiders. Hey, Mo Raiders. Ace, Ace, Ace. Another Dutch person. Mhm. It's going to be hot too this week. Ooh. You have to speak up or I'll turn off the fan. Well, the reason I started early today was because I wanted to show something that might or might not have anything to do with this case. I don't know if everyone probably seen this.
Even with the kids, a short journey, they've got to wear a helmet. Now, I'm lucky to be standing here. I'm in pain. It's been a brutal week, and I'm sort of getting through it. But I cannot tell you the importance of wearing a helmet. This weekend is massive. It's Father's Day for new fathers, old fathers.
That was Gordon Ramsay, who took a spill on his bike. I can't find any, what you might call it, any data on how it happened. If he hit a car, flew over it, got ran into by a car, or what, if anything, happened. But this is him after riding his bike, probably taking a spill over the bike after hitting it. It just says he's been in a bike accident. That's his body from a bike. I don't know how fast you drive on your bikes, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't produce the same amount of force as a 7,000-pound object traveling 24.2 miles per hour does. He looked a little banged up. What, if anything, does it have to do with this? Nothing, other than why can't we see any discoloration from the neck down? Well, he was unalived, and he was the hypothermia would keep it down. He didn't unalive instantly. He passed out instantly, according to the testimony. But still, the blood would have been going through his system, even if it was slowed down because of the cold. It would have surged to that area where he got punched, because that's kind of what your blood is supposed to do. Give you all the red blood cells to make sure injuries is fixed. Why is there no impacts, no discoloration from the neck and down? It's one of those things where you think, come on, you can do better. And I don't know why court is set to start at 3:30 today, which would be 9:30 your time. Did we hear she said 9:30? Did I go on too early? I don't think so. But it says it's not until 9:30.
This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
It's a controversial case that's divided a community.
Karen Reed is accused.
Then we have more time to talk. I saw that Baker over the weekend, and I thought the same exact thing. Oh, yeah, the Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, it's just My sister had one of those where she lives in a city with quite steep hills, and she was riding her bike to the train station, and she went down a hill, and a car swerved or started to back out, and she swerved, went flying, and she broke ribs. So again, the amount of force you produce should do something. No, on a real bike. He drives a triathlon, does triathlons. This is just so David will pay attention to me. Well, David isn't here, is he? He is here. No one pays attention to you unless you pay them. Well, I pay attention to him without payment because I found out that even if he hits the like button, I earn $2. Talking about making $2. Hey, Mo.
Ooh, $2. I am proud of me now.
Just hit the like button and it's an automatic $2.
Woohoo! I won't spend it all in one place.
No, after taxes and all of that.
True.
Hey, Kay Marshall. Did Gordon deliver pizza at Fairview 34? They have new owners, so probably not. It's 7 a.m. in Colorado. Well, it's 3 o'clock in Denmark.
It's 9 a.m. here, so there you go.
How old is my sister? You don't talk about a woman's age, but I'm 27 and she's younger than me.
Good answer.
I grew up with her. She was the first one who punched me so hard in the nose I got a bloody nose, so I try not to make her angry. Talking
True.
about not making people angry. Hey, Jamie.
Why do you always say? I always come in at the right time.
How fast can you go on a bike? Well, I don't know if any of you are bike riding enthusiasts, but I like to watch at least La Tour de France and stuff like that. They can almost hit 100 kilometers downhill, which is roughly banana pie miles per hour. And on a straight road during acceleration, they can clock in at above 60 kilometers an hour, which is, I think that would be a Mississippi mud pie miles per hour.
That is exactly how we do time distance rates problem. Look at Canton. I still don't understand how fast she was going, how other than like cork wheeling in the air, doing a triple sow cow to a double toe loop, he somehow managed to hit his head on a curb, but then continue to go up and over, which I didn't know. Look, I am not a physiologist, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't happen in real life, but I could be wrong.
Canton Triangle is unbeaten every year.
That's when I realized I was simply thinking about this too hard. I had
you can only think on Sundays. Bosnian veterans of the war are in their 50s. I don't know why you get that math, because Bosnian veterans of the war that lasted from, I believe the first troops were sent in 96, maybe 95, and the last was pulled in, I think we pulled the last troops in 2012, maybe 2010, 2012. So the last ones who could have been down there, because you can be a soldier when you're 17 in Denmark. So let's say you're 19 when you go down there, then you would be in your 30s. And I'm not in my 50s. I'm 27. You all stop making cow noises at Mo. It's rude.
Baker lied. He's like, I am not 14.
I'm old enough to drink and drive, but not much more else than that.
That's what I always assumed. Though I do have a bone to pick. I think Malort should be put on the Geneva's Cruel and Unusual, because it's not the initial drink. Apparently it sticks with you for a day, like a freaking credit collector. I was like, what? Oh,
The worst thing, because it doesn't taste that bad. I thought it would be. We have way worse drinks in Denmark. It just tastes weird. But then I kept noting, because normally if you take a shot and you have a chaser,
Yeah.
you'll just take another beer and the chaser flavor will be gone. This kept sitting in the back of your mouth
Yes.
for the entire day.
Yeah. It was just like, no, dear Lord. I mean, I can only imagine I made the face that you make when someone says we're watching Lord of the Rings.
Yep, pretty much the same. The worst part was waking up in the morning and then burping, and you could still taste it.
Oh, yes. Why? Dear Lord. Mr. Mo's like, I've never seen you hungover. And I was like, yeah, this is bad. I don't know why anyone would do this regularly. So take a lesson from Mama Mo. If you see Malort, don't.
I have 5 bottles over there.
Well, Kaiser will take them.
If
Send them
I
to
did
Kaiser.
drinking streams, it wouldn't be 100. It would be several thousands before I drank 5 of those.
Yeah, I let Brandon pay $100. I should have. I should have been much smarter about that. Oh, and Baker, I'll just also give you another heads up. The pancake, eggs, and sausage ramen noodle, shockingly, not a chaser to take that Malort taste out of your mouth.
It sounds so horrible that. Jamie, it's Monday, which is the worst day of the week except Wednesday and Tuesday. And I'm tired, so you better do some laughing or else.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Zachary.
So, do we have an over under on
we have something from court.
if Beb's going to allow Dingleberry to be the expert in whether or not the car touched in the video, where you can clearly see it touching, but he was like, nah, I didn't even see anything.
She better not, because that was officially brought in way too late.
Yeah.
Well, not even if he, had like, yes, I measured both cars. I looked at this and I did an actual, scientific method to try to test this. I guess I wouldn't have too much of a issue, but he's like, did you line up the cars? Well, not really. I mean, did you see anything? Well, no.
Well, what the problem is they didn't give this information to the defense. That's the whole issue.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at Karen's face. She allowed it. Another problem is the picture he used to establish there was no damage is 2 years older than the impact, because John O'Keefe's car went along with his estate to his brother, so he uses that car as a daily driver. So that car hasn't been preserved.
Yeah, that's the problem I have with this. Again, had they run this as a clearly, non-biased case, then I wouldn't assume everyone has motives, but you have not offered me a clear person that I can actually believe in any of these testimonies.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Meathook, morning. Mo look particularly alluring this morning. It's where in the world is Carmen Sandiego look?
Yes.
All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannone, now sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court within the County of Norfolk.
I agree, Rubia.
Shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth.
Even if she allows it, Alan's going to tear him up. So.
Good morning again, Counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I hope you all enjoyed this gorgeous weekend. I have those 3 questions to ask you. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able?
The problem is, if they're allowed to show up the blown up video, you can see the car moves, and he claims it didn't do that, and now he's going to change his testimony and said, but still, because of the composites of the 2 things crashing together, it doesn't matter. And they will just ask the question, did you ever inspect that car? Did you only look at these photographs?
Yeah,
look at this photograph.
That's the whole
Oh
thing.
my
Is like
gosh,
if she
yes.
allows it, then Alan's gonna Jackson's gonna tear him up. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure on that. People are using the 24 sticker on it, but here that's the year the registration expires. Oh, thank you so much, Jess. I thought it was the registration for that year, but could be. But still, it's taken at least not with snow on it, so it's not a contemporary photo.
Yeah.
And if it's been in the hands of Mr. O'Keefe since the accident, then again, what does it prove? They never tested the car. They took a picture and said, "Yeah, we can't see anything."
Well, and that's what I don't get about his reenactment. All these, I stopped and started, I stopped and started. He did it on a relatively dry road, not a, road with maybe some preemptive salting or sanding and, snow just starting to stick.
Yeah, and then the road. I showed you the pictures yesterday. If you saw my reenactment video, there's a slight curve. It's uphill, and when you see that instant speed jump from 14 to 21, to me that sounds like it's axle speed. It's not road speed.
I agree 100%. I was curious as to that, right? Because if the snow's on the road, everybody that's ever driven on snow has spun their tires at some point, right?
Yeah.
Or they'll hit a tire path and their wheel will get jerked to one side or the other real quick, and you got to straighten it out. It's the information that they were given up as like, oh, this is exactly what her car did. It seemed very suspicious to me.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it.
To follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case.
Yes.
Everyone said yes or not affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left you? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we please have Trooper Paul? Morning, Trooper.
Yeah, I would fight it coming in, but that's
All right, Mr. Lally.
But Ruben, have you seen it? They use pictures not from the time of the searches to prove, is this what you saw the front yard as? Again, it's those little sleight of hands that makes me angry at this case, because if your case was strong, you wouldn't do that. And go look at the jury instructions, all the lesser included he's trying to put in now. They shouldn't be allowed to put in lesser included. If your case is this strong and you wanted to upcharge her, you have to prove what you upcharge. You don't get a freebie.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could just again, please state your name and spell your last name, sure.
Yes, it's Trooper Joe Paul. That's Paul.
And sir, if I could just take you back to a couple different portions of your testimony from Friday. With respect to the acceleration and braking tests that you conducted in the driveway area or outside of Canton Police Department, was that before or after Ms. Hartnett from Crime Scene Services Section had processed the vehicle?
After.
And so as far as anything that was removed by her, that was done prior to you conducting any of your tests, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you've investigated approximately 191 crashes over your time with the cars unit with the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you just some general questions with regard to a number of those crashes have involved motor vehicles, collisions with other motor vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Now, in general terms, with respect to motor vehicle collision, what, if any, you talked a little bit last week about sort of area of impact and point of impact, correct?
Correct.
Now, that's with regard to the roadway, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So with regard to the vehicles coming in contact with each other, what, if anything, regarding damage would you expect or anticipate based on your experience in general terms when vehicles come in contact or touch with each other in a collision sequence?
I guess she's letting it in.
I'm going to allow it. In general terms, what do you look for?
So we look, well, it's two times of a damage onto a vehicle. One's contact damage and one's induced damage. So when we look at vehicles, we are looking for what's caused contact damage. And the induced damage is basically, start from beginning. So contact damage is the damage that is actually made direct contact with another vehicle. And induced damage is the damage that did not make direct contact. So for example, if you push in one piece of metal that made contact, the rest of the metal will make a rippling effect that would more cause induced damage.
And just again, in general terms, as far as vehicles coming in contact with each other in a collision sequence, what, if anything, would you expect or anticipate based on your experience to sort of transfer from one vehicle to the other event?
It's possible when you transfer, you can have paint transfers that come from one vehicle to another. You got tire rub off that go from one vehicle to another. Scratches that would come from one vehicle to another.
And again, so just in general terms, when it comes to vehicles interacting with each other in a collision sequence, what, if any, role does the respective heights of those vehicles play in respect to contact damage or inducement?
Yeah, it depends on their heights and how they relate to each other. So that kind of shows if one vehicle's taller, one smaller, it's going to show where the contact damage would be from one vehicle to another based on their height.
So based on respective heights, contact
That you didn't measure.
a different location from a bigger vehicle to a small vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn you back to the text stream analysis that you conducted with respect to the defendant's vehicle. Now, the two events that occurred on that 12.629 miles deep, there were two events that occurred within that trigger, within that mileage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your analysis with respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where is it? What is your belief as to where the vehicle was when those two events, being the 3-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet? Where did those occur within the travel path of the defendant's vehicle? So
the first one with the 3-point turn, in this case, it appeared to be possibly on to, it was a Cedar Crest, which, because we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit to Fairview and had to make a U-turn onto Cedar Crest. And that would make sense to why they would occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle.
And so that first 24.2 miles per hour for 60 some odd feet, where would that have occurred geographically from your review of the odometer reading?
It should occur on Fairview.
Did you say we know from testimony?
And so based on the totality of your analysis and your investigation in this case, what, if any?
They have no actual evidence. It's crazy.
This is
how this crash
absolutely ridiculous.
Can I show my report for that, or do you want me to just kind of go off the? Yes. Okay.
Has this man testified before?
I don't know, man.
I mean,
He's an expertologist. He's like, should I look at my report or something?
He's gonna get tore up on cross. Whew. Can't wait. Let's do it.
I feel the need to bring him some out.
What, if any, conclusions you come to towards your investigation?
So on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45.
So you can look at your report, but you can't read your report.
I read my conclusions based on what they asked me to do. Okay.
Yeah.
Nope. You don't tell the judge what you. I'm gonna read my conclusion based on what they told me to do. Nope.
This dude's a psychopath.
You don't.
Don't worry, y'all. He's a new hire. He's like, I can do whatever the hell I want.
This is Monday. We can clearly hear they have provided him with a way to get that hitting car into to the evidence. But he seems way weaker today than he did last week.
He does.
Have he been home watching all of us idiots on YouTube totally dismantling his evidence, and he is afraid what's going to happen now?
He's like, they're all thinking me being short and having a funny hat. And
they're all saying I'm a liar. Well, don't lie, bro. Don't lie.
And his mom's saying, sweetie, you're the best, most greatest owner ever. You math great.
You're a great expert.
I feel like this guy was the backup punter on his middle school football team.
Hey, Richard, welcome from the future.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. So just take your time, read your report, and then answer Mr. Lally's question. And if you need to look at your report, we'll see about that again.
All right.
Ask the question, Mr. Lally.
Based on the totality of your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to how this collision occurred?
So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 29, 2022 at approximately 12:45 hours. A 2021 Lexus LX 570 was traveling southbound on Fairview Road, in Area 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah.
It appears that.
So,
Sorry, I'm trying to
so
oppose it.
you know what? I don't, Mr. Lally, break this down. Ask
Yes, please.
simple questions so that the witness can answer your questions. We don't need a narrative.
Your expert needs small questions.
From your investigation,
This is going
what, if any,
swimmingly.
conclusions did you come to as to
This
where
is going great.
collision occurred?
12:45.
All right,
You
so
said.
on the night of Saturday, January 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours, a 2021 Lexus LX570.
Can you slow down, sir?
Yes.
So forget all that part, Trooper. Just
right.
answer the question. Where did it occur?
It's in the area 34 Fairview Road.
And who, if anyone, were the participants in this collision?
Oh boy.
The operator appeared to be Karen Reed, and the pedestrian was John O'Keefe.
This is bad.
And where was the vehicle located in reference to the residents of 34 Fairview Road?
No, he's the one who did the report, so he should know it.
It was located along the southbound travel lane and to the left side of the house as you look at it from the front.
And as far as the vehicle, what, if any, directionality did it head in, and what, if any, interaction did it have with Ms. Rose?
So the vehicle was traveling in reverse along the southbound travel lane, traveling north.
And how fast was the vehicle traveling and over what distance?
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet.
And at the time that the vehicle was traveling approximately 24 miles per hour over approximately 62 feet, what, if anything, occurred then?
The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe.
And post-collision, what, if anything, occurred with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was projected forward and to the left along the front yard of 34 Fairview Road.
And post-collision with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did the defendant's vehicle do?
The Lexus continued traveling in reverse before they left the area.
Now, as far as the vehicle itself, from your inspection, what, if any?
I want to know, how long did it continue traveling backwards, and how did it leave the scene?
Yeah.
Could those of us who can't visualize this, could we get a simple demonstrative, a little stick figure? Because the 500-foot view where he put little dots don't make sense.
That's why you should, just like Jamie, sometimes you should watch my channel, because I break it down.
Can I point something out before we get any further into this as well? This expert up here has been citing the weight of this vehicle as 7,000 pounds. Okay. So when you look up the specs of this vehicle, its weight is 5,800 pounds. Its gross weight is 7,385. The difference between the curb weight of 5,800 and the gross weight of 7,385, which he's citing as the actual weight, is supposed to be like the capacity of the car. So if there was all the passengers available in the car and all the stuff that you might have in the back of your car, I don't know, spare tire, sleeping bag, a box full for emergencies, that kind of crap.
Yeah.
That's how you get to the heavier weight. The weight of this SUV was not 7,000 pounds. The curb weight is 5,800 pounds plus apparently the 95-pound driver, right? So he's adding 1,000 pounds on this, and he's doing it intentionally.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter, because that makes his data even worse. Mo, this is point of impact is.
Oh, thank you.
Point of impact is here, where he gets thrown back and to the left, and then glass shards are flying forward. Don't think about it. It makes sense if you don't think about it. No, he says. Let me finish. Then Karen Reed's car continues to travel. What you can see in the data they shared, roughly to the middle of the house. This is where the data ends that we see. At this point, the car is doing 23.6 miles per hour. This is a Jeep with a snowplow in front. Karen Reed, after data ends, without doing any key triggers, because this is when the EDB would have kicked in. Either she hits the brake immediately, slamming the brakes, and would end up roughly around here, if my mathing is correct. So she would plow into the car, go up to the driveway, end up in the driveway, or she would do what John O'Keefe can do when he did his twisted somersault, and she evaded the car with 23.6 miles per hour in reverse in a slippery street without touching the car.
Okay. Well, drinking does increase your ability to be a NASCAR driver. I have that
NASCAR drivers
reliable for
can't
my
drive in
uncle
reverse.
Cletus. So
For sure.
NASCAR drivers don't drive in reverse. They can only go left.
well, fine, Formula One. Although I don't
They
know
don't
if they
drive
do
in
reverse either.
reverse. Rally cars would probably be more.
Okay, well there you go. Monster Truck Rally.
But I did the math with the 7,000 pounds he put in, because we have to take his data and put in, not what the real data is. We have to rely on his data. And that showed you that after the data set, in the last key cycle, she would have traveled at least 147.26 feet, which would put her roughly in the middle of the driveway. But don't think about it. This guy will tell you it doesn't make sense. But let's get back and hear what he
people that
actually says.
passed. This is good.
Let's hear what he does.
Any role did any mechanical aspects of the vehicle play in this collision?
There were no mechanical defects.
As far as your analysis of the roadway and other factors related to that, what, if any, role did they play in this collision sequence?
There were no roadway or environmental factors that contribute to this collision.
Now, sir, with respect to your investigation,
What about all the
any
snow?
opinion did you draw based on your training? There's no
First there was snow, now there's no snow.
May I look at my report real quick,
Schrodinger's
just to
now.
make sure?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. But
right.
you should know these things.
So throughout my investigation, this appeared to be a single car collision involving a pedestrian. The vehicle was traveling at a higher acceleration when.
Hey,
Lolly's
Honey Bunny,
like, damn it, I
what
could
the-
have gone to someone else.
What's
oh,
going
he's
on?
so bad. He is so
No,
bad.
without making any fun of him, what the hell's going on?
Something is
He
very
had
different.
2 days to prepare for this. He wasn't an amazing witness, but he was a strong witness Friday. What happened during the weekend?
Something definitely happened. This isn't the same trooper that was on the stand on Friday.
I think he got a taste of what Jackson's like, and he's scared in his pants.
Did they do a Mike Johnson on
he
him?
sounds like
The
he's afraid
CIA
he's gonna
came
get
in and
beat
was
up.
like, "You love the deep state."
I'm afraid he's going to pass out at some point.
I
He
know.
can't
I
even
feel like one
speak.
of those ambulance calls are going to be for him.
He might puke on the stand.
The vehicle accelerated at a high rate of speed before she struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe on the roadway and subsequently left him at the scene.
And with respect to the backup safety system that you observed in this vehicle and made use of in the course of your visibility analysis, what, if any, role do you, is it your opinion that played in how this crash occurred?
Based on the visibility analysis. So even if the camera systems were covered in snow, even the systems were defective anyway, and even the mirrors were blocked, an attentive and a reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems, if they worked. If they didn't work, they would have done all this prior to accelerating in reverse.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Now, with respect to your observations during the course of the visibility analysis, the exemplar pedestrian that you placed in the right rear of the vehicle, was that exemplar pedestrian visible to you at the time that you conducted that visibility analysis?
Yes, it was.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Here we go, y'all. I wish I could do physics.
With the bad man?
Temporary, unavailable in Canton. We're trying to get the square root of the problem.
Okay,
He's,
is that liquid Pepto in
Do you
there?
hold any
Because
degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
What's the highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any
Calling him out.
certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
Multiple classes.
it's like, sir, it was a DeVry course.
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics. That's yours.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of
got
what
that right.
broader field?
Kinematics.
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
Kinesiology. Physics.
Correct?
Ketamine.
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects, systems of objects, how they move, and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with emotions.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity?
Right.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is
Baker, can we pause this? I feel bad for this man. Look,
I don't.
Miss Fleener, I would like to say that all of my answers that resemble this man's answers in trigonometry were also due to my own stupidity and not doing homework.
Yeah.
Their experts are top of the line compared to this shit.
He's like,
Yeah, but this is gonna go
ruler.
really bad. And to all on the panel, apparently the court feed is really low, so we.
Oh, sorry.
That's just because sometimes StreamYard doesn't play it all the way through. But no, this guy seems like he had a real bad weekend. He might have been into the Malort.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Right.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and it talks about motion.
Is kinematics also known as the geometry of motion? Is that correct?
I have not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained and unconstrained motion?
That's what I asked.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect at the moment.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
Yes.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path?
Free movement, right?
Correct.
You can remember that from your class?
For the most part, go that constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
Kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? The motions of these points, systems of points, correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement.
If anyone could just DoorDash some KY jelly to the courtroom, please.
Because he's getting it
speed,
rough
velocity,
right
distance, acceleration, which we've talked about.
Not
correct?
even a reach round, Jackson.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right? Do
Yes.
you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
The word you learned in class.
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that opinion on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said that was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian striker striking something else. I do go in my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry.
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say this.
Definitively, yes.
Okay.
That wasn't what you said. You said this is where he struck her, sideswiped him, and now it's not definitively.
So you're going to have to slow down and speak up, okay?
All right.
You just said, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, and I apologize.
Okay.
You said you cannot
Dude, fake a heart attack.
definitively that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific point, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent is because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is consistent at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes.
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
Correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes.
snow on the trees.
Yes.
Snow on the roadway.
Yes.
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
In a way.
And obviously there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitely say it.
Right. So every time somebody slows down, going in reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
Right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier, it's that linear. We're going that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587. It's your diagram 3. If I may approach on just for.
Okay.
Time to pay the piper.
May I approach?
Yes.
So you can see it. Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 587?
Yes.
Diagram 3? Okay. So you see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Yes.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away. Just let me know.
Okay.
The red arrows adjacent.
No, he said it's not consistent with you're hitting a pedestrian every time. Correct.
To the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you explained to the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest, basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Lally you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field going from pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B.
Remember they showed
correct?
a piece of plastic near
Yes.
the fire hydrant.
Your Honor, can we have exhibit 492 published for the jury, please?
Okay.
Approach.
Yes.
Does this satellite image look like it has tire tracks going off the road to anybody else?
Yes.
While that's coming up, have you ever seen this?
Boom.
No, I haven't.
Take a look just above the arrow. Your Honor, with the court's permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
Okay.
You see that
Yes, I do.
right underneath fire hydrant.
So
correct?
your entire report is
What does that
wrong.
look like to you?
Piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit 87?
Okay.
Diagram 3. You see the fire hydrant?
Yes.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about
So
right.
that is the furthermost, in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now, your testimony
Supposedly
changed.
north.
It was going this direction. Supposedly, he testified he was hit here and thrown in here. But now he's hit here if his testimony is to be believed. But he's probably going to say it probably washed away or something.
That this, in fact, is the area of impact.
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't fly backward, does it?
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact for the debris where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Oh, he's going to get
Are
torn
you asking
up.
me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you,
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
in fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic B, correct?
I said I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, and when that is, I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact. I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I said it's after that.
Trooper, we were all here on Friday.
Okay.
It's exactly what you said under questioning by Mr. Lally, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe? The point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's body. Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact
Can we
words.
read it back?
Okay, I'm not asking if it was your exact words. I don't have a transcript of it.
I
I'm asking
believe
you,
we
is
need to
that
run
what
the
you tried
record
to impart
back.
to the jurors?
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it. So we have to walk towards him.
I'm sorry, I keep doing
Guys,
that.
shouldn't an
I am
investigation
done
make
now.
things clearer?
Now you're aware that there's a piece of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area of impact, which you indicated on Friday, was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway and it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
And again, how did he go from? Oh,
Take a look at exhibit 279. I want to draw your attention to that piece right there of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
Looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and the black on the top part.
Okay. Maybe in a triangular shape. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to, with the court's permission, exhibit 492,
Okay.
and if we could highlight just above the ruler. How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second. I think we
Okay.
just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, the diagram. Please. Okay. Now, seeing what you just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now the fire hydrant now the point of impact?
No.
Where is the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact. Can I?
So you don't know the area of impact.
I said the area impact is along the roadway after the debris.
Okay.
I mean, only thing it would change. Only thing it would change is maybe it's a little further away. But besides that, it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. It's you kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
Well,
but
if
that's
the point of
not a
impact
linear debris
is
field
along the
because
roadway, where
one is
along the
this
roadway?
direction and the other one is
So
this
sure,
direction.
where along the roadway, in your expert opinion, was the point of impact?
It should be within. If you follow from pedestrian's final rest here, just kind of follow it back. That's what I'm talking about. Linear field. I can.
So now you've indicated an area. If I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
Yes, somewhere in there.
All right.
So
if I have my spotlight, is that if I leave it right there? Is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within. I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know. Definitely, there's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Okay. Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion, the area of impact?
You have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
So what I'm trying to say is, so you follow the linear path back around this area.
Oh, he's shaking.
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can.
He
follow back to here.
Either he has been drinking heavily this weekend, or he has a pulse of 145.
His blink rate when he first sat down, I thought you had it fast forwarded. He was blinking.
He was doing the same thing on Friday. He was shaking on direct.
But this is
he's just
now
he's
claiming this is the impact because you follow the middle of the debris field to the body. How did he then end up 20 yards, 30 yards, feet, feet from the roadway? He clearly stated this is where he did it, because now he bumped his head on the curve and flew. Makes even less sense.
He went from doing a basically backwards twisting somersault to flying 20 feet through the air.
I am shocked, but also I got a Bev wig. So I have the robe, I have the wig. It is on.
Outstanding.
Should be here tomorrow.
That looks like a skinny peen, Kim. It's probably because you want it to look like a skinny peen. Maybe it looks like a blonde. But he clearly stated this was the point of impact because this is where all the debris is.
Yeah.
And that was almost viable. Right at first glance, that kind of makes sense. This piece of stick way down here by the fire hydrant totally destroys everything that he said last week.
Yeah, I hope the jury is catching this.
I can't say like if this definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you follow all the way back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
So when you say that area there, I want to be very clear for the record that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway, on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3.
It's
correct.
You would use your circle almost kind of be a good area around.
I'm sorry.
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right, plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch. Can't see it.
It's your scale.
So say again. Say the question.
That scale is 40 feet. Going full left, full right, 40 feet.
40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet. My mistake.
That was okay.
I was terrible. 20 feet. Thank you. All right. So if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted. So pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? Doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
It's like 30
So I mean, it could be within 30 feet because it's just also on my scale. This 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
Is how much?
50.
Okay. 50.
50.
So would you agree that from this X down here to pedestrian's final rest, that's crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale, but it is me as a scale.
If you wouldn't mind. Piece of paper?
Yes, please.
Court's permission?
Okay.
Just blank piece of paper.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You need a pen?
I got one. Thank you.
He's like, I've got my Fisker's pencil right here. It's a big one.
That's one of those fancy NASA pens.
Nothing would be more like anxiety to me than doing math on the spot.
Yeah, like I would rather, like, you know what, Your Honor, I'm guilty. Let's not relive trigonometry.
It's approximately 30 feet.
We're approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Can you place, with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of the diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, and then I'm finished with this.
Bev, let him point to 30.
Indicated just now.
I've never seen
in
that before.
Answer to Mr. Lowry's last couple of questions. That in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Which
30
he
feet?
was rendered incapacitated, landed there, had to sort of fly there, correct? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time? Or,
Well, you tell me, you're the expert.
I mean, when we say projected, I mean, he gets projected and they usually have a landing phase and they land and then they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay, how far do you think he landed?
Which would
How
cause
far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication to where his exact landing spot was.
Right. Was there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Or no, rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit.
No evidence that he landed. He's still up in the air somewhere.
Right?
Still flying around.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Based on your expert opinion, you believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I'm saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly.
Then what's your evidence? Jesus.
Sustained.
Perhaps don't bait Jackson into a fight. I don't know that you're equipped for a mental war.
You said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
Even belts.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet being projected?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest.
So you,
This is so bad.
Since you believe it was in his hand, he held on to it the entire time he was being projected there.
It's possibly, it could have been his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing. Did
you say tucked in?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you disagreed with me, that people drop things when they're hit.
Yes, but I think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on. It's not uncommon to find a piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene. Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said, I'm just responding to what you said.
No,
you're not.
I'm trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
What?
No, I don't, but I'll ask another question. Shoes are strapped on by definition.
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Listen, this is Boston. He's not having the party.
Depends on where it is.
Even if he did just get hit by a car.
How do you count
What do you ask?
held onto a cell phone with one hand and held onto the other?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
The cell phone was found under his torso, under his body. What's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet?
He's like, I'm not
It just did.
Just did.
It just
And
did.
somehow, as he landed,
That's his expert opinion.
Hey, Mo, if
Yes.
if you take the smallest, most feralest one, and you ask
Yes.
him a question, how did your name end up on the kitchen? And he answered, I don't know, it just did. Do you believe he didn't do it, or he might do it and be lying about it?
There are many acts of God for which God has not taken responsibility that happened to, I don't know why God decided to spray paint a G on my back porch, but hopefully at the gates, I can ask St. Peter why Jesus did that. One day.
Dude, you can't, as an expert, sit on the stand and say, I don't know, it just did.
Like
What
y'all,
That
absolute
is
joke.
crazy, guys.
This
That
is
is crazy.
He didn't want to die before he butt dialed one more time in
Yeah.
Canton.
We're not even an hour into this, and I have to go smoke a cigarette because this guy's an absolute moron.
And I think Kim has the right of it. He has just given up. He knows
Yeah.
he is out on his depth. Imagine him being this bad, and there are 3 crash experts coming in to talk about this from the
With
defense side.
PhDs.
Yeah. And Lolly was like, their experts aren't good enough. We have one. And this was the expert he was
We
banking
got
on.
this guy.
He's not even playing
this guy.
checkers. I'm not sure he's playing tic-tac-toe.
No.
Oh my God, that was crazy. I don't know. It just did. I can't get that out of my head.
Yeah, the Commonwealth couldn't get a reputable reconstructionist, so they had to find another way, and here we are. Exactly. My son often blamed the dog for eating cookies from the cabinet she can't reach. Well, the dog just reached it. How?
Have we considered a son of
Just did.
Sam thing? He told your son to get the cookies. And it's really her fault.
You can rewind missed overtalk questions and answers. That's why I stopped instead of rewinding.
Tuck that cell phone underneath his body so it landed on top of
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
it. Well, you didn't.
objection.
All right, so jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make
You didn't.
comments. So disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it again.
I understand. So in
You
one-
understand, but don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yes, you are.
Oh,
Cell phone
that's
in one
not going
hand.
to get him enough
Cup in
process.
the other hand.
Relax, Bev.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were informed of this incident on January.
Yeah, I heard that, but we also heard it was a juror talking to a witness, so she might be trying to not show emotions because she had been showing a lot of emotions during certain parts of the testimony. But I think it was closely related to Proctor. But yeah, we heard that, and I'm not sure if that, because who reported it?
February 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes.
At the time you were working out of the CARS facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
Yes.
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
The mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes.
is if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
No, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays? Sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have Sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there to do my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced in area inside it's a fenced in area
Is it outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location?
Yes.
Does that have Sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. Happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But,
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
but you know they could be used.
Sorry.
You know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right. You're aware that the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dighton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
so from where?
From Dighton, sorry.
So from Dighton.
Where the vehicle was seized.
Yep.
All going toward Canton. You pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton.
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you've passed by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know there's that distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's fine to Canton.
From Dighton, yes.
Right. And you're also aware that because you've been to the scene, assuming, correct, in the 34th area.
Yes, I have.
And you've been to Canton, PD.
Yes, I have.
You know that those two locations are about 3 or 4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this in a different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you told, who were you given your instructions by
Instructions for what?
to reconstruct this incident?
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time. He gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that, yes.
All right. And you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. The car was going in reverse. It's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff, yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where'd it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like, which part of the information? You asked me several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning.
Yep.
Who gave you the summary?
Summary of the whole entire, of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct.
I was passed down when I got to the garage. There was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary, like that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved. That this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there. I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
my question is this: when you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown?
he gave me information. Yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved. The vehicle pedestrian incident. Car was going in reverse. Ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse. Correct.
Correct.
All right. And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
If you say so.
Okay, guy.
What is going
You
on
noted
here?
in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. It said that those scratches happened prior to this collision.
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in the same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next, keep going. He's answering. Next question. Then
You guys
go
have
ahead.
scientific
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask
Sorry.
a question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on a vehicle is, right?
Yes.
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
Correct.
Get scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes.
Shopping cart can bounce off the back of the car and scratch the bumper, scratch the side of the car, quarter panel or something, right?
Sure.
I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Well, do you have any evidence whatsoever that you can point to that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time, rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second.
Yeah.
When you testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, if I can find it exactly. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
It's amazing what a good lawyer can do with the same evidence as a bad lawyer can't do.
You said, quote, the dent and scratches for his hand could be, those are consistent with striking the Lexus. Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches you talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So,
What are you talking about? The scratch on the side of the bumper that we talked about?
correct.
Okay,
That's what I'm
no.
talking about. Okay. Is there any way to scientifically date a scratch?
No.
You go out in the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist, you walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a Toyota Camry sitting there. It's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you could engage in to date that scratch, could you?
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there any way that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date?
Objection.
I'll allow
Nothing
it.
more.
I'll allow it.
You cannot say. You can look at evidence and shows that it may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and that a scratch would came from.
Right. And it's possible
Thanks, Jess.
that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
No,
That's not possible.
the ones that are on from the taillight and the other parts of it
Scratches anywhere on the car.
depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible, since you can't date the scratch, it's possible that any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th. It's a simple question, right? It's possible.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
No,
Sir,
I'm not
you're
being
being pretty
Let me ask
vague.
it a different way. Let me
What
ask it
in
again.
the?
Is it possible that any or all of the scratches noted on that car predate January 29th?
Any and all of the scratches? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car
Answer that question. If
that it
it's possible.
predate.
Objection.
I don't know every single scratch on that car. I could mean
Why are
Overruled.
you talking?
So can you answer that question?
no.
Testify that you noted glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Yes,
And you said something about that glass coming from the cup.
correct.
You also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes,
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, would be matched to the cup?
I don't know anything about I don't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the bumper do not match the cup, that change your opinion
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence.
Not it.
So again,
Wow.
the phone experts were given partial data sets. This guy was given none of the evidence from the technical guys, because he believes this is glass from the cup, which we know isn't glass from the cup.
So would that change your opinion? I can't answer that. Dude, like, it's crazy.
I'd like to know who told him about the evidence still, because he didn't answer that, did he?
Yeah, because he got the
Some
down
guy.
low from who? Little Scooter? Like,
That's what he was told as evidence. Who told you? Who told
Johnny.
you, Trooper?
Johnny, you know Johnny.
Johnny, yeah, that guy.
It was Officer
By the
Zach.
crime
or whatever.
scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene, I was there. It says it's glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. No, I continue by crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Wait, what?
it was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection,
Crime scene?
at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes. I don't know what else you want me to say.
You're an idiot.
no, you're doing a great job there, kid.
It's okay if you talk to the crime scene. It's a problem when the crime scene talks back.
Bumper somehow associated with the cup.
No.
Just the crime scene told you.
Correct.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect, and in fact those glass pieces don't match the cup, would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would it change your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Can you answer that question?
No.
I'm sorry. No.
I don't. Ooh. It's glass from a cup. It's glass. It's not. It doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right.
It's glass.
But if I told you it didn't match that cup,
What?
would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
Are we talking which cup? We never established which cup we're talking about.
The only
How many
cup.
cups
My
are we
God.
talking about, Trooper?
You said that cup. One from the scene. Okay.
That cup. I'm talking
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear path here. I'm
What
clear.
other path would you be on, you moron?
All I said it's it's
found
Valhalla,
next
to be
John
fair.
O'Keefe's body in the snow
He's
at
kind of
12 at
past
34th Fairview on January 29th, 2022. You got the cup in mind?
yes.
Okay. That's the cup. When I say cup, that's the cup.
Okay.
Would it change your opinion if I told you
I'm gonna
the glass
stroke
pieces
out.
on the bumper
I'm gonna
don't
stroke out.
match that cup?
What's my opinion on it? All I said was glass from a cup. That's the only opinion I have. It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A cup. It's not
What
glass
cup?
from the car. That was my opinion on it. I didn't never said it matched to the scene.
You did.
I never said that in my thing. I said it's glass from a cup.
What cup?
Okay.
What cup, though?
That vodka's
The
not
one you
gonna
kept
help.
talking about in his hand?
Testing to determine the forces necessary to shatter a taillight on a 2021 Lexus 570, right?
I did not do testing.
Your report indicates, we've talked about this a little bit, I'm gonna go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. Your report indicates that John O'Keefe came into his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from my diagram.
You should say that again.
I measured it from the diagram.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who
Oh.
told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait, I was told by Lieutenant, was it Gallagher? Paul Gallagher, Canton PT. He told me this is where the body was found. So I used my devices to mark that location.
Okay, but before you used your devices, he just pointed at someplace on the ground and said he was about here, correct?
That's correct.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that Lieutenant Gallagher never saw John O'Keefe in place at the scene? Did you say that?
No.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that the first officer on the scene estimated his body at being approximately 15 to 20 feet from the roadway?
No.
If he had told you that, then it changed your diagram?
Objection.
Overruled.
He told me this is where he was found. I marked that location. That's all that was.
And you marked basically every other piece of item, sorry, that's a terrible question. Every other item you marked based on a distance from where you were told John O'Keefe's body came to rest, correct?
Yes.
Again, that was by Lieutenant Gallagher just pointing at the ground, saying it was about here.
Correct.
Was there a single member of the team that was out when you were being shown where the body came to rest? Was there a single member of that team who actually said they saw John O'Keefe's body in place?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
From, I mean, what do you mean team? Canton PD?
No, the guy who makes the guy picking up a glass is a very talented YouTuber called Kevin. I think his show prep is constantly running with a speed of roughly 10 miles per hour, face first into a wall. That's how he show preps.
Oh, so he does my method too. I'm glad someone else is taking my life advice.
And there's a new video he made to fit the evidence, and it's just as bad as the first one.
Whoever was there, who was there with you
tail,
when
if
you
anyone
started doing
wants to laugh.
your measurements, etc.
I said Lieutenant Gallagher. That dude.
Just you and him?
And myself, and I was training a trooper at the time. She was there.
You were training a trooper at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so just my
This
mistake.
man
I
is
assumed there
training
were several
someone?
people out there. Just Lieutenant Gallagher.
Yes, that's why I was confused by the team.
And again, Lieutenant Gallagher didn't tell you that he never saw John O'Keefe's body in place.
No, I don't think so.
You did document in your report that the items that you noted on your diagram that we just looked at a few minutes ago, those were found by the CERT team, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated in your report that the members of the CERT team located a single Nike sneaker that was noted on your report. Is that right? On your
Correct.
diagram.
Yes.
You also indicated that, quote, in the same area, 2 red plastic pieces and 1 clear piece of plastic of a tail light was discovered.
Yes.
So your report is clear that in total, the items discovered by the CERT team on January 29th were a shoe, right?
Yes.
A partial glass cup broken, correct?
Well, it was that on there. I can't remember if that's on their diagram or if that's what I was told at the scene, but yes.
Sure.
Yes.
You knew that a cup was found.
Yes.
You were told a cup was found.
Yes.
And 3 pieces of plastic, 2 red, 1 clear.
Yes.
Not 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
You then measured those items, is that right?
I didn't. What do you mean measure them? Like
Measured
at
them
the
relative to John O'Keefe's final place of rest. 10 feet from it, 12 feet from it, what go over those numbers?
Yes, I used their report to place those items onto my diagram.
So, and then I'm going to get to that question in just a second. I want to make sure that we walk through it sort of methodically. You then use some calculation, some tool or something to measure distances. Like there's where I assume John O'Keefe's body was. There's a final rest place. I'm going to use that as point A, and then I'm going to measure from there and go 7 feet to where the shoe was found, or the first red plastic piece was found, or whatever, right?
Yes.
Who told you where the pieces were found?
They were in Lieutenant Tully's report. He put measurements in his report.
Okay. And you noted that the shoe was 9 feet.
Yes.
And you put that in your diagram.
Correct.
You noted that the glass cup was 1 foot from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
1 foot is about that long, right?
Yes. They basically said I was found next to him.
Right.
Yes.
A piece of red plastic 7 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
A clear plastic piece 10 feet from John O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
And a red plastic piece 12 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
What part of his body were you measuring from?
Like center of mass.
So he's 6'2".
Yes.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you where his center mass was?
No, I measured from. He just said he was here, so I tried to put like where his head, where his feet, and try to measure the middle between those two.
So ultimately, because Lieutenant Gallagher was not at the scene when he was found, Lieutenant Gallagher had to sort of guess.
But Tully testified to that and was found out he made up those measurements because he previously testified all of that debris field was within 1 foot of each other.
Where the body was found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no photographs of John O'Keefe in place, correct?
Correct.
There were no establishing shots and there were no prospective shots, correct?
Correct.
There were no relative shots, meaning this is relative to that. I can measure that and figure out distances, correct?
What, like from the picture?
Yeah, so you know how that's done in science, right? You want to find out a relative position of something, so you take 2, 3, or 4 shots. You know that something is never going to move, like, I don't know, a flagpole. You can measure from there.
Sure.
You get cross coordinates, right?
Sure.
Left and right, where the 2 coordinates match, that's where the item is, right?
Correct.
None of that was done, right?
From the pictures?
None of that was done to do your measurements.
I used the measurements I measured on my diagram in itself, and I measured from those points off my diagram.
Right, but the starting point was a guess, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have to sort of guess at where you thought John O'Keefe's body was?
I didn't guess where his body was.
Did you guess at his center of mass?
Objection.
Did you guess?
I did not guess.
Next question.
How can you go back today to Fairview and point out where the body was? I would ask that question.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel. Well, let me ask you a different question. If I could withdraw that question with court permission.
Yes.
Your diagram has all those arrows pointing at specific locations. Very, very specific, very thin arrows that point, correct?
Yes.
If you start off with an incorrect assumption about where John O'Keefe's body was, right? Hypothetically, if you were to start off with an incorrect assumption where John O'Keefe's body was, every single item that you note on that diagram would then be off as well, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Is that true?
I mean, I guess hypothetically, depends on how off you want to be.
And the answer is yes, correct?
Hypothetically.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel on January 29th based on what you determined to be, quote, it's likely the two, and you said that it's, quote, it's likely that the two events, meaning the triggering events, occurred at the same time the Lexus was at 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Yes.
The first triggering event was what? Was it a 3-point turn or a U-turn? I thought I heard you say both.
I guess it would be more, 3-point turns, essentially, I guess it's a 3-point turn.
Okay.
Yes.
What, did you say U-turn on Friday? I just sworn I heard that.
It could have been a U-turn. I mean, it's still turning around. So you got to make a U-turn when that's a 3-point turn or not, but it's still.
Okay, but I mean, not to be picky, but it's sort of my job.
Okay.
So U-turn, traveling in one direction, turn, right? Turning the wheel, never changing gear, it's just reverse or anything, just turn, right? A 3-point turn requires moving forward, stopping, changing gears, moving backward, stopping, changing gears, using steering input, and then moving off, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are two very different maneuvers, right? You agree?
It's, in a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say they made a U-turn. It's a 3-point turn. They're still making a U-turn. And it's, I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around. And obviously the diagram, but the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Well, I mean, I guess you could have said reversing direction, right?
That would be a better way to say it, yes.
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn?
It's a 3-point turn.
Okay, because you have evidence of the starting, stopping, changing gears, reversing, stopping, changing gears, turning.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you said U-turn, that was inaccurate.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Let's get back to the path of travel when you began your analysis. How did you know what the Lexus's path of travel was that day?
I got the directions from Trooper Proctor.
And what did Trooper Proctor tell you in terms of the path of travel specifically? Starting point and an ending point, tell you the exact path Lexus traveled.
No, they just, all I got was mostly just the addresses.
Okay, so if you've got 2 points on a map, and Trooper Proctor told you Lexus traveled from point A to point B, there are multiple ways to get from point A to point B. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
You picked one of those, right? The path of travel includes freeways, etc., right?
Yes.
But as you sit here, you don't know what her actual path of travel was, because it could have been something different, right?
It could have been something. That's why I gave a range on my diagram.
Do you have any scientific evidence to establish what her actual path of travel is, or did you just guess at the path of travel?
I got the addresses from Trooper Proctor. I put them into the thing, and one of the possibilities of 36 miles, and that was after looking at all of them, at 36 miles is a possibility.
Right, understood. So that's what I'm trying to get to, Trooper Paul.
Okay.
That's one possibility. It was 36 miles,
Mhm.
one route of travel, right?
Correct.
There are other possibilities, right?
Yes.
So between and among the possibility that you picked and the other possibilities, you just sort of have to guess. And there's no science to it. You just said, I'm going to pick that and put it in my report, right?
No, that's not how that worked.
Okay, why don't you tell me how that works?
Her odometer mileage on the car from the download and the time we had the vehicle shows 36 miles. So when I plugged those addresses into Google, it came up as 36 miles as a possibility.
And you knew that there was another route of travel to the same location, correct?
What do you mean?
There were alternative routes of travel to the same 2 points, from and to the same points, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You could have tried to extract the location data from Ms. Reed's cell phone to determine the exact route of travel, correct?
I don't know. I don't have access to do cell phone extractions.
So that answers my next question. You did not even attempt to do that, did you?
No.
You did attempt to analyze the key cycles for the Lexus in order to determine placement of that vehicle. You just talked about that with Mr. Lauer, right?
Yes.
I want to be clear for the jurors because most people have probably never heard of key cycles. A key cycle does not have any location data associated with it whatsoever, does it?
Correct.
It just shows you when a vehicle is turned on, the ignition is on and off. That's one cycle, correct?
No.
Tell me what I've got wrong.
Key cycle, the car doesn't have to be turned on.
Say that again.
It goes from off to run. The engine doesn't have to be started to off.
Understood. So if it turns on, well, every single ignition is a key cycle. Every time the engine turns on, that's absolutely a key cycle. Once it's turned off again, right?
That gets recorded as an ignition cycle.
Right. So a key cycle can be an ignition cycle, but it doesn't have to be an ignition cycle. It also can be just turning the sort of accessory on, right?
The key cycle is to turn the accessories on.
All right. But it does, my question was, where we started with this conversation, is it does not have any location data on it whatsoever.
Correct.
All right. So when you drive your car, you walk out, get in the car, turn the ignition on, start to drive, it's your location, turn it off. That's one key cycle, right?
One ignition cycle.
But and I'm going to use the word key cycles because you use the word key cycles in your report. That's what we're talking about.
I'm using that because that's how the trigger was read.
That's how what?
The triggers were read on the text stream. That's how they read them, key cycles.
Key cycles.
Yes.
I'm going to use that phrase, key cycle.
Okay.
Why is he now trying to change it? It was his testimony. It was called key cycles. Now it's ignition cycles. This is one of those stupid hills to die on because then I can kind of come back, saving my credibility.
He's like Sandra Van de Ark when, she was still looking horrible, but she would tell the prosecutor, like, no, you got this wrong. It's actually such and such. And it's like, ma'am, you can win this little, kerfuffle, but you're losing the war here.
Yeah, but it's just such a stupid hill to die on. It's ignition cycles.
Yes, but the man hasn't been a warrior of wit, so.
Well, he's a warrior of wit who probably isn't a Spartan at Thermopylae.
We're talking about the same thing. It's an ignition on, ignition off cycle.
Doesn't have to be on.
So you mean the engine doesn't have to be turned on?
Correct.
Right? But if you're seeing triggering events, not trying to be tricky here, seeing triggering events, your car's in motion, what does that tell you? The ignition's on or off?
The ignition is on.
Right. That's what I'm getting to. But it has no location data associated with whatsoever. It could be here, it could be in Wyoming. The car wouldn't know the difference. It's not going to report the difference to you, correct?
On the key cycle,
Right.
on just the key cycle. The key cycle does not give out locations.
Say that again?
The key cycle does not give a location.
Right. So your analysis is trying to go from a known key cycle that you can figure out and then work backward from there to try to figure out where the car was on a particular ignition cycle or key cycle, correct?
I didn't use the key cycle to put it back.
Say that again?
I did not use the key cycle to place the car back in its location. The key cycles were, all I got from the key cycles is that they occurred close within proximity to the time we've had the vehicle, not basically saying that this was the location based off the key cycle.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 591 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's get into these missing cycles.
You testify on Friday that this is a copy of the exhibit that was put in 591. This is part of your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is a chart that shows when, move to this arrow, that arrow indicates top and bottom where your testing occurred, correct?
Yes.
And we move over to the left, that is key cycle what?
1164.
Right. So you've testified, and we can turn the lights on. Your Honor, I don't mind if that stays up. You can turn the lights on. I don't think it hurts anything. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666 and at key cycle 1164. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying in that report is the triggering events were 1162, going in reverse in order. 1162 comes before 1164. They're numerical. Is that right?
Yes.
Every single key cycle just tags another number on top of it, right? There's no formula.
Correct.
After 1 comes 2, after 2 comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on, right?
4 is 1163.
So by the time you got the vehicle, there had been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you knew, and you put in your report, or you know, that the triggering events that you see under 1164, those are yours,
Yes.
right? I mean, that's your testing.
Yes.
And you were very clear that the triggers that you recorded, that you talked to Mr. Lally about, were two key cycles before that,
Yes.
meaning ignition cycles at least, right?
Yes. There were 2 key cycles.
Stated in your report, let me finish one other point. You said that the mileage difference between these 2 triggers and the triggers that occurred while testing was 36 miles. You just said that, right?
Yes.
And the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164, 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
The missing key cycles.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your car's report, that the triggers occurred at key cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your car's report. I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark. Is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Carol Lorini, is that right?
Yes.
Also, Sergeant Sean Good of Canton PD assisted as well, correct?
Yes, in a sense.
Did they all read the report before it was finalized?
No.
Did you have any supervisor read the report before it was finalized?
Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report?
Yes.
So in summary, everybody that read the report and you who authored the report believed, and it's reflected in that report, that key cycle 1162 contained the 2 triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3-point turn, I guess now a 3-point turn, right? Changing direction, and then the reverse at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you even went on and testified to that exact thing under oath in front of the state grand jury, correct?
Yes. Wait, hold on. I need the text streams?
On the key cycles.
Not in grand jury.
Okay. Testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
If your testing occurred at key cycle 1164, that means you turned the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing, all right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is where that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words. Right? You know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were and what they reflected. Because you did it, correct?
Correct.
It's you.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of key cycles.
Say again?
The cornerstone. In other words, the one known that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began your testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right? I'm going to allow the question.
Yeah, that's when the car was in state custody.
All right.
He's going to say that the key cycles that they are assuming was a turnaround or a 3-point could have been the troopers taking it on and off the truck.
Yeah,
probably
I don't know.
yes.
Yeah.
Because they have 2 key cycles between 62 and 64 that's missing. But we know there's 1 key cycle showing Karen Reed's car going into the garage that isn't there, unless he's gonna claim that's there. There's 1 key cycle showing Karen Reed's car going on the bed of the truck. That could be the 2 missing key cycles that's not shown in the report. Then there's the key cycle when Karen Reed leave her house in the morning at 5:30 to go look for John O'Keefe. If she turned the car off at Jen McCabe's house, there should be another key cycle. Then she went home, left the car in the driveway, drove with Carrie Roberts. Then they went back to the car, collected the car, and drove it to her parents. There's at least 3 key cycles missing other than the two that they will probably claim is when they drove the car in Dayton, when the police drove the car in Dayton. There's there's 5 total missing key cycles on the chart.
That was confusing me a bit as to how they knew this was the particular key cycle they needed to look at when there were other movements of the car after the supposed incident.
Yeah, there should be, after the incident, there should be 5 key cycles before
that's what
he gets a hold of the car.
And there's not.
There's 2. So there's 3 missing key cycles.
Very interesting.
I'm really good at Trivial Pursuit.
His memory is out of control, y'all. He can recall
So
details.
starting at 1164 and coming backward. Before you started your testing, you know that the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sally Port in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
You did or did not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had to be started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle what?
I don't know how. I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that we record a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If the car was turned on and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
Trooper Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off, there's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I mean. When it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why I didn't go on, why I did not record.
Well, let's talk about the ignition cycles.
Okay.
Before 1164. Okay.
Okay.
Obviously, the car had to get to Canton PD because you saw it there, correct?
Correct.
Assume for purposes of my question, the car was turned on, and there's a video of it turning on, driving up onto a flatbed tow truck.
Yes.
That would be ignition cycle. I'm going to use your word, key cycle, ignition cycle, 1163, correct?
Again, ignition cycle, key cycles are 2 different things.
Which word do you want me to use?
If you want to talk about key cycles, key cycles. You want to talk about ignition cycles? It's ignition cycles when the vehicle gets turned on. A key cycle does not mean to be turned on.
But every single ignition cycle includes a key cycle. You can't have an ignition cycle without a key cycle, correct?
Well, if you want to talk about it, just use the key cycles or ignition cycles.
This is a stupid hill to die on. You know you've done fucked up.
He's a moron. He's an absolute moron.
I'm gonna need one of your cigarettes.
No kidding.
Yeah, I'll see you on the back porch in 26 hours and we'll have a cigarette because this is stupid. You are now again coming off as the weakest person ever on the stand. You were doing pretty well. I called it a win on my recap on Friday because it's good for the jury to see an expert say things like an expert. They believe them. Now you will try to change the definition of key cycle, ignition cycles, everything. Just admit there's missing key cycles. You have 2, isn't there.
What he's trying to get at is all men have, male parts, but they're all not named Smith. But if you say men, you will naturally include that guy named Smith. I mean, I feel like I'm back in
I'm sorry to say,
SATs.
This is 2024. All men don't have penis.
You're right, Baker. Poor analogy. Fine. Not all trees are Christmas trees, but included in the classification of trees, there can be a Christmas tree.
Is it a Nord fir? Is it a
Douglas fir?
I just love when he yells, which one do you want me to use?
Yeah. Make sure to this out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
Oh, are you? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, you're helping.
Every ignition cycle includes a key cycle, correct?
In a sense.
By definition, it has to.
In a sense?
Right?
It doesn't have to. We record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
I don't know how it recorded, but it could happen.
You are the expert. You don't know how it's recorded. You testified that this shows she hit him. Oh, I can't wait to get on X.
How?
Explain.
How?
He has to put his glasses on like
Say
this.
key cycles when it turns on, engine running, and then turns off.
Okay, so work with me here.
Ignition cycles when it turns on, engine running for 2 seconds, and then comes off.
Okay, so
Or the 2 seconds, if it's not on long enough, it might not record one.
okay, let's ignore the 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
All right. Let's assume that it's an old-fashioned type of key.
Okay.
Halfway on, the electricity is on. It's like it used to be called ACC.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That's a key cycle, correct?
For that intensive purpose, yes. This vehicle's not a key cycle. It's not a thing.
Keep turning,
Okay.
and that turns the engine on, right?
It turns engine on, correct.
An ignition cycle, right?
Yes. Well, then turns
Every
off.
single ignition cycle necessarily includes the precursor key cycle, correct? Even though every key cycle might not include an ignition cycle. Would you agree with that?
In that scenario, yes.
Fine.
In that
With that
scenario? What
definition-
other scenario?
I want to talk about ignition cycles because I don't want to get confused about accessories. Just assume the engine
Okay.
turns on, right?
Okay.
If you started your testing at 1164, then if the engine was turned on, thereby initiating a key cycle, driving the car onto a flatbed truck, and then hauling it over to Canton PD, that would be key cycle 1163. In that hypothetical, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Then going backward from there,
Wouldn't it be
the
taking it
SUV
off the
was- I'm sorry.
flatbed?
Let me
Would
add
be
one
63?
event that I just forgot.
Yes. Putting it in the Sally port
Off
would be
the truck
63.
in Canton and to be driven into the Sally Port. Did you ever see that video?
No.
Being driven in?
No.
If there was a video showing that the car was actually driven into the Sally Port, that would necessarily be a key cycle, correct?
Possibly.
Okay, so that would be key cycle
No.
1160.
What do you mean possibly?
Possibly.
Before that, if the car was turned on and driven onto the flatbed to get to Canton, that would be key cycle 1162 in order, correct? We're going back.
It's possible.
All right. Before that, if the car was started and the car was driven from One Meadows Avenue to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
They're possible.
Before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle, correct? 1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
And before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Ms. Reed to the waterfall, from the waterfall to 34 Fairview at approximately 12:15 a.m., that would be another key cycle, 1159, right?
It's possible.
I want to be clear. The reason that these numbers skip in your diagram, they don't go directly in order, right? Not every single number is in order on this left-hand column, because this is only a diagram of when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Something unusual about the operation of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that from the data, there was no triggering event at key cycle 1159, was there?
No.
Which would have been
So assuming the
proper
driving
reasonable
events that I just told you, right? Assuming for purposes of my question, that the driving events started at 11:59, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfall. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to Jen McCabe's house, 11:60. Then driving to Dighton, her parents' house, 11:61. Then the car being seized in Dighton by Trooper Proctor, 11:62. Then the car being taken off the flatbed and driven into the Sally Port, Canton, 11:63. Your testing starts at 11:64. That would mean that at 11:62, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car, correct?
No.
Assuming my hypothetical,
Your hypothetical?
yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
You are the expert. You testify that these two key cycles are showing clearly an impact center mass on a pedestrian. Then you took it back, said it could possibly be what showed the impact. And now you can't even determine what a key cycle is and how the key cycles should be showing up in your own data set. Can I just again ask, why, Lally? Why? This has gone from being kind of funny to being. This is like watching Valhalla beat up Dave. It's not a fair fight.
No.
I would never beat you up, Dave. I love you.
Hey, Valhalla, are we any closer to getting custody of Buster, though, for our kangaroo petting zoo, kids and kangas? The Valhalla adventure?
So I don't know how, right? I closed out of that window that I had the little Buster up on, and somehow or another over the weekend it popped up again, and I just did the little turn the computer on, and it was staring right there. I about died laughing all over again. Poor little kangaroo has no idea what's coming.
Yeah, that's exactly how he said it worked. But
That
now
is exactly
he's
how.
saying, well, it could be hypothetically aliens. Have we thought about aliens?
You know, I had not considered that possibility until now, but I don't know that aliens would stop in that neighborhood.
But again, they want to say we be crazy, we be conspiracy tinfoil hats, stupidities. But every witness on cross-examination who has any expertise says, I don't know, I was told something and I just put it in a report. Okay.
It all goes back to Proctor.
Everything goes to, and that's why everyone's saying, well, you need 70 people to cover it up. No, you don't.
No, you
need
don't.
cops who says, oh, what am I looking for? Well, she hit him with a car. Can you go check it out? Yeah, it looks kind of reasonable. Oh, I got some key cycles here. Yeah, it's probably at that time she hit him. You don't need him to be in on it. You just need him to be really bad at his job. And
Yeah,
every cop in Canton PD, Massachusetts state troopers are really shit at their job.
Well,
I'd
just
like
like
to
you
know-
said, they gave everybody the information that they needed to build their little narrative. Because
Yeah.
even the Google lady, like, she only got a select amount of information. It wasn't like they got to look at this whole case. You know?
Yeah. And again, he was told, look at this time. Could it possibly show? You don't have to have him, hey, buddy, we did a bad thing. We really need to cover this up. No, you just need him to be really poor at his job. And after listening to him for 2 hours, he's really shit at his job.
He's not good.
No.
On June 9th, 2022, you were asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel if struck by a vehicle. Remember that?
Not that specifically. Not in that way.
Do you remember answering that you had not, basically, I'm just paraphrasing, that you had not done all you hadn't finished your report yet?
Why don't you show him? He said he didn't remember it that way.
Oh, the neck grab. That's a.
He's feeling supremely confident.
Getting a little tight
think
on the
he's-
collar.
I think he's getting this in because I mean,
Yeah.
Yes.
Take a look at middle of the page. Your answer starts at about line 12, but the question above it is probably informative. You have that in mind?
Yep.
May I quote?
Yes.
Stop snorting like you've been on a coke binge all weekend.
You were asked, does that remind you that you were asked by a grand jury if you could calculate
it helps
how
him
far
to
a body
do
would
math,
move
Baker.
having been struck by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that. Would figure out if you say if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, the speed of the vehicle, the striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
You said that the calculations would be based on miles per hour and stuff. Did you ever do any stuff to test that.
Um,
Grand Jury's question.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Who's we?
I mean, I'm sorry, me, the role me.
Well, you know John O'Keefe's weight, right?
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I don't know his weight now.
What?
Oh,
You know the
what?
weight of the vehicle?
Yes.
He testified that this was consistent with a 217-pound body being struck. He didn't know his weight. How did you do your report? I just did.
How is this?
No, and stuff. What is stuff? I don't know.
Bev is
Oh my
really
God, dude.
rethinking this. We'll do it in trial. She's like, wait a minute. I've had these jurors here for F all weeks, and this dude was like, I don't know. I drew a stick figure. It worked for me.
I have done more calculations on this accident than the paid expert did. And I only get $2 a click. Jeez.
What's the gross weight? I think it's approximately 7,300 pounds.
Okay. Were you able to calculate the mass of the vehicle?
I did not calculate the mass of the vehicle.
Well, you told the grand jury that you were planning on doing that kind of stuff to calculate how far a person would travel being struck at that speed with a car of that weight. You didn't do those calculations?
No, because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
You testified, again, my report isn't done yet. I'm going to look into it. I'm looking into all that stuff.
Did you just catch that? He said
Did he
the
just say that it
calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle. He just admitted that the calculations didn't fit their theory. The math doesn't match.
Yeah.
I did the theory. He would approximately have been moved 9 feet, depending on which surface he was sliding across. If he was sliding and through the air, 6 feet is, I think, what ChatGPT came up with.
And this is with the gross weight, not the curb weight, right? So this is like the heaviest possible vehicle gives him the wrong math even then. If you reduce the weight of the vehicle, the math would be even further off.
Yeah.
This dude
But
is
again, the only constant we have is the speed and the weight. So you can do the math. It wouldn't grossly you have a fixed speed you believe to be 22.2 miles per hour. You have the weight of the vehicle, the weight of the object. You can do the math. It's not that hard. And I'm not a mathologist.
He basically said that he did the math, but it didn't work. Like it just didn't work. Yeah, we did the math.
I don't
we did
trust
the
his
formula, but
mathing.
it just didn't work.
Well, that's why she had to go 130,000 miles per hour on her cell phone.
Oh, why is this dude in a position of authority?
Because it's Canton PD. He probably knows someone.
A person would travel being struck at that speed with a car of that weight. You didn't do those calculations?
No, because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
You testified, again, my report isn't done yet. I'm going to look into it. I'm looking into all that stuff, end quote, correct?
Yes.
There's that word again. It's been more than 2 years since that statement at the grand jury. Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
Did you engage in any of those calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Well, let's talk about those formulas. How would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that?
He didn't know.
In pedestrian collisions, I use the Searle formula, Searle throw formula.
What formula?
Searle.
What does that mean?
It's the type of formula that we'd use for a calculation of post-impact or speeds for pedestrians.
That includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
Sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
There would be physics calculations that would be required to figure out how far a body at rest would move, having been struck by an object in motion.
Right.
That's a basic principle.
Yeah, I guess you could say though.
All right. Can you describe for the jurors exactly what calculations you would need to employ to determine how far a body at rest would travel, having been struck by an object in motion?
So in this scenario, in this collision, it's more of a side swipe. So he did not he did not get enough speed of the vehicle post impact with the vehicle to be able calculations. His center of mass was offset from the vehicle. So we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have been able to get more closer to the actual speed of the vehicle during that post-impact travels.
What he is saying, yes, is this is the Canton triangle. You can't do math. You can do a partial impact.
How does a side swipe send him 30 feet?
That presumes that he was quote unquote sideswiped, right?
Presumed
by you. You didn't see how he was hit, did you?
Based on the evidence, it appeared to be a side swipe.
That's your opinion.
That's just reading the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics as we know them today, in modern mathematics, is thwarted by a side swipe?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
It's calculations that are out there. You can get a speed, it'll just underestimate the speed.
You would have to know what the initial momentum of the object is that's in motion, correct?
Of what object?
The truck. Paul.
I would have to know that speed.
Yeah, you'd have to know what the initial momentum is, not speed, momentum. There's a difference.
Okay.
Right? Would you agree with that?
No.
You wouldn't have to calculate what the initial momentum
Where did they get
is
Forrest Gump?
of the object in motion to determine the distance of the body at rest would move?
Well, in that sense, are we talking about trying to find the speed of the vehicle? That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay. No. Well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum.
Momentum includes the weight.
You have the speed of the vehicle, you have the weight of the vehicle, and then you determine the force of impact. Well,
I would like to retract this. I was never this terrible at math. I was terrible at doing it, but I understood the general concept.
Oh, Jesus. That's how you figure out force. Well, let's hear him tell us how you figure out force.
Do.
Right, okay, well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial momentum?
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
To calculate momentum, there is a singular...
So sustained. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true, Paul, that there is a singular calculation for determining initial momentum? That is P equals M times V, where P is the momentum. You're solving for that. M is mass. You multiply that by velocity. Is that right? Pretty simple.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Why not?
Because the pedestrian's somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is a pedestrian out of the realm of physics and calculations?
No, it's the weight differential between the pedestrian and the vehicle.
Yeah, but you need to know the force transferred.
So if the vehicle is too heavy and the body is too light, you can't calculate the initial momentum of the vehicle?
Yes.
Got it. Where'd you learn that?
It's in my math class. We don't use momentum for vehicle to vehicle.
Math class?
The crash reconstruction classes I have taken.
Got it. Would you need to apply the theory of conservation of momentum in calculating these data?
Do I need to calculate conservation of momentum?
Or conservation of momentum?
Yes.
Even know what that is?
I don't have an
equation for that as well, right?
Yes.
You know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
He knows, but not off the top of his head.
Based on the basic principles of physics, is the total momentum of the collision greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Total momentum before the collision, is it greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Basic question.
What type of collision?
Paul, they're exactly equal in all.
Any collision, because during a collision there will be a transfer of the energy to another object, so there will be less force after that.
Baker,
Even if it's a side swipe.
How did they calculate things for the Darrell Brooks case? Like, were we all just like, did we have to bring in NASA? Because the little math booklet was like, don't use these for people. People don't count.
I'm doing my fish impression because I need oxygen to my brain. This is so stupid. Why is he sitting and pretending math doesn't matter? He's really stupid.
So are you telling me that all of the collisions between person versus vehicle, we cannot calculate any of those? We're just doing a standard guessology.
Yeah, we call clumsy clairvoyant and says, hey, how much force was the impact? And she puts down the tarots and says 35. 35 what exactly?
And she's like, was he sideswiped? We don't do math like that. That's complex.
Right? That's the theory of the conservation of momentum. Momentum doesn't change. It's
Yes.
transferred from one body to another.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you say that to the jurors?
Objection.
Sustained.
Jesus.
Trooper Paul, if you were qualified to, quote, look into all this stuff, you would probably know these answers, wouldn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are there any other calculations that you need to figure out the stuff that you were talking to about with the grand jury?
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision? Would that be important?
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir.
The,
Object
I don't,
that you claim was flying through the air 30 feet.
objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the displacement using kinematic equations? Would you be able to do that?
The displacement of the body?
In order to calculate how far the body would move based on the mass of the object striking the body, could you use displacement using kinematic equations?
So like I said before, the side swipe, he would not have gotten 100% of the vehicle, 100% of the speed of the striking vehicle. It would have vastly underestimated this vehicle. You couldn't hit a person and side swipe them, spin them off to the side, and have that and get SP from those calculations.
So you're saying that the discipline of physics cannot figure out how far John O'Keefe's body would move, but you personally figured out that he would have flown now somewhat, or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
All right?
Sustained.
Are you saying that the principles of physics are incapable of determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No.
Okay, next question.
So why
You
didn't
just
you?
said because it was a side swipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable, right?
I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes.
You have been,
It's incorporated into the classes.
right? You have a few classes that use the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have
Objection.
Sustained.
you? You haven't been formally trained in
I think
kinematics,
question.
correct?
It's in the aspects of all our crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated emission cycles, and you got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson, ask the appropriate part of the question and you'll get it.
Let me ask you this. Based on your reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation, exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain it to us.
How does the taillight? What do you mean? It gets so the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
Based on what I saw for his injuries, was from the upper part of his arm down.
Was his arm out? And it just struck the arm on a hinge? Was it in front of him? You did the reconstruction?
It looked
Shows exactly how his body was positioned when he was struck by that.
so it looks like his arm is more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the taillight would have struck his arm, right?
Yes.
Not his torso.
Yes.
You said send a mass,
So-
idiot.
The full mass, the full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right?
No,
Missing his
no.
torso.
But I said it's from the upper part of the arm
Right,
down.
the
Yeah.
elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay. So his torso,
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I just didn't see anything.
so his torso was spared from being hit, but the arm took the brunt, the full force of the vehicle, correct?
Like arm and shoulder, yes.
Okay. And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of a pirouette.
This
He got spun around possibly the way it struck, it looked like it could have gone turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes,
Okay.
initially.
So he gets hit from the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm.
Yes,
and
By
goes
a-
flying.
Unbroken taillight, right?
yes,
In other words, it's nice and smooth. Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
correct.
Okay. So how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked, and as the car driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Got it. So he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks, and as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that we see, those lacerations. I'm sorry, those abrasions that we see, right?
In a sense, yes.
And at the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Well, now he went counterclockwise all.
Baker, what have you gotten me into? I'm now trying to math.
He struck in this area.
Okay.
At 24.2 miles per hour by a 77,000 pound object. Start spinning.
Yes.
Do you know what the first thing is going to happen? His arm is going to be yanked right out of the socket. All the ligaments and everything in his shoulder will be stretched really, really badly. All the forces coming in on his shoulder, yeah, that's probably going to tear the arm out of the socket. And he goes flying 30 feet from an impact on this area, which he Friday testified was a center mass impact.
How did he know what the center mass of John O'Keefe was? I mean, I know you have to do stuff like math, so I'm not sure if he had the ability to do that in 2 years. But can you calculate center mass, or is that something else that's confused by a
Center
side
mass
swipe?
is something you use as a professional because you're always shooting for center mass. Center mass is your torso. It's
Well,
not,
yeah, but I didn't know if it changed how tall you were.
Center
Like if
mass
there's
is just a technical term for your torso because you're always gunning for center mass because that's where all the important parts are. Everything
I'm
else,
learning so many new things.
you wouldn't call center mass. You wouldn't call a shoulder glance, upper
Well, but
arm hit a center mass strike. And again, why isn't his arm torn out of his socket? All his ligament gone. His arm would have spun and slapped him across the body because he wouldn't have pirouetted like a gracious ballerina. This arm would have had so much force on it, it would have ripped across his body, and that would be the thing that spun him around. You would have a totally torn shoulder. Everything in that shoulder would have been gone. What the F are we talking about now? How in any way is this guy saying what he's saying and not having someone come up there, giving him a correction slap and saying, hey, buddy, stop lying? The shoulder is one of the most delicate parts of the body. It would be shattered, completely shattered. I'm just gonna go back. Sorry, I just lost my brainy accents. Hairway to Stephen, I think you dreamt that. You just wanted her clothes to come off. Yeah, but if you're a cop, what you call center mass is the torso because that's where you're going to shoot.
Or
Well,
were they
I'm
saying
using
center
real
of gravity? Or who knows?
Yeah, they're not saying center of gravity. They're saying center mass because, again, you are taught to shoot center mass. So I don't think he means gravity. I think he means the cup center mass because you'll always try to. It's the biggest part of your body. It's easier to hit than all these. Why didn't they just shoot the pew-pew stick out of his hands? Pew-pew, motherfuckers.
True. Go for the non-dominant
He
leg.
started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotate. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Well, now he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground. It seems like a most likely possibility.
Did you account for the fact that his arm is on a hinge?
Is what? Say again?
Did you account for the fact in this scenario that you just told the jurors that his arm is on a hinge?
On a
It's called
hinge.
Shoulder.
Okay.
Okay, so arm got hit. Didn't his arm just swing?
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
Even if his shoulder got upper,
Okay.
you're pointing to his upper biceps.
Mhm.
Right? There's no injuries on his shoulder, not a single one, not even a bruise, right?
Like I said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can up back here, but it was up here.
Well,
So
you're the one that talked about his injuries on his arm.
yes.
That's limited to about mid biceps, about mid forearm, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder, no injuries on the torso, no injuries on the ribs, no injuries on the back, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the taillight to explode, basically to shatter. Then these striations get on his arm, abrasions. Does a pirouette, a spin, counterclockwise, and flies 30 feet in the air to his point of rest.
Yeah, it happened probably a little faster than that, though.
Actually said he hit his head on a curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway as he gets spun around kind of clockwise. It's a possibility that the curb is there, any blunt force object on the ground. As the ground is
So
pretty
he
blunt.
was on the ground.
Wait.
He was doing a handstand when he got hit by the car. That's what
He
it
was
was.
breakdancing.
He was doing a handstand.
Wait,
and
go back.
Ran over.
Yeah, I'm going back because you talked over it. So let's hear him say it.
The curb is there, any blunt force object on the ground. As the ground is pretty blunt.
Well, except in your scenario that you just told us, he flew through the air onto the light dusting of snow, grass, and dirt.
I didn't say through the air.
Say that again.
I didn't say he got thrown through the air.
Okay, I'll use your word. Got projected.
Projected doesn't mean it's not incorporating just throw. Projected just means you get pushed forward. There's two parts of that. There's the air, then there's the ground. Like I said earlier, the tumbling, the rolling, whatever that part of the crash would happen. Projecting is just what we call what happens to pedestrian post-impact with the crash.
Okay, so a couple questions. If his arm, elbow, took the brunt of that entire impact, how do you account for the fact that he didn't suffer a broken bone?
I don't know.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't have a fracture?
Objection.
Sustained.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't even have a bruise on the arm?
Objection.
That's sustained too.
They reproach.
Yes.
How is
This
he?
is the worst. This is the worst testimony. It's worse than Proctor, because Proctor was just an a-hole. This guy is actively lying about doing a report. He has no idea what he put in that report. He has no idea about physics, injuries, anything.
So for reference, y'all, I looked it up. 12 gauge shotgun puts about 20 pounds of pressure on a recoil. So when you fire a 12 gauge shotgun, it's about 20 foot-pounds of pressure hitting your shoulder. Now, if you've ever fired a shotgun, chances are you've gotten a bruise from it at some point or another. A 7,300 pound vehicle traveling at 20 something miles an hour is going to produce a lot more than 22 pounds of force.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Any reasonable person can hear this is BS.
You know, having investigated auto pedestrian accidents in the past, that John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident, do they?
Objection.
Yes, they do.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul? You came to these opinions,
Sorry?
conclusions.
He said
Did he just testify this has nothing to do with... Let's all just keep quiet. And I think he just testified this has nothing to do with injuries from a pedestrian.
No, he said the opposite.
He said that it did match up with a pedestrian vehicle accident injury.
I'll try to listen better then.
Did auto pedestrian accidents in the past. But John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident, do they?
Yes, they do.
Oh, sorry. I thought
Isn't
he
it
said the
true,
opposite.
Trooper Paul? You came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation.
That is not true.
That's why you have these opinions and conclusions that just don't make sense, correct?
That is not true.
And you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Action.
Sustained. All right, jurors will take the morning recess.
All rise for the court, please.
Well, this was absolutely crap.
Absolutely asinine.
This was the best witness for all the testimony. I didn't like the ending. I didn't think he should have asked.
Yeah,
Isn't
I
it true
don't-
that Trooper Proctor said that. I thought that was a losing argument. He wants to put it in
just
there.
said he didn't math anything.
Yeah, I would just say, can you describe why he didn't have any injuries, any broken bones, when you should have done the math saying, I made ChatGPT because I don't know how to do math. That's 77,000 pounds of pressure. And that's how much more than a shotgun, Valhalla?
20 foot-pounds. It's about 76, 80. Is that what you said?
77,000 pounds.
So, 1,000. Oh, my bad. That's 76,980.
I mean,
that's a lot. That's a lot.
Guys, as a expert crashologist, you should know the how. Like, well, he could have hit a curb, but he also could have hit himself in the head. I mean, during the course of your investigation, don't these things become clear because you follow the evidence? I mean, I couldn't imagine taking someone's word and like a guess.
It'd be like shooting 3,849 12-gauge shotguns at the same time.
Pretty sure Jesse Ventura did it once.
Back when I was in the SEAL team, we used to shoot 25,000 shotguns at a time.
I mean, Chandler Holderson could have done a better report than this dude.
It'd be like,
well, he couldn't, but he would have ended your life before you had to sit through it.
True.
It'd be like shoulder firing a Scud missile.
Have you ever fired a Kyle Gustav?
I don't think so. What's that?
Well, it's a small infantry TOW. Not real. It's an anti-tank weapon.
Okay, like a AT-4.
Ooh.
I don't have. I fired the Carl Gustav. It's like a stovepipe that shoots an anti-tank rocket out of it.
We use AT-4.
What's the first thing you're told to do when you fire one of those, which they never do in the movies? Or if you fire a bazooka, what's the first thing?
Area, check behind you, make sure you're not going to kill your buddies.
Yeah, because there's a lot of force coming out of one of those suckers.
A whole lot. Backlash area clear.
Yeah. Open your mouth, close your ears, and
hold on.
I'm now to believe that an impact from a car. Have you ever seen anyone get stuck and being dragged in the shoulder? The shoulder pops real easy. Almost every professional wrestler gets their shoulders reconstructed by doing clotheslines because it tears the rotator cuff. Now they're claiming this wouldn't tear every single ligament in the shoulder.
Not even a bruise, Baker. Not even a bruise.
Well, we could speculate that the coldness and the blood loss from the head, and that's why there's no bruise. But if I got struck on the shoulder by a car, it would absolutely shatter my shoulder. I don't even. Could we end this? Because this is so stupid.
I can't believe that this is still being.
I can't wait for the medical examiner. Well, we were told he had a cut. Okay, did you look at his body? No, Trooper Proctor said we didn't have to do that for this particular case.
Gordon Ramsay.
We saw this in the beginning.
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
but
this is a bicycle accident, y'all.
Yeah, and it's this blue because it's after a couple of days, but it would still have had redness to it. It's ridiculous, I would even say, that they go with this theory and this guy saying, yeah, that's probably fine.
How can you plug and chug when you don't have the accurate where he landed? You don't have the accurate GPS coordinates of where all these things are. You didn't modify your report for incoming evidence that changed. I mean, the nerdy science gal in me is like, at what time did you use any science in this?
Well, he couldn't use the science because Do you know about this special little place down by the Gulf of Mexico called Canton, Massachusetts?
I have become aware of it. I'm wondering about my sanity now, but
The magic triangle of Canton, where nothing makes sense, physics don't work, and evidence disappears.
I would love to hear. I just watched Le Mans during the weekend. I'm pretty sure they can all the cars they run there are they know how much force they can take in a glancing hit, because they try to make the car so even if they bump something, they can keep going without having to crash the car. I'm pretty sure that any car manufacturer can tell you what a side swipe will do to your bumper and something, because it's really not that hard. It's just how the force is transferred. Is it a direct hit? Is it a partial? It has to do with degrees. And you can do a hypothetical where you start by saying he's struck head on, he's struck at an angle which would, you can do the math if you have a little brainiacs, because you know
in the oh yeah
this is the wrong pen. You know the basics. You know the speed of the vehicle, allegedly 24.2 miles per hour. You know the weight of the vehicle, which is 7,000 pounds, which Valhalla claims it's not, and you know the weight of the object being moved. And then you figure out how much force does this generate, and then you can take this and you can calculate at which angles it would move this body. I believe you could. I'm not a thinkologist, but to my mind, you have the constant. You have the speed and the weight of the car, which will be a constant. You have the constant of the weight of John O'Keefe. How tall is this guy? He's 6'2". How tall is the car? Does it line up with a shoulder hit that breaks the rear light?
Did they measure that? I mean, I wouldn't have said anything about Proctor. I would have asked, did you measure how tall his shoulder was in relation to the tail light? But wouldn't maybe the tail light manufacturers have a safe up to so much pounds per force pressure brake? I don't know. I'm not a car person, so I don't know if they do testing on these things. I would
those
assume
taillights are super strong.
Palola's mom, you missed. I wouldn't say an anal grape, but it was close to it.
Pretty close.
Yes.
Wendy Murphy is cussing at AJ right now for annihilating her theory of the accident. How dare you, AJ? Well, Wendy Murphy probably has been in the box already. What hit him in the face then? Well, probably when he did the pirouette somersault loop-de-loop and banged his head in the back. He did an instant 360, banged his 360 with a spin, banged his forehead, and then flew backwards. It makes total sense if you don't think about it.
How does his cell phone also break the sound barrier to get to a place before him, which means it had to have a different velocity, if I'm remembering any of the physics I failed. So it had to get there faster with more force so that it could be under him.
And again, if we are now talking about an extremity strike, if he was carrying his phone in his one hand and the glass in the other, one or the other would have been with the spinny force be projected away from them. Again, I'm not saying I'm smart, but I'm smart enough to say that if they want to, this is so stupid. Again, they're claiming an impact that sends him spinning roughly like that onto the lawn. If he is standing here with anything in his hand and being struck on this arm, that arm would go faster than the body around, because it's an extremity. It will start moving. Anything he had in that hand with the amount of force being applied to that extremity would send that across the street, it would never ever send it back behind his body. It. Am I an idiot?
No.
No.
Commonwealth and the Canton PD are just trying to cover up the obvious, I think. 35.2. 12 times 6.
No, he was arguing if the car, what a car's ignition and key cycle, and he just changed the definitions because he knew it was really bad.
So this car's 75.2 inches tall.
Okay.
And John O'Keefe is 74 inches tall. That's a really tall car. So I don't know. I guess the height might line up, possibly.
I don't know, Baker. I think Lolly's going to pull it, and he's going to make this. He's going to rehabilitate this guy.
Yeah. Oh, we're going back to him.
He probably just threw up all that coffee that he just drank. Looks a little clammy.
He does look pretty pale.
I bet that that's not.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Yeah, go science this up. If you are 6'2" or around that, please measure if this position would line up with the tail lights on that car. I'm sure Lally won't make it worse, and I'm pretty sure I need a bio break because, like this guy, I stress drink when I hear stupidity.
Now, with regard to your testimony, as far as that triggering event, well, the two events on 12,629B, you testified that that was consistent with a pedestrian collision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Again, if you could tell the jury, why is that consistent with the pedestrian collision?
The one specifically with the speeds and everything that we're referring to.
24.2 miles per hour in reverse for about.
The one you investigated, you
That's so.
dingus.
Why I think that's consistent with a pedestrian strike is because of the sudden change in the speed. It drops down by 0.5 mile per hour. The accelerator pedal is staying constant at the same percentage, and the steering wheel angle also turns to the right.
Now, your overall opinion is based on what you did as far as your construction, correct?
Yes.
Was there other information that you had at your disposal in formulating your?
Like from other reports and stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
And that would include physical evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would include witness statements, correct?
Sustain is to form.
What, if anything else, would that include?
The roadway evidence, witness statements.
In witness statements, would that also include statements of the defendant?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant indicated in a statement to troopers that she conducted a 3-point turn in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I'm going to allow that question.
Yes.
And what you observed in that triggering event is that from that mileage, is that consistent with the defendant's own statement?
Yes, it is.
Now, let me ask you a little bit, if you could, again, to the jury, clarify the difference between what you termed as an area of impact versus a point of impact.
Yes, an area impact is broader. It's a bigger area. Point to impact would mean something as obviously right there. That would be the area impact.
If I could ask, the cell phone that was located under Mr. O'Keefe's body, that location, is that also consistent with the linear path that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that cell phone was in his hand or in his back pocket or somewhere else?
I do not know.
As far as let me ask you this. You were shown some photographs of some taillight pieces near a fire, correct?
Yes.
As far as the area of impact, that was, from what you determined, that was Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Yeah, it was within that. What I've had for non-initial evidence, I said the air impact was a star that in that area prior to the sneaker. Sorry, someone. So what I was saying was the air impact was prior to the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And
Just
why
prior?
did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that is the first point of evidence.
But it's not.
And first, I'm sorry, this first point of evidence in relation to what and sort of how the evidence was configured as it was evident to you.
That was just pointed to me. It was the first point of evidence away from the furthest point evidence at that time that knew away from the pedestrian.
What about the piece that you were just showing?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
The triangle piece of
So I'm
plastic
showing
by
you
the fire
those
hydrant?
remarks as Exhibit 58. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I publish that to the jury.
Okay, what exhibit number is it?
58.
Thank you.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
There's 34 at Fairview at the left side, and this is the fire hydrant.
And as far as these photographs and the photographs shown to you by Mr. Jackson on cross-examination, do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd of 2022?
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
Now, Trooper, if you could, using the laser pointer, I know you've done this on the diagram, but if you could use the laser pointer with regard to what's on the screen as Exhibit 58, direct the jury's attention to where you believe the area of impact to be between the defendants, Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe.
It's probably somewhere out here.
And as far as that,
That's not what he said on the
linear
diagram.
path that you were talking about from the
Is it?
area of
No.
impact, where did that go from and where did that go to?
So from, I think it's from around like this way.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that too. May I approach this for tree count?
Bigger therapy sessions, and because Denmark only got a draw yesterday, and that was unlucky. Thank you, Nick.
Now, Trooper, if you could
How's Sweden doing?
explain to the jury as far as what you were describing as Mr. O'Keefe's post-impact movement, starting sort of with the point of impact between himself and the SUV to the point where he comes to final rest on the lawn.
Yes. So he was struck along the right side in the area of his arm, and then he was in post-impact with the Lexus. He rotated counterclockwise and eventually hit the ground and came to final rest.
And the ground, based on your understanding of the weather conditions, was frozen at the time. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
Yes. So as far as anything in your testimony about Mr. O'Keefe's actions, does that involve a pirouette?
No.
So there's a rotation, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as 30 feet in the air, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he flew 30 feet in the air?
I do not have any evidence that he was flown 30 feet in the air.
And so as far as from your training experience when it comes to pedestrian collisions, are you able to determine or calculate how much distance someone is in the air and how much distance someone sort of rolls or tumbles to their final resting position?
Say it again.
From your training experience,
Yes.
based on this collision, are you able to determine how far Mr. O'Keefe was traveled in the air versus how far he traveled tumbling or rolling after he hit the ground?
I do not have a calculation for this specific style of pedestrian crash due to the side swipe. So if I did, I could use the formula. It would just vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Let me ask you a little bit about, you were talking about the Searle pedestrian throw formula, correct?
Correct.
And that's something developed in the course of physics specific to reconstruction by someone named Dr. Searle, correct?
Correct.
And that's S-E-A-R-L-E, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to Dr. Searle's formula, why is that inapplicable in sideswipe collision versus some other type?
Because it takes in, it's looking for more, not so much the formula, it's how much projection efficiency that would occur, how much percentage of the speed of the striking vehicle would have happened. In order for the formula to work, the more of the body would have struck the vehicle, the more efficient the outcome would be in the speed.
In the center of mass that you were talking about, sort of in the collision sequence, what, if any, role does that play in regard to your ability to do that calculation?
It would just, like I said, it would underestimate the speed of striking vehicle due to center mass not within the rear of the vehicle.
And not to twist your words or anything, but as far as when you say underestimate, that would not be an accurate reflection of the defendant's vehicle speed, correct?
Correct.
Wouldn't it put it
you
a
asked
lot
some questions
higher, overestimate?
Sorry?
Wouldn't it be overestimated, the speed, not underestimated? Wouldn't it have to be traveling much faster than for that formula to work on a side glance?
Yes.
So why does he keep saying underestimating the speed?
Because he know math.
This man get a word wrong? Unconscionable.
The glass and indicated that there are a number of reasons why the glass would travel with him, being Mr. O'Keefe. Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, the glass could have struck the vehicle also in that same way. Could have still been attached to his hand and still gone with him in the same way. It could have been attached to his body in midair. That's the multiple ways that the glass would have stayed with them.
That's not how physics works. But
He's such an idiot. He's such an idiot.
What?
Particularly collisions involving multiple vehicles. Vehicles are affixed with bumpers, correct?
Correct.
What's the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
To help absorb the
Scope?
Yes.
Yeah. Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe it is.
So why don't we come to saga?
Can I find this where the sound is better? Sometimes Lauren Krim has turned up the audio because this is really low for some reason.
Oh, I hear
but
it fine.
I have a hard time hearing Lally.
Well, we got
use the mic.
Yeah, he never
Oh
uses the mic.
shit! This the brother seems to be a little bit like shit. My world is. Maybe I got this wrong.
Yeah, I think he's finally starting to realize like this doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Okay. Also, can anyone put the meme of? I guess you guys are wondering how I got here. If you could just put that audio up for him. I can't do that, but I would like that for my.
Can someone look up to get one of those hemorrhoids donuts? Because this guy's going to need it when we're done with this day today.
Baker, he's doing wonderfully. I think that he's doing great. I have now understood that you don't actually need to investigate something if some other officer told you numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry again. If I could ask you, what is the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
It's there to help absorb energy from a collision.
And with reference to the scratches that you were asked about on the vehicle on the sort of the right rear quarter panel, what, if any, relationship does bumpers or their interaction have to your opinion as it relates to that?
Sorry, say it again.
Back to what you just testified about bumpers, you also asked some questions about scratches on the right rear quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does the bumpers on the vehicle and sort of their intended purpose have with relation to the scratches that you observed?
So the bumpers on the side was more of this wasn't more of a direct on hit with the bumper. It was more of the side scraping of the paint of the bumper.
Now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass not matching, are you aware that the lab's actual findings were that the glass on the bumper and the glass on the roadway was just not found to be consistent with each other? Is that your understanding? If you know.
I don't know.
And were you also aware that the lab's finding was that the glass on the bumper was consistent with the glass on the road?
I'm not sure what the lab said.
He has no
Now,
idea.
in order to construct your diagrams, your testimony, I believe, was that you had used cert diagrams in the process of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could turn back to that 12629B, the mileage from the tech stream data.
Yes.
The 3-point turn that you observed in the 24.2 mile per hour straight line for approximately 62 feet. How far apart time-wise within that particular triggering event were those two incidents?
8 minutes.
And as far as any of the other tech stream data that you observed, was there any other triggering event that included the 3-point turn?
No.
Now, as far as the defendant's path of travel, is it your understanding that that was obtained from a multitude of different witnesses?
Yes.
Who?
Now, with reference
Yeah, but
to
you
you
still
were asking
had
questions
variables.
about the
Nope.
defendant's cell phone, as far as GPS locations, were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2023?
Sustained.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I was not aware.
Now, as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event, 12629B, did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
because I can physically see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
And why would, well, let me ask you this, in your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the key cycles?
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why is that?
Like I said, you can physically see it when you turn the car, and I know that's the odometer mileage that it's reading on the dashboard.
And every key cycle, is that necessarily reported within the tech stream data?
No,
And why not, sir?
they don't record stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only record stuff that is related to the triggers.
Okay, thank you.
As far as counsel's hypothetical with regard to the key cycles, is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate.
And why so?
Because it also you also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycle. So those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger. And plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Now, fair to say that you were not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he's holding interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe and why.
Objection.
Sustained. It's asked and answered.
With reference to what you've described as far as the interaction between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from the vehicle, based on the injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail light appears to be broken and it's sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the dent with the scratches above it is consistent with a hand holding a glass and the glass on top, smashing on the vehicle, and the hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
Wait, your hand would dent it? Your hand's strong enough to dent it with a glass.
It's strong enough to break a polycarbonate taillight.
There's a hole in the rear thingy-ma-thing.
Very briefly, I
And
just
he
wanna
wouldn't have
make sure
gotten any
there's something
cut
about the
on his
cycles.
actual hand from the broken glass. They're saying that the glass in his hand hit hard enough to dent the metal of the car, break the glass, and he didn't get a single cut on the palm of his hand.
No.
That is.
But that plastic taillight was sharp enough to just shred his arm up, even though he only had puncture holes in his shirt. So that makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, and he had zero blood on the tail light pieces anywhere.
Yep.
Other than touch DNA. I hope he can clear this up, because this was ridiculous.
You're not suggesting that every key cycle in the history of cars on this page, correct?
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 599.
Okay.
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes, basically a list of items that will be a triggering event, correct?
Yes.
It's a list of items basically for mechanics to figure out if there's some unusual driving or unusual event with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But the key cycles go in order. They're numerical, 1 through whatever.
Correct.
And the hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
So in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but that you can't just say that key cycle is from that because I didn't just use key cycles. I used the odometer mileage on top of it. So you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Interestingly, though, when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, and this was on Friday, before the weekend. By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything on, I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lally about key cycles and problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about issues with key cycles?
No.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you would ask me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
We know it was
No, he
driven
didn't.
onto the flatbed because we can see it, and we can see that the rear tail light is intact when they drive it up there, or at least it's more intact than when they show it in court. It was really hard to see because it was kind of like in this area on the screen, but you can see it being moved back and put onto the tow truck. But yes, he did watch YouTube over the weekend. He did talk to Lally, and he did probably call someone and said, "Can I get a quart of vodka, maybe some moonshine, because this is going to be bad."
No, he went straight
Yeah, I
to
didn't
work.
Yes.
On Friday, you indicated pretty clearly that your analysis was based on the key cycles, starting at 1164 when you started your testing, and 1162, which was the key cycle you claimed on Friday was at 34 Fairview.
It wasn't based on it. That's how I describe it. I said key cycles. I based it on they were close within proximity to each other, but I've always said it's key cycles and odometer mileage plus all the information within the triggers themselves. So it wasn't just one or the other.
And you said on Friday that once you started your testing at 1164, it was 2 cycles earlier that had the triggering events, meaning 1162, that you claimed were 34 Fairview.
Yes.
But in the hypothetical, if there were 4 events, 4 driving, 4 key cycle events between 1164 and 1159, it could not have occurred at 1162, correct? 34 Fairview, in my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what, the odometer or from?
The odometer reading.
The odometer reading is odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is, your analysis that's based on the odometer reading, 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well, correct?
So what I'm,
You got the path of travel wrong.
so what I purposely put down a range on my Google images shown because I couldn't tell you her definitively route of path for every single way, but I know that it's possibly a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post leaving Fairview Road.
Or if that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, and that would mean that the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right? Into the doctor's custody.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Just very briefly. The range that you came up with for the defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path of travel, the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does the 3-point turn, and then 8 minutes later when it travels 24.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 60
It's not in a straight line.
Yes.
Nothing further.
It's not in
All
a
right,
straight line.
Oh, got it. Got it.
Yeah.
Trooper
Yes.
Paul, you're a
Lolly.
great American and you've done wonderful things for your family's name. Good job, idiot.
Yeah. I can't wait. I cannot wait until Lally has to cross.
Take a quick short break to set up some things in the.
Self-right, self-right, self-right.
All right, to the court, please.
How long was the break?
Short. So between 15 minutes and 3 days.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial
Hey
watchers.
there,
This is
Karen
another
Reed,
long.
trial
Oh my
watchers.
God, is he high?
First of all,
Those eyes are really
nothing.
low.
I am going to
I-
be so excited when
I'm
Lally
not
has to
knowing what he's
cross.
selling. He's selling fat loss drugs, something.
Ozempic? Isn't that the drug that's like killing Hollywood
Yes.
right now?
Well, it's to help us fluffy people defluffinate.
Well,
No,
it's
it's
a
because-
diabetic medication.
Well,
No, it's-
yes,
Also.
that too.
It's a lawsuit if you have side effects from Ozempic.
Oh, class action. Got it.
Well, it's
So,
like in high.
it didn't
It's
make
like
me
on
mess
back order everywhere because
Yeah, you
people are
can't
buying
get
it
it.
for. People can't even get it for their diabetes. Because everybody's
I'm
using it for
salty
other
because
things.
I just want to lose weight. Damn it! I mean, I'm also sad for the diabetics.
Thank you, Wicked Wookie, for gifting
How'd
5
that go?
memberships to Lolita Smiles, Troy, LDR, Monica, and I'm Dave. Please show movement of Karen's SUV around the Albert's house. Well, I don't have the overlay, but I can tell you there's a street down here, then there's Fairview 34. She drives past Fairview 34, and then you see the key cycle where she do a 3-point turn. Nothing happens then in the rest of that key cycle. She parks outside outside the McCabe's residence, next to the mailbox where she can't park because all of a sudden there's a truck parked there with a plow in front of it. Don't think about it. It makes sense if you don't think about it. Then Ryan Nagel pulls up behind her and she moves approximately 2 car lengths ahead. Again, just disregard the white Jeep with the snowplow that's now placed in front of the mailbox because Ryan Nagel testified they were outside of the driveway. Don't mention the truck because it really messes everything up if you think about it. Then Ryan Nagel leaves, looks into the car. The light is on in the car. The brake lights are on constantly while he is at the scene. Move past her, sees her sitting alone, tenant 2, alone in the car. After that, John O'Keefe magically appears somewhere behind the car. She moves up 60 feet without any keystroke incidents triggering. Then she must have turned off her car and turned it on again to get a new key cycle. Guns the car in reverse with a constant left turn on her steering wheel, so she's not driving in a straight line, as Lally just said. At the maximum speed she reaches, 24.2 miles per hour, somewhere between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. She sideswipes John O'Keefe, sending him flying 30 feet while not sending him flying 30 feet with a glass in his right hand that's crushed on the what do you call the rear door? What do you call that?
Hatchback or trunk?
Yeah, the trunk of the
The
car.
hatchback is what we would call it on an SUV.
It smashes so hard that it makes a dent in there, tears up the tail light, but leaves no marks anywhere. And all the scratches happens without ripping his shirt because all of that is puncture wounds or puncture marks. The glass, even though he just crushed it against the tail light, leaves no other pieces of glass anywhere on the scene other than it ends up underneath his body with his phone, and he lands on his back without that glass getting embedded into his back.
Or hand.
She then says, F you, mother effer, drives home. is home at 12:41, where she picks up her phone and calls him, leaves him an angry message where you can hear her high heels walking across the floor. We haven't been presented with that yet, but I've heard it. And you can hear the garage door closing, which again was a big problem because the state wanted her at the scene at 12:45. Then 5 hours later, she drives out, finds his body. And again, according to the anti-Turtle Boy people, she went back to the scene, saw he was dead outside, went to Jen McCabe's to try and make an alibi after leaving a lot of angry messages about him not coming home that night. And she left. She tried to call him like 70 times, because that is what you do when you're establishing an alibi. Keep calling him instead of just sleeping in and getting woken up the next day by police saying, "Did you know your husband passed away last night?" Quelle surprise. No, but again, she did a 3-point turn on the connecting road, went up Fairview, sat there for 8 minutes, turned off the car, even though everyone saw the car with the real tail lights on, which meant there would have been ignition. Not ignition. There was, ignition. No, is it ignition when at least the key would have been turned, and that's what he said. That's a key. That's a key cycle, and that's what he called it. And then moved forward, moved backward, and went home. She went home without the car being on, doing anything noteworthy. She went out the next morning, bumped into another car. The car didn't register that because that wasn't noteworthy. Then she went to Jen McCabe's house. The car found nothing there, went back home. Then the car picked up 2 keystroke cycles. No, then she went to her dad's house. Didn't pick that up either, but it must have picked up the driving onto the truck bed and off the truck bed.
And don't forget, y'all, there was a piece of glass on the bumper, not embedded, not dug into. It was just sitting on the bumper, and it made it all the way through all of this, along with.
And it has nothing to do with anything other than another piece of glass found on the ground there. They have no explanation of where it's from. It could be a window. It could be a pair of glasses. No one knows.
Okay. I think we need to check out what Kathy Daffy says about this, because she worked for the FBI, and I'm pretty sure that she'll figure this out. She has the answers.
T-Rex, is it possible that because of snowing, physics just stopped working for a little bit? Personally, that is what I'm going with after the prosecution is to believe. T-Rex, I think you broke the case.
Well, that's
the last two from Zach. A bald object that is stupid or tends to remain stupid, Newton's lesser known 13th postulate. Correct. And the first rule of cop math is don't talk about cop math.
Oh, Jesus.
The GLP drugs can.
That's
not about this. All fast food. What? Did I burn your buns? What? How? You're really confused? Don't be confused. First rule of the Karen Reed trial: stop thinking about it.
You have to just believe everything the state says. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Yes.
No, we don't know if 1163 is deleted or they just didn't take it out. We just know that they claim 1162 is when she hits him. And then you have 1164 is when he tests it. And we know there should be at least 5 strokes. And he says there's 2 between those, which there should be. But you have 2 at his mom, at her mom and dad's house, going on the truck bed, and then you have 1 going into the Sally Port. That's those 2. But then you have to account for her going home, her going out to look for him. If she parks the car at Jen McCabe's house, there should be another key cycle, and then her driving to her parents. There's at least 3 key cycles missing. But remember, this is the Canton Triangle. Whatever you think isn't real.
Where's Robert Stack when we need him? Unsolved Mysteries, Canton edition.
Can we get the Scholar and Mulder on this one?
I think that's how we're going to have to solve that.
Oh, my God. This makes my head hurt, y'all. It makes my head hurt.
I guess I always assumed experts were going to make things clearer. They do all the smart brainy bits and then clarify things.
There's been a lot of evidence deleted from this case. No. It's just because the Cellbrite shows it wrong. And now the Cellbrite buffin is going to come in and tell you Cellbrite doesn't work. And then Rubia tomorrow will file approximately 500 appeals because Cellbrite is the gold standard of evidence collection of any electronic media. So when he testified, the expert working for Cellbrite, that you can't believe what Cellbrite says, all the defense lawyers in America and probably Western Europe, because we use it in Denmark as well, will say, oh my, that's interesting. Let's just do some appeals. Because, does all trials have this many sidebars? It depends. You can have some very combative lawyers. You can have some very contested evidence, and you can have some judges who allow speaking objections, so you don't have to go to sidebar. You can have a Borowski who just said, "Enough of this, move faster."
He was awesome.
He was the best judge. Imagine him on this one. He would have physically beaten Lally.
Oh yeah, he would have started throwing shit for sure.
He'd be like, "How many years have you been out of law school? Can you ask a non-leading question?"
My God.
My office now.
It would have been beautiful. Yep.
I loved it. Do you know your legal aid just became a witness in this case? She's out of this courtroom, but out now. I love that guy. This dude reminded me of the first question my high school physics teachers asked. Would you spend more gas driving at 65 miles per hour steady speed for 30 minutes or by driving at a bottleneck for 30 minutes? What's a bottleneck?
I didn't understand that either.
No.
Apparently. I would like to get a hold of this expert trooper's phone and see his YouTube logs for the last weekend. That's
I
what
would
I'd
like to
Hey,
have a side-by-side when we get the real physics-ologist there. And when Jackson says, so it's impossible to calculate effort on a side swipe, right? Physics doesn't know how to do that. And they're going to say,
yeah, that's pretty
easy.
We
have never calculated this.
This is at 100% angle, and then you just decrease the impact by angle. The problem is, when they decrease the impact force, they're going to have a really big problem with their 30 feet off the impact zone. Because at full impact, this should be roughly between 7 and 9 feet. He should have gone backwards. You're trying to figure out why she would back up on that street. What was she thinking? Oh, let me back up at 20 miles. Tim Swoop, I think you have a problem. You're trying to make reason out of what the state is telling you.
Don't do
First rule of Karen Reed Club. We don't think about Karen Reed Club. Well, that's one of the worst trials in history.
That one's super ridiculous too.
But now he also said John O'Keefe was hit on the back, made a pirouette, a double Rittberger, and didn't fly 30 feet but walked away. Or tumbled, and he on cross was asked, "Do you have any evidence he tumbled?" No. Yeah. While clinching his phone at best, yes.
Why didn't you do that extra stuff? Like you said, you were going to have your pocket calculator. What prevented you from doing that stuff, that mathy stuff?
I know, I love that. And stuff.
Vince, it depends on where they are collecting the data. But no, a spinning tire, if it has contact with the ground, should move the speedometer, even if you're just burning rubber.
Yeah.
Because it's measured on the axle.
Absolutely. Because I've done that multiple times getting stuck in snow.
You don't even have to get stuck. Your tires just... Bzz.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, in the snow. And then think about if you hit a spot where you just like stop for a second there because you're stuck a little bit. It's just I've done that, and it'll like rev up heavily.
He never quantitated how many pedestrian crashes he's investigated where you have a very slight, so 0.5 mile reduction, a slight deviation in the steering wheel. I mean, he never quantified how that's indicative of, you know, all of the pedestrian crashes that he's seen. He could say, well, I've seen many pedestrian cases. I mean, he basically did a plug and chug with no numbers that he investigated himself. Like, you're a detective. We don't trust, we trust facts. Why wasn't any of this GPSed?
Can we take a second and figure out exactly what these scratches are? Because they've been blunt force abrasions, they've been lacerations, they've been furrows, they've been
glass cuttings.
All from the state, by the way. The state has presented it as all of these different versions of injuries, and I can't make sense of any of them. It doesn't make sense to me how those injuries got there in any of the possibilities that they've listed. No broken bones at all. Not a single broken bone or fracture.
Well,
except for the back of the skull.
there are we haven't seen the full ME report yet. There's 100 pages. We have only seen the conclusions. But there are people saying that it mentions what's commonly known as boxer fractures in his right hand, which would be when it hit the tail light. That's what he's setting up that right hand up for.
That's not what a boxer fracture is.
No, because that will stem from busting your knuckles, and then your hand will break.
So a boxer's fracture, y'all, are these bones in the top of your hand right here. When you punch something really hard, those bones aren't made to handle that much pressure. So they'll snap and go like this, right? You wouldn't get that same fracture from a blunt force impact to the back of your hand. They would cave in like this or like that, I guess is a better example. A boxer's fracture, there's only one way you get a boxer's fracture. That's it. The only way you get it is from making contact with a fist.
Valhalla, have you ever tried to stop yourself from falling doing one of these things with a sippy cup in your hand, though?
Punching the ground is still the same as punching a face. It's the same impact.
Well, there you go, making sense, Valhalla.
Yeah, I try, Mo. I try.
Can I just
crazy.
Just to make sure we are all up to date what really happens in court.
Jackson asked this witness a question about John's injuries, which the witness indicates he feels were caused when accused murderer Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her car, breaking her taillight and causing damage to her tailgate at 12:31 a.m. on January 1st, 2022. Stop. AJ, the hole is so deep.
Well, for Doink's 12:31 time frame, they better hope that
Okay, folks, this is such a powerful image. Huge kudos to the court TV pool camera person for catching it. Accused murderer Karen Reed looks at her lawyer, Alan Jackson, mid-cross. She's meek and cries out for help with her eyes. John O'Keefe's brother Paul is all business.
How are you seeing the same trial that we are doing?
Well, he does smoke a lot of weed.
I was about to say, how much purple sticky was involved in these mental calculations? Because I'm going with Snoop Dogg levels of...
Unless he's grinding up mushrooms in his weed, I don't see how he's seeing the things that he's seeing.
I heard the PCP is making a comeback.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
All the 90s and early aughts are coming back.
The only thing
are we going to get Junko jeans back, though, too? Because
Junko jeans? I hope so.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I'm just saying if we're bringing stuff back.
Personal fractures don't have to be complete to be a boxer's. Sounds like it speaks from personal experience. About what? Boxer's fracture? Yeah, that might have been a thing or two.
Well, actually, I believe it's Kathy Daffer's theory that he kicked the tail light when she tried to hit him. No, he kicked the tail like
Chuck
busting
Norris
it. Then she got so angry that she ran him over. I think that's Kathy Daffy's theory.
Well, she's an absolute idiot.
He did a Walker Texas Ranger roundhouse on.
Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
The kitchen is just.
Exactly. Are we still validating Grant's voices? Doink is my spirit animal.
He really is. You know, you have to love all of God's dumber creatures.
There's like very rare instances that I wish the draft would come back, but that's one of them.
Oh my God, could we stick a GoPro on him for boot camp and beyond? Because I would watch the hell out of that.
Jesus.
Have you seen how Grant dresses? Jeans and wife beater is enough to impress Grant.
I saw him getting into a little kerfuffle on the courthouse steps with his sweatpants and string for a belt, whatever the hell that was about.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
that was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. He goes, do you have a rope holding your pants up, sir?
I don't know. He got a place in my heart when he was an asshole and then fell up the stairs.
Yeah.
As a fall up the stairs person, I feel seen now. I feel represented in media, and it was a proud day.
Hello, Tammy. Yeah, Angel does.
Yeah, he pointed his finger at somebody, said, "You're a weirdo," and then fell on his face. It couldn't have been the best thing ever.
That's just karma is what that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing I know about PCP is in the movie Friday, Smokey smoked some and ended up in a pigeon coop cooing.
I just remember it from Colors. That was a great movie.
Ended up
Well,
in Debo's
Jamie, you're
pigeon
too young
coop.
to know that movie. Colors is a great movie.
Look at John.
Thank you. Be seated. Close back.
All right, your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Ian Whiffen to the stand.
Ian Whiffen is gonna
Ian
ruin Stillbright's.
Oh, this is the guy that's going to prove to the world that Cellbright
And
isn't
Mr. Lally,
capable of a trial,
you
right?
tell me when I need to give that instruction.
Yes.
Okay.
You step right up. Step for me. May stand and face the clerk.
Just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And if it's at all helpful, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can put it in any direction you wish. Just try to keep your voice up.
That's a really bad combination of clothes. A jacket that's too big, a white tie with a gray. It doesn't even look like a shirt. It looks like a polo.
He
Mo,
doesn't
I
even
need to-
have
I need to
IT
input on this
goatee
one.
fully in. How are we
That
even
is
going
a-
to trust this man?
Yeah, that is a weird combination.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Now, sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. So IANWHIFFIN.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently the coding product manager at Cellbright.
And what is Cellbright?
Cellbright is one of the world leaders in mobile forensics software.
And when you say forensic software, can you explain to the jury a little bit about sort of what is forensic software and how is it used, specifically your Cellbright?
Yes, so forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices.
cell phones primarily, to extract that data and to allow examiners to parse and decode that data to make sense of it in a more user-friendly way so that a report can be created for investigators.
This is probably some kind of British accent, maybe even Irish, where he tries to make it so you don't hear it.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a few questions going back to some of your educational and prior work experience with starting sort of with your undergraduate work. What, if any, where did you go to school, and what, if any, degree did you receive?
Okay, I didn't get a degree. I'm originally from the UK, where I did qualifications in computing, a higher national certificate in computing, and then joined the police in 2004.
And what department was that, sir?
That was response work. So South Yorkshire Police as a response officer.
And where did you go from there?
In 2009, I immigrated to Canada, where I was able to continue policing with the Calgary Police Service, where I spent approximately 4 or 5 years, again, working patrol before moving to the digital forensics team of Calgary Police.
And with respect to moving to that digital forensics team, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to that area?
So once I had made it into the digital forensics, I was sent to Ottawa for 3 weeks to do a foundational computer forensics course, covering all manner of digital forensics to begin with. Throughout my 8 years with Calgary Police, I did constant courses each year to keep information updated, including a 2-week course, again, at the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, specifically about cell phone forensics. And then also during that time, additional courses for extracting data for interpreting internet artifacts or any other kind of information found on a phone or computer.
And following that, where did you go from there?
In 2020, I left Calgary Police Service and began working at Cellbrite as the senior digital intelligence expert, where I would use my knowledge of the forensic community to assist the developers with creating and maintaining a program that examiners would want to use. And finally, about 2 years ago, I moved to the decoding product manager position.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what it is, what your role is, and what is it that you do for Cellbrite?
Yep, so right now in the position that I'm in, again, I use my knowledge of the digital forensics landscape in the community. I talk with users about their daily challenges, what applications are causing them problems, what they need to get access to, what they need to understand. And I take that information, create a priority list, and then determine with our developers what we will tackle, how we will tackle it, and how it will appear to the end user.
So he is not an expert in digital forensic. He is just a guy who talks to the users and translates it so all the eggheads understand what the users are needing.
But wait. You remember Lally said this guy developed this program.
Yeah. No, he didn't.
It sounds like he just works there and is a manager.
He's just customer service.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. He's not the developer. He's not the guy that says, look, we take 75 micro bits into a micro dot to aqua dots. I mean, he's just the guy that's like, look, I was told by our engineers, if you go to, menu C and then restart the box, it should work.
He is the suggestion box.
Lally said he developed it.
Yeah.
That isn't. I remember that very clearly.
Oh my God!
He kind of developed it
too?
by yelling at the eggheads what they should put in there.
I was wondering if anybody was catching on to. That's what I wanted you guys to hear because I was like, it sounds like his qualifications where he just worked for the police, did some tech stuff, and then now he's like working for the company and is managing some stuff. Like, it had nothing to. Oh, okay.
He's the guy who calls when the Indians don't want to call you and say, you have a problem with your Windows.
Oh my God. This is crazy.
Now, with regard to your education in this area, what, if any, certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Cellbrite coursework since joining Cellbrite. But other than the the 3-week course in Ottawa, and then again the 2-week course in Ottawa. I don't have the SANS training or any of that kind of training certifications.
Oh my God.
And in addition to your work with Cellbrite, what if any other areas of the field have you worked in?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Sure. Have you given any presentations? Have you published any work in relation to this area?
Yes. So since working as an examiner, I identified that there were times that I needed to pass artifacts from applications that the main vendors didn't support. In response to that, I would do my own research. That research turned into a selection of digital forensics tools, and I created a website for myself to share that research, to share those tools with the community. And directly related to that, I have published articles related to accessing data on phones, related to SQL databases, related to various other artifacts, primarily locations.
Over the course of your work, have you had occasion to testify in other courts in relation to this specific field?
Yes, related to digital forensics, I've testified approximately 20 times, mainly in Canada, but also once in Michigan, once in Australia, once in the UK.
Canada,
now,
we require.
As far as questions that come into your company with relation to interpretation of data, other sort of general forensic questions, what parts of the world do these questions come in from, and how widely used is your product?
So the product is used globally. There are a select number of countries that we don't export to, but generally, if a police service is interested in digital forensics, then they're using at least some of our tools. We operate an email address which is open to any user called Stumpers. And the idea is that users, if they come across a artifact that they can't explain, they can email to myself and some of my colleagues.
Oh my God. What is this?
I'm confused. Is he a Cellbrite expert, or is he a guy who used to work with Cellbrite and then make an offshoot company that helps law enforcement interpret what Cellbrite says?
He's intelligence. He's like MI6 or something.
That's kind of what I'm getting, like what I'm getting from it.
100%. When he caught, that's why he had to rephrase that question, because he doesn't want to say that on the stand.
But it sounds like a lot of customer service is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
I'm sounding.
The way intelligence works is, in a nutshell, it's just a giant network, right? That's why, like, when you get into intelligence, you can't get out of it. You're in intelligence your whole life. That's why he's global. That's why he doesn't go to specific countries, because they're bad guy countries. He didn't say that, but that's what it is.
Mm.
This dude is 100% a global intelligence agent.
I'm feeling not so safe anymore.
No.
Yeah, but again, he is there to tell us how Cellbrite. He was touted as a Cellbrite expert. He's a guy who invented Cellbrite. Now we know he's the suggestion box with a paycheck at Cellbrite, and writes a blog about how to interpret Cellbrite, and he has an email they can contact.
He's a blogger.
He's intelligent.
Yeah.
Does Lolly understand the meaning of expert?
Yeah, and obviously the defense isn't going to object to him if they're clearly like, yeah, okay, sure, guy, get up there.
But he's going to make a demonstration of how Cellbrite works, but he's not accredited by Cellbrite, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
if I had to guess, a couple
he
weeks,
just took some classes. Like
the couple weeks that he was in Ottawa, I'm willing to bet every dime in my bank account that it was during the trucker rally.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes, I'm qualified to study large women in spandex. Oh, Cellbrite. I thought you said cellulite. Thank you, sir.
And we can research the artifacts, and we can try and give them an answer as to say why the artifact's there and how it should be interpreted.
You determined there as far as an artifact. If you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah, so I would refer to an artifact.
Because he wouldn't swear, he's probably an atheist, so he confirms that he's saying it. He's not swearing.
The fact is essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit. It could be a text message. It could be a photograph. Any piece of information.
Now, sir, turning your attention to September of 2023, at some point in that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the State Police in regards to this case?
Eventually, yes. Initially, I was contacted by a member of Cellbrite. And
if you know why was that initial, as far as the initial contact, initial request from Cellbrite, can you speak about that?
My understanding was there was an artifact found on a device, and people were looking for an explanation as to how this particular timestamp was relevant to the case.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you, what were you provided and what were you asked to look at?
So the original question is just basically how can we explain this 227 timestamp? I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found so that I could investigate it. I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network, so the full extraction of the device in question was already in Cellbrite's possession, and I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, sort of what this issue was?
Yeah, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC-5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
And so essentially you were asked to explain the timestamp and how it came to be, correct?
Correct.
And as far as this particular issue, has this arisen in other instances? Have you been asked the same question or similar questions in regard to this type of artifact?
Yeah, several weeks later, so probably around December time last year, I was contacted by a police investigator in Austria with a very similar question, but related to obviously a different internet search. And about a week later, the defense expert in the same case also contacted me asking the same question. The defense expert in that case was able to provide the database, and I was able to provide the answer.
So it never happened before this case.
As far as the
yeah, and it happened after again. And again, we are now bringing on a very high-paid expert, probably, to testify Jen McCabe didn't do it. Not that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe.
Full extraction, is that the entirety of what you looked at?
I'm pretty sure I wore that exact same suit to junior prom.
In this instance, or what, if anything else, were you provided with in regard to your review and your analysis in this case?
So I did work with the full extraction, but my interest was focused on just the web history artifacts.
And what, if anything, did you find with regard to the web history artifact?
So the 22740 timestamp was correct insofar as that is the time that is shown within the database. It was indeed a deleted record, but the interesting thing was why the timestamp said 22740.
Jessica Hyde said it wasn't deleted. It was Cellbrite who wrote it wrong.
And I did some testing on this and discovered the reason why 22740 was actually listed in the database, even though that's not the time, in my opinion, that the search was conducted.
And what is your opinion as to when the search was conducted?
There's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27 and 40 seconds. And there's plenty of evidence later on in the day that shows that that particular search was conducted at 6:23, I believe 51 seconds, and then a similar search at 6:24 and 18 seconds, I believe.
And before we get to that, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I love when his witnesses goes against his own witnesses.
Right.
Wait, I'm sorry,
Thank you. Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the internet history, the history.db database table showing activity from the morning of the 29th of January 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll please introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay. It says 14.
Well, I didn't make it as
Yes.
If I may,
two ends with you.
information to be published.
Yes.
I may approach this retrieve.
Yes.
No, it's my fault.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Whitman, do you recognize what's up on screen now as the exhibit you have before you?
I do, yes.
And Ms. Whitman, there should be a laser pointer on the desk next to you. What I'm asking you to do is, if you could, using that laser pointer, explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what, if anything, you're significant to observe within this exhibit.
Okay, of course. So this was a table I created based on the data from the phone. The first column shows the local time of a record that was written to the history database. This is a database which is tracking all web pages which are loaded as you use them. The second column starts with the URL, so the Uniform Resource Locator, so what you would type in or how the browser knows which website you want to visit. The title is part of the website which is loaded. One of the top attributes of the website will load the title.
I know it has nothing to do with anything, but why the hell are you going? They were at the game. Why are you searching? I can understand the standings, but comprehensive coverage of the Hogmark standing, Friday's schedule and scoreboard, hogmartsport.com, comprehensive coverage. Why do you keep searching the same things?
Visit count relates to an internal counter within Safari, which just tracks how many times a particular website's visited in order to make suggestions to you down the road. And then finally, the last column shows the source of this information. So history.db is the name of the database, history_visits is the name of the table, and then the number is the unique identifier, which is assigned to that particular record in consecutive order. So every time you add a new record, that number will increase by 1.
And Mr. Whitman, probably a couple of foundational questions I should have asked you first. My apologies. With respect to the cell phone tracking that you were provided, that was from a individual named Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And fair to say you don't know Jennifer McCabe, never met her, don't know anything about her?
Correct.
And as far as a extraction is concerned, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that is. What is an extraction?
An extraction in this case, all of the files and folders had been extracted from the device, saved on a computer in a zip file container. So essentially in a way that is as close to the original from the device as possible.
And again, what is your title specifically with Cellbrite?
It's Decoding Product Manager at the moment.
And so what, if any, relation to...
Decoding Product Manager. So he's not a decoding expert. He is the guy who yells at the eggheads when they get too autistic. That's his real job, is just to yell at the eggheads, because they are properly high-functioning autists who work with this, as in most IT things like this. So his job is to keep them in line. So he's a decoding product manager, and it sounds good, but it has absolutely no meaning. I believe your glowy theory.
Yeah, he's a handler. That's exactly what he is.
Yeah, and he's going
but
around.
James Bond should have a better suit.
Well, he's working because Cellbrite is from a Middle Eastern country on the left side of the Middle East. So I smell glowy.
For sure.
What you do have with relation to an extraction and how that's, what's sort of the relationship between what you do and a Cellbrite extraction?
So once the extraction's been extracted and we have the zip file, then Physical Analyzer is the tool that Cellbrite creates to allow examiners to look at that extracted data in a meaningful way. And my role is somewhat shaping how examiners will see that data when they open up Physical Analyzer and look at the extracted data.
And how does your role play into that? What is it that you do that what, if any, relationship does what you do have to do with how examiners will view something from Cellbrite's tool?
And welcome to all the legal vices raiders. Welcome to this customer service expert who will tell you all about how to do technical work he has no knowledge about, no training in. and probably not that much skill in. But it's going to be interesting. Today was really, 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 really bad on cross-examination. This guy he's James Bond in a bad suit.
Again, so after being an examiner for 10 or 11 years, I've got that kind of understanding of how examiners work. Being someone who also writes my own software and does my own research, then I can kind of cross that void that usually exists between developers and examiners and help both parties try to come to a meaningful conclusion.
Ms. Gilman, if you could shrink that just a little. Or zoom out a little. Now, again, there's the width, and if you could, using that later pointer, direct jurors' attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed depicted in this particular case.
Yeah, so the lower two records, which are highlighted in green, are two records which occurred at 2:27 and 42 seconds local time. So 2 seconds after the Google search had allegedly been made. And then the second record is 5 seconds after that at 2:27, 47 seconds. Both those URLs relate to a website of hokamocksports.com.
Okay. If you could explain to the jury, what is a contiguous identifier?
So again, every SQLite database will assign a unique contiguous identifier number. So again, the very first record created will be given a record ID of 1, the second record will be 2, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are never reused. So
these times go all the way to 10:30 in the morning, and there's not one history related to the Haslong to Diane Cold.
No, because all of these are the same. This is 2:27, and then everything jumps to 10:33. There's missing.
Right.
Yeah.
All of the relevant searches aren't even included in this list whatsoever.
And didn't she delete phone calls and other things?
Crap
So why
ton.
are we dying?
Also, at 10:30, why would you go back and start looking at the sports thing again at 10:30? You're balls deep in a dead guy on your front lawn.
No. At this time, she's at home being interviewed by a trooper you didn't know, but you knew really well. And again, it just welcome to the case where you don't think about it, because then it makes sense. No, and again, she was at the game as far as I remember.
This doesn't seem like a genuine print off of the Cellbrite thing. Like this doesn't make sense to me. None of this makes sense to me.
No, because you're missing the part. I don't know what. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but also remember, she only deleted 10 out of 13 phone calls or entries she made on her phone from 12:30 till, I believe, 10 in the morning. No, 6:30 till 10:30. She only deleted 10 out of 13 phone calls.
That's all.
As you would when you don't have anything to hide.
You know, the first thing I'm going to do if a dead body ever shows up on my front lawn is immediately go start deleting phone records in my cell phone. That's the very first thing I'm going to do.
Yeah, and remember to chuck my phone away so they can't figure out how you killed me.
Exactly.
And I'm going to make sure that this trooper is the guy that's assigned to my case for the car investigation.
I'm not saying I'm going to unalive anyone, but if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it in Massachusetts.
Delete record 3. That record number will never be reused, and I can see that there's a gap in deleted data in that database.
Now, you use another term in there as far as the SQLite database. If you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your trainings.
Yeah, a SQLite database, essentially, it's a series of tables. It's a way for data to be stored, again, in a meaningful, organized fashion that can be queried, can be examined, can be filtered, searched, etc. It can be useful for anybody who wants to get data from an organized file.
Now, with reference to the searches that you observed within this particular web history, what, if any, relationship to the contiguous identifiers, sort of the range? What, if anything, does that tell you?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
What, if any, observations did you make as far as those contiguous identifiers in the range they had in relation to the web history that you observed.
Okay, so within the history.db file, there were no missing numbers from the beginning of January, essentially, until early February. That told me as an examiner that no records had been deleted during that time.
Approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
His suit jacket is too big. He's not wearing a shirt. He's wearing a polo.
Thank you.
Valhalla, get a better fashion.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This is the browser state record, which identified a search at 2:27:40 a.m.
Approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Almost. We have no objection.
Okay. Thank you.
Now return to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Position may be published in the reserve.
Yes.
Counselor, directing your attention to the screen, is that what you have before you as an exhibit?
It is, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit, whether any information you're able to sort of glean as a forensic examiner with relation.
Okay. This is going to be very interesting for Selbright, because either this says she deleted it, or it doesn't say that.
Well, it says deleted, yes.
Yeah, but if it doesn't say that, because that search was never made at that time, then Rubia is going to file a lot of appeals tomorrow based on all the evidence collected via Selbright you can't trust.
Baker, this guy is the guy that tells the developers not to use maybe confusing words for operators. So if this is all technical magic and deleted doesn't mean what deleted means in common parlance, would you, as the guy who's the bridge between the operators and the developers, maybe change that wording and put a memo out about it?
Maybe. I don't. But what, if any, reasons should I have to do that?
Well, it is not
Remember
your job,
to like Valhalla stream, for it's his birthday.
Thank you, Toy. You're the best.
So this is a searched item exhibit. It's technically a derivative of a different exhibit that we find on the device. So we found what we consider a web history record. So a web history record would just mean we have a URL that was visited and potentially a timestamp and a title. Searched items looks at all of the web history items that we found and tries to identify were these actually searches that were conducted. So, for example, if you were to do a search on Google, you'd see that the website that you're taken to is google.com query, and then it contains the query string that you've typed in. We extract that information, we extract that query, and provide it to the user as a searched item. In this case, I can see that it came from the browser state.db WAL file. The search query itself was host long to dying cold, and it shows as a deleted record.
Now, with respect, I think you used a couple of different terms within that as far as a knowledge C database. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
I don't recall saying knowledge C, but I can explain what knowledge C is in this case. Yes, the knowledge C database is at the heart of iOS. It stores lots of information about the activity on the device at any given time. Things like when the backlight's turned on, when the device is unlocked, what application is in focus at the time and how long it's in focus for. And important to this case, which website's on screen at any given time as well.
When you say when a website is in focus, can you expound upon that as far as what exactly do you mean by when you say in focus?
So in terms of iOS itself, when it's in focus, it would be the primary item that's visible on screen. So with iOS, you can have applications in the background that you aren't using, but the one that you are currently using is considered in focus, taking up the entire screen.
I believe you had used the term as far as the browser state DB, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it relates to this?
Browser state DB is just the name of the database, the name that Apple gave it. It's gone through some changes over the last few years. For example, in iOS 14, it did store the state of the tabs that were open within a browser. In iOS 15, there was a significant change, and the only time that records were written to the database is when the tab was closed. So a significant difference in that it doesn't show you what's currently open, it only shows you what's previously been closed.
So if you want to hide something, just never close the tab.
What, if anything, did you observe?
Yeah, if you want to hide all your bad searches, don't close your tab, and it's never registered.
It'll never be recorded by Selbright, apparently.
That seems kind of like that's not how techniques work.
It feels like he's full of shit, is what it feels like.
And at the same time, if you go and look at a search, that would be timestamped because you will do a search at some point. So what he's saying now, if I just keep this tab I have with YouTube open, I don't close it, I just in the search bar writes all the bad stuff I want to search on the dark web. And then go back to YouTube, it'll only show that I was on YouTube.
Apparently.
I'm
feel like this isn't right, but I don't have the technical skills.
Well, I don't. Where can we? Where's definitely not a Russian bot. He can probably dumb it down for me.
I think he's still recovering from Friday.
Apparently not now. It's only if you close the tab. It has nothing to do with your search history. It's logging the browser usage. The content is in said browser isn't relevant. It also logs when the phone shuts down, etc. I think the Cellbrite extracts this data from the device. Nothing is actually deleted from memory until it's replaced or overwritten. That is why it shows it's deleted. I'm not smart enough.
As far as this record in relation to the history DB related to the search?
This record is not mentioned at all within the history.db database.
And what, if any, missing records from this time frame did you observe either?
There were no missing records in the history.db database. Within this time frame, within the browser state database, there were 3 deleted records.
When you say deleted records, as far as your Cellbrite's tool is concerned, what exactly does deleted mean?
These are records that have been deleted, not necessarily by the user, potentially by the system, but they are considered deleted records that we're able to recover.
What are some of the ways that something might be deleted by the system, and which are you talking about the phone or are you talking about your tool?
The phone, right? Our tool is designed as a forensic tool. It's not going to edit, delete, or affect the data in any way. Just present what is in the extraction. But there are multiple times on an iOS device or an Android device where cleanup essentially happens, and we start to lose data after a certain amount of time.
Didn't they take the phone
with respect?
Sorry?
Didn't they take Karen Reed's phone that day?
It's not Karen Reed's phone, it's Jennifer McCabe's.
Oh, fair. My bad. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me just ask this for a moment. With respect to Cellbrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic extraction?
Yes, so Cellbrite Physical Analyzer has been available for approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between the general terms, between, say, an old version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they've now introduced. There can be research that's been done, so we now learn new things. And we add support over time. So something can be supported in this new version of Physical Analyzer that may not have been supported or even existed in a previous version.
Now, with respect to your work in this field, what, if any, tools have you designed or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years, since being an examiner myself and struggling to pass any particular application I needed. So I started to write my own tools, and that's the one that is one that I still maintain on the side in my own time, partly for my own knowledge, but partly because I think it still introduces some fantastic features which aren't available in any other tool for research purposes. So yeah, I continue to write this tool to this day.
Research purposes? Who's using the research?
Artex. A-R-T-E-X.
Now, with regard to the situation depicted in the exhibit up on the screen, what are some of the reasons why this may occur, or why this may read as it does?
Sorry, is it deleted?
Yes.
Or, the record itself has been deleted. As I said, the reason why it's deleted, through my testing, I've only found 2 ways that that kind of record can be deleted by the user. And I don't believe either of those ways was actually utilized on this device.
And what are those 2 ways?
The user has the option to selectively delete history items. So you can delete either one at a time, or the entire day's content, or the last 2 days' content, or you can delete all content altogether. If all content had been deleted, we wouldn't have found any information on this phone at all related to web history, so I was able to discount that one quite quickly.
And I guess
if she had deleted her web history, Cellbrite couldn't have figured it out. So if you're a criminal and want to search how to break a safe, you can just delete it and Cellbrite can't catch it. I'm pretty sure that's not how Cellbrite works.
I'm pretty sure we've watched lots of trials where Cellbrite indicates that it works the exact opposite way.
I'm pretty sure that's a lot of cases pending right now where they are relying on Cellbrite showing that.
Yeah, this exact same area of the world is about to try Michael Walsh for all of his searches that Cellbrite found.
His tool he created is not published or peer-reviewed, so he shouldn't be able to use it. Objection.
You can't publish it because it's an intelligence tool, you guys. It's
yeah. I'm not saying I need sunglasses, but this guy's glowing.
He's definitely bright.
To what you just said, why is it that you don't believe that either of those two methods of user deletion occurred in this context?
Objection be reported, please.
I'm sorry?
I said objection be reported.
Okay.
No, you can tell something was deleted, just not what. The primary keys always increment, so you'll have a gap of IDs.
I guess, why are we spending two experts? You know, just because you take Jen McCabe's things off, it doesn't weaken the defense's case as far as something is hinky here. Okay, so why are we spending another expert denying the McCabe thing?
She said he couldn't have deleted everything because he found other undeleted stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Here's a question. How many people have they put on the stand to say Jen is innocent and how many against Karen? Well, the problem is third-party culprit defense is what they're trying to take away by saying Jen wasn't a part of it. That's why. But again, Jen isn't the main culprit in the third-party culprit defense. It's Higgins, Bri, and Colin Albert they are pointing their fingers at.
And Proctor. Galley's so far over his head in this, he has no idea what he's talking about.
Can I have one moment, John?
Sure.
You just had a moment.
So we're moving on from that for a moment. May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Oh, so he got slammed on that one.
Because they're about to ask him about who uses this and stuff. He's getting too far into the weeds, and they're about to expose the fact that it's a glowy situation, and the feds pretty much at this data.
I'm pretty sure that's not why Yanidia.
Thank you.
But that document I've just handed you, Mr. Whitman.
The funny thing will be if the feds did a different extraction than the one he was presented with. That could be lovely.
That would be a humdinger.
Sebastian, yeah, that's the problem. The more you try to defend Jen, the more people would be thinking, why are they so hard on defending her instead of proving Karen did it?
Recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that to?
It's a document that highlights both the search terms that were found in mobilesafari.plist and the method of searching.
I brought to get it on.
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce as an exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
No, they're just cops, all of them.
Thank you.
May I return to the witness? Yes. Of course, Mr. May publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Whitman, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
You did use a term in there, I believe, called a P list. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it relates to what you're about to talk about?
Yes, so a P list or a property list is Apple's way of storing serialized data. That essentially means a list of data with names and values.
And sir, if you could, again, using that later point, direct the jury's attention to explain sort of what we're looking at and what anything of significance to observe in this particular slide or table.
Yes, so again, this is a table I created from the data within the mobile Safari.p list. The term shown down the left is what the user would have typed in to the search bar. Sorry, I keep blinding somebody.
Why is she searching BPD and John O'Keefe?
It's like the next day.
Yeah, this is so she's looking up if anything was in the media.
Yeah, she's checking to see what the investigation says so far.
Oh.
The search bar in the bottom of the Safari browser window. The UTC time is the time which is actually recorded within the P list. It's recorded as a string, so just text as it's presented on the screen there. And then I converted that and subtracted 5 hours to bring it into local time around Canton.
Now, aside from this, just for a moment, with regard to, you're familiar with what's termed as a private browsing mode?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to this?
Yeah, so private browsing mode is a setting that you can set on iOS devices or primarily most devices that prevents any of your browsing activity being recorded. So that it won't save the searches, it won't save the navigations, it protects everything so that it can't be found later on.
And what, if any, relation did that have to what your analysis of the extraction in this?
If these searches had been conducted while in private browsing mode, these searches would not exist within this file.
So is it your opinion that they were not conducted in any kind of private browsing mode?
Correct.
Now, you also familiar with the term as far as failure to load?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury and how that applies to this?
Yeah, so obviously whenever you try to visit a web page, there's a stream of information coming from the web to the device, which then renders onto the screen. At the completion of the load event, there's a function effectively which runs, and that records the visit to the history database. If for some reason the page doesn't load and it shows up with an unable to load message, so for example you don't have an internet connection at all, that unable to load will be recorded. If however the device stalls and it just sits kind of waiting to load, nothing gets written to the history database. And if you were to close the browsing window prior to the page completing its load event, nothing will be written to history.
Or would that be written to somewhere else within the phone as far as any other storage areas?
Technically, the only place I found would be the browser state.
Now, with regard to the P-list files, does this file save all sort of history items or no?
Primarily, it's used to save preferences. So you'd have a lot of information in there if it's using light mode or dark mode, or when you want tabs to auto clear, that kind of information. But it also records several days' history of searches. The actual number of days searches, I actually don't know.
And what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to the search bar that's located on the bottom of this table?
In order for the search item to be saved to the mobile Safari P list, you need to actually type into this particular search bar. If you were to just visit google.com and start typing into the Google search bar, it will not be recorded within the mobile Safari.p list.
And so what, if anything, were you able to determine about those two searches with regards to what you observed?
So these particular two searches were conducted at 6:23:51 and 6:24:18 respectively. They were searched using the search bar that's built into Safari. The fact that they didn't exist within HistoryDB and that there were no deleted records from history.db leads me to believe that they never successfully loaded.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So does that mean she typed it in and then backed out of it real quick because she realized what she was doing?
Or she searched things in incognito mode. I guess, criminals will probably be real happy to know you just put it on incognito. Cellbrite can't tell a thing.
Yeah.
Because that new document that I just handed you, do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the additional, the items from the history.db, I believe.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll proceed to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. Okay.
Okay. Would you bring it?
I don't know what's been said. Totally another Russian bot will make a PowerPoint presentation of this when we're done.
Yeah, this is over my head too. Yeah.
This is I need someone to break it down in stupid.
Yeah.
Yes. Possibly using steak and restaurant analogies, though.
Yeah, if we can get that one back, when you get a raw steak and you send it to the heating station, and then the accoutrements and
You are unmuted.
Sure. May I return to the witness?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whitman, if you could just repeat exactly what that is in the next exhibit.
Yeah, so it's a comparison between the search terms found in the P list, so the mobile Safari P list, and the search terms found within the history.db database.
So the items contained within this table are items that were contained within the extraction that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, the court's permission, if I could display that for the jury.
Yes. Yes.
hocus pocus and stuff.
Mr. Whitman, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just to describe to the jury what we're looking at in this table and what, if anything, is between sort of the two sources of information.
Okay, so the first list, the P list term, shows the term within the mobile Safari.P list, excluding the two that we've already mentioned, which are of note. And the first timestamp column shows the timestamp according to that.
She Googled her own name. Jesus, now I know she's a tool.
P list. The history item shows the search term as recorded in the history database. And then we have the timestamp as per the history database. So the purpose of this document was to show that we have a search for raining men and a history item related to the Google search for raining men, and they show within a second of each other. Again, the next one down, Antoinette and basketball, and the associated Google search. And again, the timestamps are within a second. This list was non-exhaustive. There was hundreds of examples within the history.db, but limited examples within the mobile Safari P list. And as I mentioned, the two searches of interest, the how long to dine in the Kikti and how long to dine in the cold, didn't exist within the history.db at all.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, sir, if I could ask you just a little bit now about the browser StateDB. Again, can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it, if at all, it plays a role in your analysis?
Yep. So initially, pre and including iOS 14, the browser state database would show all tabs that you currently had opened. So as soon as I go into my browser and open a new tab, a record is created. It includes information such as the time that I opened the tab or the time I last viewed the tab, the current URL, which is being displayed within that tab. It shows information whether it's in private browsing mode or not. So in that kind of case, in iOS 14 and below, we're able to see current private browsing records and subsequently recover deleted ones. But in iOS 15, things changed. The record was no longer written as soon as the tab was opened. It was only opened when the tab was closed. Sorry, the record was only created when the tab was closed. That meant that our ability to recover that kind of history was significantly lower. It means that it no longer makes use of the private browsing field, because now private browsing records simply are never written to that database. So now we can only really see a list of all of the tabs that have been closed, not which are currently open.
He's trying to tell us
with review
that
with regard to the browser StateDB, is there something?
They're recording less data.
Yes.
I'm calling bullshit. Red flag. Challenge on the play. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. I need a cigarette.
Can we record
to as a last timestamp?
There is, yes. That's one of the fields within the database.
And can you explain specifically with relation to that field for what kind of information is kept there and what it means?
Yeah, so from my research based on this, that timestamp relates to the time that the tab took focus. So that's either when the user creates the brand new tab, when they switch between tabs and bring a tab back into focus, when they close a tab, which automatically brings one of the background tabs into focus, or if Safari has been completely closed and reopened, that essentially acts like almost a new tab, and the timestamp gets updated at that point.
Can you explain how an earlier timestamp could be associated from, say, tab is open, something is done, tab is closed, tab is reopened, something else is done, how that earlier timestamp could then be associated data-wise with the subsequent search?
I think
opening it.
I think I followed that. Okay. So if, for example, at 12 p.m., I create a new tab, I can do a search for whatever I want. And at that point, if I close the tab, then the record that gets created will show that I opened a tab at 12 p.m. and I did a search. Excuse me. However, if I open the same tab at 12 p.m., do a search, close it, like completely close down Safari and reopen Safari, that would also update the same timestamp to show that I'd opened it up again. What I meant to say at that point is that if I create a 12 o'clock tab, minimize Safari. I can leave it for several hours, for several days, for several weeks. The time difference is not really important. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the timestamp is not updated. So it will still show 12 p.m. today, and it will show whatever my most recent navigational event is. So I can search for something in 3 weeks' time using the same tab I opened today, and the timestamp will show today's time.
All right. I think this is a good place to take our break.
Yes.
Mr. Whitmore, I, of course, ask you to stay with us, okay, as the jury's file of the final.
All rise, the jury.
I now am sure.
Could I see counsel regarding timing, please?
Yes.
Timing. Oh. I'm joining late after having to do taxes despite her. I'm like, did I miss anything important? Yes, you have to go back and watch the poor carologist being absolutely raped on cross. And I missed that little part. I should have yelled at it when they said I was asked not to do a reenactment. Why wouldn't you have a reenactment by a reenactment expert writing a report about how the incident happened? That's one of those small things that make you go, huh? Why? Why wouldn't you have a reenactment?
I wish the jury could ask questions. And he wasn't raped. He was just blinded by science.
He did math at one time at that course. He did 3 courses at 40 hours. He has a calculus at home.
Baker, not many people passed. He's the one that did. What the hell, Massachusetts?
I'm pretty sure the rest of the people who then was offered up for that course have problem breathing. They pass out when they walk because they can't do 2 things at once. That's pretty clear to me. Well, again, if Jen McCabe did that search and they can prove it, then it's a very high likelihood that there's something going on. So I can understand why they want to disprove it, but they have spent so much time trying to disprove she did anything.
All right, so recess until 1:40.
You are unmuted.
All right, what's the recess? Budget recess, 140.
140. Well, then we can do.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is another law and crime legal alert. Have you experienced severe gastroparesis?
You can go blow up. Well, very great morning. Very interesting morning. Math doesn't work, and you can't figure out how fast someone will move when acted upon with another force. That's totally impossible. Math don't work that way because it's at an angle. It's not a direct hit. I now know that. I thought that you could just try and angle it off the direct impact, but you can't do that. I stand corrected. But you can send a man flying 30 feet by hitting him on the shoulder, not leaving one mark or one strained ligament, with a glass busted in his hand and a phone that will end up the same place as him. He won't lose control of any of it, even though he's doing a triple axel somersault, flip, ollie, I don't know any more words, hitting his head on the curb, but still ending somewhere between 9 to 20, 30 feet away from where he hit the curb. And even though I testified he was hit center mass, I now testify he was hit on the arm. Because that's how math works, and that's how testimony works. And then we know that cell brides probably have a guy working who is a glowy, because that was the most glowy guy I ever saw. I just have to say that.
True. I'm going to have to rewatch The Crash Guy while listening to What Would Brian Boitano Do, and I think this would all make sense.
What would Brian
Brian
Boitano
Boitano do if he
here
was here today?
Michael Donahue says, if you believe that she made that search at 2:27, God bless you. God is with a capital G. How do you even have the intelligence to make it through the day? Well, I'm pretty sure I'm at least as intelligent as all the people who failed out of the crash reconstruction course that Paul did, and they're doing fine. They are police officers. I'm just an idiot with a YouTube channel. But bless you.
True.
And Ollie,
Regardless,
Tony Hawk style too. Yes.
regardless if she made those searches before or after, it still proves nothing against Karen Reed. There hasn't been any believable evidence, in my personal opinion, to implicate her in this crime.
Okay.
Well, she was mad a month before.
Yeah,
That is true.
I do know women carry their aggression for a while, but
She was just waiting for him to have a cocktail glass and be
Exactly.
behind her car.
she had to set up that side pocket shot that she was going for.
Yeah, how do people play billiards? Because you can't predict force of impact on an angle.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
I think you could get any pool hustler in there and said, yeah, I know exactly how to calculate the force of impact because I do that all the time when I hustle people for money at the pool hall.
Where is Braden Man? I think we need him for this one. There's 74 toothpicks and
Can we get Paul Newman on the stand? No, Tom Cruise. He was the pool hustler in one of the movies.
Oh, what the hell was that movie? It was a good one.
Jamie's too young to see that.
It was a good movie. Pool Hall? No.
Yeah.
Pool Hall Junkies?
Roadhouse 2, the poolinating.
No, that was a bad movie. And then to find out you scratched, yeah, well, they don't. Color of money, yeah. But again, all the crazinesses, and we'll take a 30-minute recess. You can stay, play the game, come over to my YouTube channel, play the game. Follow me on X. We will update you. Yeah, we'll we'll update on X when we go live. We'll update the Discord if you go live. If you're a member of the channel, I probably should update the Discord link. But thank you so much for up.
Yes.
What info to help? I'm local. You don't need any info to help. You have all the evidence that will be provided in this case, and none of it makes any sense if you put it together as a reasonable human being. But we will jump off, get some dinner, and then we will be right back. All y'all, enjoy
Bye, guys.
yourself, enjoy, and we'll see you in 10 minutes, roughly.
Later, y'all.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Start showing you another document. You
Thank
recognize
you.
that?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is the entire Google URL that was found on the browser state record. So broken down into each of its important sections.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take this here, submit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
Same objection as before, Your Honor.
Okay, there are a couple of different objections. I need to see it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that was big. I didn't get to finish
Did we
my
figure
dinner.
out if it's snowing yet?
Couldn't even finish the level because like an angry mother tearing a child away from arcade game. Boosh. I am that way sometimes. Jesus.
So this expert, and as a twice college dropout, I don't care that he doesn't have a degree, but I mean, shouldn't he have some more qualifications than I use this system for 8 years?
You are unmuted. That will be the next exhibit.
I think glowy is the best description of why, what if anything is happening right now.
Thank you.
Well, that makes more sense.
Yes.
Yes, Bert.
Yes.
I need to go take the 2 last bites of my food.
Now, Mr. Whitman, what's up on the screen now, is that what you have before you went to exhibit 618?
It is, yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what are we looking at in exhibit 618?
Okay, so the left side of the table is the entire URL that was recovered from the browser state record. What I've done is broken it down into each of its individual components and explained what each of those components means. So the very first row is google.com/search. That just tells the browser that we're going to the Google website and that we want to run a search. The second part, the Q equals, is telling the browser what the query term is. So the query term here is host long to dying cold. The little plus symbols in between is in place of a space because spaces can't be part of a URL. Next, we have the input encoding and the output encoding. Just explains what kind of characters to use and what language to use when you're accepting the search query and giving it back to the user. And finally, the important part is the and client equals Safari. This is something that just tells Google that this query is being done using the Safari client. Again, if I was to use Safari and just visit the Google webpage and type that in, or type a search in, that part of the string wouldn't be there. That's only there because I used the Safari search bar as part of the Safari application to do that search.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, sir, with reference to that, what, if any, relationship does that have to the information you were discussing just prior to it?
Again, that confirms that this search was conducted via the Safari search bar feature that's part of the Safari browser application, the same one that caused the records to be recorded in the plist.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Do another document. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the live records from the browserstate.db database.
May I approach on?
Yes.
I'm all to seek to introduce the smoke detector.
All right, thank you. It's my time.
May I return to the witness?
Thank you.
May published after the jury applaud, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Mr. Whitman, do you recognize what's up on the screen now is what you have before you as Exhibit 619?
I do, yes.
Now, turning back to the browser DB database for this particular device, with regard to the timestamp and the last view time, what, if anything, do you observe in reference to that depicted in this, and could you direct the jury's attention to it?
Yeah, so this timestamp is the last viewed time according to the database itself. It's already been offset so that it's in local time. This particular table, we can see there are records missing. Between records 4025 and 4031, we have, 4025 and 4031, we have 4026, 27, 28, 29, and 30 missing. And typically the timestamps that we do have here, some of them are separated by as little as a second or two.
Now, with reference to the how long to die in cold, that was record 4028, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so based on records missing from this portion of the phone as far as that database, what, if anything, did you endeavor to do with respect to ascertaining what?
So first of all, the task was to try to recover the deleted messages. The deleted history records from browser state. So first of all, I was reading the deleted pages, essentially, to find the records that had been deleted from this current version of the page.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So this was deleted searches? You have been in. I'm just filling space while I'm not in mode.
Sir, I'm showing you another document. I'll ask you to do that.
Yes.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
This is the same data source. So it's still browserstate.db, but now looking at it with the unique recovered records.
And what is that last term that you use? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
So typically there can be lots of different versions of a page within a WAL file. So you may have several page ones, several page.
The snowstorms in Canton stopped last week when we needed the car to stop. Visibility is forecast to deteriorate when any pictures of potentially intact taillights are shown. Brandon, I think you cracked the case.
Get him an ascot and call him Fred.
Fred?
I think the weatherman is in on this. And thank you so much, Danny T, for the corner kiss.
Choose and so on. What I looked at is doing is recovering the data where the records that I recover are different from each other. So if I recover the same record multiple times, I can ignore it. But if I recover the same record with a slight change, then I would show it in this view.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'll to introduce the minister.
Okay.
This is pivotal.
Court commission, may I publish that for the jury?
Yes.
Again, Mr. Whitman, if you could, move away the corner to find it helpful to direct the jury's attention to what are we looking at here and what, if anything, did you uncover during this portion of your analysis?
Okay. So again, the very first column on the left is the unique identifying number. You'll notice that there are some numbers here which are repeated. This is, as I said, because the records are recovered from multiple versions of the same page. There was actually 16 versions of this record across 23 different versions of this particular page. These three had some difference. Primarily, it was what's called the tab order field, but that's the only difference that showed up across these three Host Long to Die in the Cold records. All the rest show the same URL, the same ID number at the beginning, or tab ID number, and the same timestamp. Worth noting, there is no title shown in this particular record. Again, that speaks to the fact that this page didn't successfully complete loading. Otherwise, there would be a title of Google search, Host Long to Die in the Cold, as you saw on some of.
But it's still 227.35, 227.40, 227.40, 227.40.
So she typed it, and then before she like hit enter, realized what she was doing and stopped immediately. She's like, "Oh God, no, I can't do that."
Yeah, but she typed it 3 times.
Apparently, she did it 3 times.
Yeah, and then she went back to the weather girls. It's raining men at 227.30. Why is this?
This case is absurd.
26-1, 29-1, 29-1. 26. Why is 26-1 coming in between the 29, 29, 31? There's 226 in the middle of, and then she has no searches. We were told she searched Host Long to Die in the Cold again in the morning.
That's what I was pointing out in the other one.
I do have a question since I can't keep them all situated in my head. Are you saying that she was making sweet love to her husband to It's Raining Men, or
because they were supposed to be boning, weren't they?
No, someone was making a joke at the house about It's Raining Men, and that's why someone Googled it. I can't remember. It was some weird story.
Oh, but I was hoping that they weren't knocking boots to It's Raining Men, because I have some questions.
Hallelujah, it's raining.
This program rejected the previous timestamps. If I was a juror, I was sitting there thinking, why is 226 jumping in between 29s? Well, he's going to tell us.
The other examples earlier.
Now, sir, with respect to the table up here, is there any indication in regard to private browsing that you were talking about before?
No, in iOS 15, as I mentioned, if you are using private browsing mode, there is no records recorded in this database at all.
So the fact that that's not listed in this table, what, if anything, does that tell you?
Yes,
everything.
I know Jen said she was searching it in the morning. We know there are 2 searches showing up in the state's evidence, but I can't see it there. So is it because it's deleted? Oh, I don't understand anything we have heard today.
Well,
but again,
it's kind of like it's verbal obfuscation between key cycle and ignition, and it's delete doesn't mean what you think it does.
Yeah, what, if anything, makes my brain hurt?
It was recorded in this database was conducted not in private browsing mode.
No, the opposite.
With respect,
and if iOS 15 really did that, every drug dealer is in incognito mode right now.
Through your work within your field, are you familiar with a term called a session?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you want to understand that term to mean and how it applies to this specific instance?
Essentially the life of the particular tab. So when I start a tab and I start to use navigation, I go to different websites. All of my navigation events would be considered part of the same browsing session, essentially.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the Knowledge C database for a moment. And again, if you could, maybe repeating just as far as, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is the Knowledge C database in respect to the other databases we talked about?
Yeah, so so far, the bulk of what we've discussed, the history.db, the browser state DB, and mobile safari.plist are all particular to the Safari application on iOS. Knowledge C is much more global. It's much more ingrained within iOS. Everything is essentially recorded in there on iOS 15. So again, backlight activity, unlock activity, application state activity, and web usage activity is all recorded as part of Knowledge C.
Yes.
Another document, we can just do that in a couple of minutes.
Yes.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize as?
This is a document I created based on the Knowledge C web usage records.
May I approach on?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and no objection.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish that to the jury?
Yes.
Sir, again, what's up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's before you as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
And if you could, again, Mr. Gilman, if I could ask you to scroll down to the green tabs. Okay. Now, if you could, sir, again, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury. Well, first, can I ask you, what is it that we're looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, this is a particular what's called a stream within Knowledge C. A stream is basically all like information being grouped together. So in this particular case, the stream is related to Safari, and it's telling us what web page was visible on screen, what time it started, and what time it finished.
Now, with respect to this particular tab, there are portions that are highlighted in green and portions that are highlighted in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what the portions highlighted in green represent?
I highlighted the sections in green due to their timestamp. So typically these items last between 2:27:37 a.m. and 2:27:53 a.m. So around the time of the Google search, if you were to believe the browser state.
And with respect to the items highlighted in blue, what, if any, what are those?
The ones in blue are the actual Knowledge C records that show when the How Long to Die in the Cold and the How Long to Die in the Kitty web pages were actually visible on screen.
And so from this, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to the searches or the time associated with the searches from your analysis?
At 2:27:40, the only websites that were visible on screen were related to Ozone Basketball and Hockomock Sports, and that the How Long to Die in the Kitty first appeared on screen at 6:23:56, and How Long to Die in Cold first appeared on the screen at 10:33 a.m.
So those two searches from your review of this traction in this device never appeared on the screen prior to 6:23 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Now, from all this, sir, what, if anything, were you able to conclude with regard to these searches?
So essentially, ignoring the browser state timestamp is important because that is not a reliable timestamp to show when that URL was visited. We have mobile Safari.plist record searches that show 6:23 and 6:24, and we show the same searches with very similar timestamps within half a second as showing up on screen in Knowledge C for the How Long to Die in the Kitty, and the How Long to Die in the Cold was actually several hours later, which took a little bit more explaining, looking at Knowledge C and when the applications were opened up.
What?
Now, with respect to your review of the extraction of device.
What?
Say that. Can you play that again?
That makes absolutely no sense if I heard what I heard.
23 and 6:24, and we show the same searches with very similar timestamps within half a second as showing up on screen in Knowledge C for the How Long to Die in the Kitty, and the How Long to Die in the Cold was actually several hours later, which took a little bit more explaining, looking at Knowledge C.
Was both of them a few hours later, or was it just one of them that was a few hours later?
I have no idea. I have no idea what this man's saying happened.
And when the applications were opened up.
Now, with respect to your view of the extraction of the device around these times, were you able to ascertain as to what time this particular device connected to Wi-Fi sometime after 2 a.m.?
I actually didn't look at any Wi-Fi connection information.
And with respect to 2:27 in the morning to 2:27 a.m., what were the websites that the device had visible, and what were the websites the device was connected to at that time?
So according to the Knowledge C records, which were mostly also reflected within the History DB as well, it was the Hockomock Sports, YouTube, Ozone Basketball, and that's it for the main domains.
Now, with regard to the Wi-Fi connection, is your memory exhausted as it pertains to that?
Yeah, I don't remember looking at Wi-Fi history.
Yes.
I'm showing you a copy of your report.
Thank you.
If you got no copy.
Okay.
And so I'm sorry, in the interest of time, if I could actually just look at the next page as well, just briefly. Question.
Okay.
Do you remember a refresher?
I do, yes.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
So, Mr. Whitman, from your review of the extraction report in regard to this device of Mr. McCabe's, about what time was the connected to a Wi-Fi network called McCabe?
I believe it was 0207. I didn't actually remember the timestamp just then.
And with respect to the disconnection from that, do you know when that was?
I can't recall.
Your Honor, if I may approach? Yes. I think there's the time, Your Honor, may the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Read this part I highlighted, please.
Yeah.
Sir, if you can, from looking at your report, if you can just indicate to the jury as far as the Wi-Fi connections with...
The Wi-Fi was connected at 0212 and disconnected at 0539. There was no further Wi-Fi activity until 11 a.m.
May I approach this retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, sir, are you familiar with something called a write-ahead log or a wall file?
I am, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it applies in this specific case.
Yes. So a write-ahead log is essentially a temporary store for database pages. When I'm talking about database pages, it's not something that the user ever sees. It's part of the structure of SQLite databases. Just as chapters in a book can span multiple pages, data in a database can span multiple pages also. And it's not necessarily in the expected order. It's up to the database application to find those pages and order them correctly in order to display the data to the user. The WAL file, on the other hand, it still contains pages, but they're organized in frames, essentially. And a frame is the same as a page, but with additional information at the top that identifies what page it is. So I mentioned earlier that it's possible to have multiple versions of the same page within the WAL file. That's because every time I write a record to the database, a new frame is created and the page is updated. So for example, if I was to have a new database, create a record, a new frame is created with page 1, and it adds my record. As soon as I add a second record to that database, a new frame is created again. So I now have frame 1 and frame 2. Both of those frames would contain a version of page 1. The first frame would contain only record 1. The second frame would contain records 1 and 2, and so on. Forensically, where it gets interesting is on the edit or deletion of a record, because the same process is applied. So now a new frame is created. The page number is the same as previously, so we'd still have a page 1. But now only the records that I don't want to delete are copied across. So I could end up in a situation where I have 4 versions of page 1. One has record 1, one has records 1 and 2, one has records 1, 2, and 3, but the most recent version of the page only has record 1 and 3, for example. Now, a normal piece of database software will only look for the most recent version of the page, so you would only see records 1 and 3. The forensic software can look at all previous versions of the page as well, and that's how we're able to recover record 2 in that instance. And that's essentially how we were able to recover the browser state record from WAL.
There's no way the jury's following.
And so turning to that issue as far
I'm not a smart person, but I'm normally intelligent. I'm at least at 50 IQ points. He just said something for 2 minutes I understood nothing of.
How many people are watching us right now?
What?
How many people are watching us right now?
263.
And there's been, I think, 2 of you in the audience that understood what he's saying.
Yeah,
Not a Russian
because they
bot.
work with databases and know kind of what he's saying. We are the jury. Me, Valhalla, Mo, Jamie. We are the jury. We are normally intelligent people who could end up on a jury. You just had a guy talk. I think he talked for 2 minutes straight, and I understood nothing. If the other side gets one guy in who can say, "Well, look at this. This is red. This is blue. This is green," that means she searched at 227. This guy is going to be blown out the water. I absolutely don't understand anything. They are betting on that, as I called it the other day, expert bias, where you think, oh, he has a title, he's smarter than I am.
The smart guy said it must be, so it must be.
Yeah. It's... where's Ozzy? We need an IT person. She's probably around looking at some other creators today. But what he's saying, describing, isn't 100% correct. I don't know. Imagine you're making a shopping list. Every time you add or delete item from the list, instead of editing the list, you copy the list each time containing the new item or missing the deleted. Yeah, I understood it made mirrors of it and you could move around. But what to do with anything does that have? That's the problem is my brain is sitting here and I'm a visual learner, so I'm trying to build a mental picture of what he's saying. And you have 4 pieces of paper. One has number 1, the next one has 1, 2, the next one has 1, 3, and the last one has 3, 4. And you deleted the other ones. But what does it prove?
I have no idea. I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea.
Yeah, and this is the big problem. We are back at the AHJD case. Battle of the experts. You need an expert who can talk to you like you're 5 years old.
Yep.
Yes.
Because his program deletes what was previous on the list instead of showing it was deleted.
His program?
Yeah, it's his program he's using to interpret. It's not Cellbrite. That's why he's there. He made a program that can interpret Cellbrite. The only problem is Cellbrite got an update, so they can catch all of these things in the iOS 15 is what I believe the FBI did. So it's going to be interesting on Cross.
Yeah.
Deletion. What, if anything, let me ask you this first, just before we leave the WAL file. So with regard to the WAL file, what, if any, relevance is there that certain data only exists within the WAL file?
So again, if I create a record that's in the WAL and delete it before it gets committed, which means when it gets merged into the main database, then it exists only in the WAL. It could be that it's a brand new record that just hasn't been written yet, or it could be one which was deleted from the database prior to the commit occurring.
When you say commit, what exactly is, what does that mean?
Commit's a process where essentially the database looks at all of the most recent versions of each page in the WAL file, copies them out from WAL and puts it into the main database, and then deletes the WAL file altogether. So at that point, we lose the ability to recover data from WAL because the WAL doesn't exist, but we have all the most recent versions of the page.
Now, so turning to the concept of the topic of deletion of data, what, if anything, did you find with regard to deletion of data with respect to this search as it applies to the P list that you discussed before?
Recovering data that's been deleted from the P list is not really possible. So all we can say is if this record exists within the peer list, it hasn't been deleted.
Now, same question with regard to issues of deleted data with regard to the history DB.
There was no records of any, so there's no evidence of any records being deleted from history.db since early January. I think it was like the 3rd of January up to February 2nd.
And how were you able to tell that with regard to the history DB?
Again, every record is given a unique number, and there'd be a gap in that numbering system if a file or if a record had been deleted. The fact that there was no gaps indicates that nothing had been deleted.
And with regard to deletion, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain with regard to deletion versus web usage in the Knowledge C database?
Knowledge C contains such a large amount of different type of data that's always being added and deleted for various reasons, none at the discretion of the user. It's a completely system-driven event to delete information from Knowledge C. So we can't say what was deleted from Knowledge C, but we can see that during the times of Safari usage, records exist within Knowledge C that indicate, or certainly appear to indicate, that nothing was deleted.
What, if anything, were you able to find with regard to deletion in respect to the browser state DB data?
Browser state did have numerous records that had been deleted. Some we were able to recover. 3 records from browser state all had a timestamp very similar to 22740. These were 3 records that had been deleted at some point.
What are some of the options for deleting data from that particular, from the browser state DB?
So the first most prominent option is to delete absolutely everything from the device, or delete all history from the device, which, as I mentioned earlier, we know that didn't happen because we still have other records. So the only other real option is to delete selectively. That could mean delete one at a time, and it could mean delete either the full day, the last 2 days, or the last hour. But in all of those cases, the record must exist in history.db in order to be deleted from browser state. The fact that this record, the hoslong and the how long today and Kikti don't exist within the history database would mean that the user would never have the option to selectively delete that record.
Yes.
What?
I don't understand what just happened. So
am I drunk?
The only other way that would happen is if she selectively deleted.
But she can't, according
She
to
didn't
him.
have the option to delete it because
Right.
it was not in the history database. So she couldn't.
He is-
Are you in the C section or the D section or the Aquadot section? Because
I think we're at Wally now.
Yes.
You recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
So this is a list of the browser state DB records showing a red line where a record or more have been deleted.
And again, the term deleted, as far as it applies to this particular area of the database, what exactly does that mean again?
It means the record has been marked as deleted. If you were to read this database in a regular database application, you would not see it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't recover it.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce the next exhibit.
The exhibit?
I have no objection to the exhibit. That was the question.
That is the question.
We're good.
So do we have the raw Cellbrite data anywhere in the trial?
Your Honor, Court Commission, may we publish exhibit 622?
Yes.
Not so far.
I mean, they haven't presented it
So what's
yet.
up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 622?
It says yes.
And if you could, please, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe with this.
So again, we can use the number down the left side, which will identify the unique identifier given to each of these records. And we can see that the red line between the first 2 records indicates that records between 3986 and 3993 have been deleted. We can see that record 4001 is deleted. Records between 4004 and 4019 have been deleted. Record 4020 was deleted. And then finally, records between 4025 and 4031 have been deleted also.
Now, sir, as far as records 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as far as the dates and times associated with those?
Yeah, so these particular records show up at 22731 and 22733 respectively, and this matched records within Knowledge C that showed that at this particular time when the tab took focus, that particular website was also shown visible to the user in Safari.
Now, as far as the date and time for 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the date and time for 4026? And what can you tell about that?
So 4026 was approximately a second or two after the record here, 22733. I believe it was at 227 227.35. And then again, there was another record, 4027, which again was another 2 or 3 seconds after that time. So within a 9-second period between 227.31 and 227.40, there were 5 records within browser state DB that had a timestamp within that 9 seconds, all with completely different types of website, ranging from PayPal, banking, YouTube, and the house songs down the code.
Now, sir, with respect to, are you familiar with the term called spontaneous deletion?
I believe so.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's not a term I would use, but essentially a cleanup operation would occur on the device where it would look for orphaned records, records that are old enough to not be required anymore, and they would just be deleted by the system without any direction from the user.
Now, during the testing that occurred, your testing, which occurred with respect to this device, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to spontaneous deletion?
I wasn't able to replicate the spontaneous deletion. I was able to replicate completely orphaned records. So a record that existed in browser state without a corresponding record in history.db. And it meant that there was no way for me to delete that record manually without deleting everything from the device regarding history.
May I approach on?
Yes.
So those deleted records, 426. What?
Can he approach an end?
I didn't hear an end.
I said, could he approach an end? He's always asking if he can approach. I really want him to approach the end because.
Okay, could you turn the lights on, please, Charlie? Thank you.
I think
So
that's
those-
impossible.
According to that last report that he just pulled up, there was 5 missing searches around the time that is relevant. 4? Okay.
4 within 9 seconds.
And we're supposed to just take his word for what they were?
Yep.
Yeah, that's.
Well, did you know he has no
Going to
degrees,
different
but he wrote a program and
tably
he
things.
answers the phone when customers calls.
Well, that makes me feel comfy.
You are unmuted.
All right, so you're introducing those 4 pages or whatever it is, Mr. Lilly?
Yes, sir.
As one exhibit?
As the next 4 exhibits.
Okay. All right, so those will be admitted.
I need someone to sit me down with crayons and tell me what he's saying.
So, Bush, are you saying that they were basically rewritten at a later time and they're like at 10:30 or whatever, 6:30 and 10:30?
We're going to publish those because you can go ahead and publish the one list.
I don't think that's.
Wouldn't that kind of indicate that she did make those searches at that time then?
I'm
They were
so
just
confused.
rewritten?
I have just one moment, John.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure.
No, if I can't take them just one by one, I think that might be.
Okay.
I'm showing your document. Do you recognize that?
Pretty sure I don't.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is a report from my Artifacts tool showing the history database at 2139.34 on the 27th of January and 2255.09 on the 27th of January.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off to introduce the next exhibit.
All right, so all 4 are in. Okay, so you don't need to, you already know.
They have nothing more.
Okay. Exhibit 623.
I have one more, John. Your Honor, court permission if we can publish that to the jury?
Yes.
So doesn't
Now,
that
sir, with
mean
regard to this, we're looking at record number 4026. Is that correct?
Doesn't what mean what?
My bad. So if I'm following Bush, what he's saying, and which I kind of think this guy is saying, if they make the same search, it's going to essentially erase or delete the first timestamp and just use the most recent timestamp. And
Yeah,
if
this
that
is
the
what I
case,
get.
wouldn't that
Yeah,
indicate that she did in fact make those searches at 227? It just didn't get. It just got deleted and brought to the new time at 6:30 or whatever the hell.
Yeah, that's to
what I
me, if
thought
I
it was
understand Bruce McFadden, but I don't know what kind of sociologist Bruce is, but I still need someone with crayons, not a Marine, but someone with crayons to draw a picture for me. It's
It sounds like he's just trying to talk circles around the fact that she did make these searches. He's just like, oh, I can't prove it because there's no information there. But if I'm understanding what he's saying, which I'm obviously not, that seems to be what he's saying, though, right?
Didn't we have an expert that already sort of said this thing? Like, why are we having another?
No.
expert?
That expert said it. There was never any. It wasn't deleted, and this guy said it was deleted.
Okay, well, I feel better now. I have a total grasp of what's going on.
I think let's return to state number 1. Don't think about it.
Sounds good. I'm down for sound with that one.
Yes, I believe we are. And again, if you could direct the jury's attention to what exactly are we looking at in this exhibit with regard to record 406.
Yeah, so in the right column, we see the source of the information. So history.db is the database. History_visits would be the table. And then the unique identifying number of 31407 and 31408. We see that the start time, or the time that particular website was navigated to, according to history.db, was, as I say, both on the 27th of January, one at 21:39 and 34 seconds local time, and one at 22:55:09 local time. And both of these websites are related to Hockenmock Sports. We have the URL at the top, followed by the title of the page, followed by a visit count that tells us how many times that page has been visited before.
I stopped thinking, and it made sense. Again, we are all.
I do, yes.
None
We
of
recognize
us
that to be. This is the same kind of report. This is related to the YouTube record that was part of the browser state database, related to It's Raining Men on YouTube.
Is that the record number 4027? Is that correct?
It is, yes.
May I approach again?
Yes. Okay.
I looked at that video, by the way. Pure comic gold.
Yes.
Sorry, what video?
The It's Raining Men by the Weather Girls. It's not like actual video. It's not that song even. It's like a cover with a bunch of fluffy women. It's great. It's great.
Well, the Weather Girls were fluffy.
Is that the actual song?
Yeah, the Weather Girls are fluffy.
The women
girls.
were quite women of size.
Voluptuous.
Well, maybe it was the original then. I thought it was just like a bunch of women.
No,
having fun.
it's not. They were big girls.
They're small.
And sir, what's up on the screen now? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what if anything, of significance you observe in this record of 4027.
Yeah, so again, we have 5 records related to the YouTube video, It's Raining Men, starting at record 31398, 31399, 31400, 31401, and 31402. These were all accessed on the afternoon of the 27th of January 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why are we looking at stuff from January 27th?
Another document, you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the same again, related to record 4029. Shows that a website was visited on the 28th of January 2021.
You want to ask that this be marked?
Okay.
Excuse me, as the next exhibit.
Why are we putting so much work into Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Take away the third-party culprit.
Oh my God, I don't.
Sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit in regards to record 4029?
It is, yes.
And again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at.
Yeah, so this URL, cantonma.org, relates to the URL that was provided in record 4029 of the browser state database. It shows that this web page was accessed at 1 p.m. And 17 minutes and 0 seconds, and 1 p.m. 17 minutes and 8 seconds on the 28th of January 2022.
Yes.
Another document, sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
So what do you recognize that?
Again, the same kind of report, again, this time for record 4030 from Browser State, and it shows access to Ozone Basketball.
And with regard to that report, as far as the same kind of report, that's from your tool, the ArtX tool, is that correct?
Correct.
And that ArtX tool, is that a widely available tool used within the field of forensic investigators?
Yeah, it's something that I've worked on for around 5 years. I've given it away free to the digital forensics community for 5 years. There's approximately 600 users globally, and it's taught as part of the SANS digital forensics training courses.
May I approach again just to retrieve that?
Yes.
I'll offer that to Mark.
Yes.
Bev is fed up with this as well.
Maybe post that for the
Yes.
With regard to this exhibit up on the screen, record 4030, can be used to draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is
More basketball.
Yeah, so again, we have records from the history database related to Ozone Basketball, and it.
I don't care what this is trying to prove. This is 4 days before. Is it just to show that you can find it in the history database? Then say it. Don't spill all this. Bev should really tell him, hey, you've proven your point. Move on.
Right. How is this
Rumor has
relevant?
it state will
Yeah.
rest by Friday.
How is this
We're still
relevant to the
talking to
Karen
this
Reed
guy.
accusations and charges? That's all I want to know.
The search history at the night is important to dismantle the third-party culprit Jen McCabe
Sure,
is part of it.
sure. But what does January 25th Google search have to do with anything?
Yeah, it's to prove that the timestamp update doesn't delete prior searches, but isn't from the same website, and that's this is .com/teams. So I don't know. No, he is a Brit, and he's a glowy.
He's definitely
Valhalla
Yeah,
knows
he
him from his
willingly-
Fed days.
Stop it.
He willingly moved to Canada. I rest
Well,
my
he came here first, and then he went to Canada, and then he was in Calgary, and then he went to Ottawa. My suspicion is for the trucker rally, and then he's been in Australia. He's been in wherever the hell else he said.
Valhalla, do we know where he was on any day that, Patriot Front had neck gaiters on? Asking for a friend.
Did he maybe spend a day in Dallas in 1963?
I bet I know where he was on
Shows
January
this website
6th.
was access at 11 a.m. and 26 minutes on the 25th of January 2022.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
You can hear Bev's voice. She's mad now.
She's getting fed up.
That lunch, Bloody Mary is wearing off.
Even Paul O'Keefe is sitting over there in the back.
Now, with respect, sort of the totality of your analysis, Mr. Whitman, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to the timing of the two searches in question with relation to what you observed in your analysis and testing of this device?
Yes. So, in conclusion, I determined that the tab that was used was focused at 227.40. So the tab was opened at that time, at which point it was being used to show Ozone Basketball and Hockenmock Sports websites. The 623 timestamp is when the search was first conducted. Never loaded the page, otherwise there'd be a record in the history database. And while that page was still loading, a secondary search was conducted for Hoslong to Die in the Cold. Again, that page never loaded either, although these both did show up in the Knowledge C database to show that the browser was trying to display these pages. Safari was closed prior to the Hoslong to Die in the Cold record being shown on screen at all. But when it was reopened at 10:33, in regards to whatever other Safari activity was to be conducted, it appeared on screen. So we have a 10:33 record where Hoslong to Die in the Cold was shown on screen, even though the page never successfly loaded.
And with respect to your analysis and your testing here, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether or not any of the data marked as deleted was actually user deleted, or the user actually actively went through the process of deleting it?
Yeah. So again, we know that she didn't, we know that nobody deleted the entire history. So that leaves the only option to be selectively deleting records. The fact that there are no missing records in HistoryDB shows that it's impossible that that record could have been deleted by the user. It would have just been orphaned in the database, and I believe would have deleted itself at some stage whenever a particular cleanup function ran. Although, as I said earlier, I haven't been able to replicate that. I was able to continue to read the various versions.
I'm so confused. Like, no, they can't find anything else but this one search that they want to like hammer in on. Nothing else is fishy.
Now
None of
even
this
Bruce
makes any
McFadden,
sense.
Bruce McFadden is now also lost. I have no hope for the future.
We're all screwed.
The page that contained Hosling's Die in the Cold browser state record, and found that it existed at the same time as another record that was created at least 2 days later. Therefore, I can determine that that particular record was not deleted until at the earliest 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. And it's not possible that the user could have created or caused that deletion to occur.
Now, over the course of your analysis and testing or review of the extraction in this case, did you have occasion to
Would it be
review an
possible
affidavit
for an
of a
FBI agent to delete it?
Yes.
And what, if any, opinions or conclusions do you have as to that affidavit?
I had issues with several of the statements being made as part of the affidavit.
And what issues were those?
Namely, it specified that Sellbright report identified that the search was conducted at 22740. And as I've explained, I believe the tab took focus at 22740, not when the search occurred. The report mentioned that Sellbright report identified it was deleted by the user. We don't do that. We'll tell you that a record is deleted, but we don't specify how the record was deleted. That's something for the examiner to determine. I forget. Oh, and then there was a mention of the purpose of the browser state database. The explanation given was correct for iOS 14 and below, but not for 15 and above, which is relevant in this case.
Now, you mentioned this issue as far as coming up, obviously, in this case and some other instances, phone calls or inquiries that you received from Austria and other places. What, if anything, have you or your company, Sellbright, done with regard to rectifying this issue?
Well,
I'll allow it.
Okay. We recognize that this timestamp could be misleading. Regardless of how we label that timestamp, the very fact that a timestamp is there, we feel would be or potentially misrepresented. So the decision was taken to remove the timestamp altogether from that information. So now we show the web page was visited, but we don't attribute a time to that purely because it could be wildly inaccurate.
Thank you. Your Honor, this may be the appropriate time for the instruction.
Okay. All right, so jurors, we're about to see a demonstration by Mr. Whiffen. It's simply a demonstration to help you to understand the evidence that you've heard. It's not evidence from this case, but it helps you understand the evidence in this case. You must decide this case based solely on a fair consideration of the evidence and nothing but the evidence. But this is a demonstration to help you understand that evidence.
Your Honor, I would like to preserve, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And so to that point, Mr. Whiffen, were you able to prepare a demonstration in regard to what you've been discussing through the course of your testimony?
I was, yes.
And that demonstration doesn't specifically reflect on searches or the extraction report that you looked at in this case, correct?
Correct.
But as far as the overall issues that you've been discussing in your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And with court's permission, may the witness now illustrate that.
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, on the left there, you can see a screen of an iPhone, and that is a phone that I have in front of me live. It's just demonstrating what I can see on the phone. This is my Artex tool, and the feature which I continuously use this tool for, which is not available really in any other vendor tools, is the ability to create a live connection between my computer and the phone. The live connection is what I've just started here, and what's going to happen is all of the files and folders that exist on the phone will be mapped to my computer so that I can navigate it. I can look around and I can take a look at near enough live records on the device. Prior to the availability of this tool, I would have to test a theory on the phone, do an extraction, and then pass the extraction, which could take anywhere between 20 minutes and several hours. The reason that I'm using this tool today is because I can do those same tests within 10 or 20 seconds, typically. So I just need to wait for this section to do. So it's already mapped out all the files and folders. It's now asking for a few important pieces of information,
yes,
which it will then populate on the screen. So information such as the device, serial number, etc. What we're interested in, though, is the browser state record. So I can go to the browser state database and take a look at that and open that up. And you can see that at this moment in time, I have no records in the database at all. If I go back into the live view of the phone, you can see I have Safari open from last night. So it's been sat in the background overnight and not doing anything. But at 8:10 last night, I performed this search in a brand new window. So started Safari, opened up a new tab, immediately searched for a new tab at 2010 on the 16th of June. If I now search for the time right now, 1442, what I can do is go back to my Artex tool and press this reload button. That's going to delete the database from my computer only and copy the most recent copy of the database and WAL file from my phone back to my computer, where it shows me I still have no records. That's expected behavior because at the moment I've not closed the tab. So if this again was iOS 14, there would be a record there to say what tab I had open, but iOS 15 doesn't work that way. If I now go back to my tabs and actually just close this window, I can go back into Artex and hit reload again. And we now see we have some records. I can look at this particular record and you'll see the title is 1442 Google search. You'll see the Google search record here. So I just need to change the time zone as well to Eastern time. So you see it's the most recent search which I conducted, the 1442 search. The last viewed time though still shows as 8:10 p.m. last night, because that's the time that the tab was focused, not the time that the search was conducted.
You did it last night at 8:10 p.m.
Thanks. Want to have a moment, John?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Nina.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Can he
Okay,
bring
Mr. Giannetti?
I don't understand one word he's saying, and neither does the jury. He just deleted all the previous.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, maybe he can make
So you had spoken a little bit about what was your assignment here in terms of the data that was sent to you. And I believe that you testified regarding that 2:27 a.m. or 2:27 and 42nd a.m. timestamp that it didn't make sense to the investigators, correct?
Correct.
Were you told that one of the investigators was Trooper Michael Proctor?
I don't recall any names being mentioned. The ticket came to me, or the request came to me via.
He made a program that interprets Cellbrite in a different way, because Cellbrite might ping on something that he didn't find was user friendly because it's an interpretation thing. So he made something that could do something and then rewrite the previous searches. I can't tell you, Deborah, but hopefully Yannetti can fix this for us.
Another Cellbrite employee who'd been asked about this case and asked whether we could offer any help.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that when you're making or doing a simulation, you want it to be as close to an apples-to-apples comparison as you can get?
As best possible, yes.
And to get truly accurate research results, you want to eliminate as many variables as you can, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't, for instance, want to use an Android operating system to try to replicate the activity from Jennifer McCabe's Apple iPhone, correct?
Correct.
What version of iOS did you use for your testing of Jennifer McCabe's data?
So this test has been undertaken on various different versions of iOS, from iOS 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and most recently on the beta version of 18 last week. This particular demonstration was on 15.8.2.
Okay. And you're aware, you said 15.8.2.
Correct. I've also tested on 15.7.
Oh, fair enough. You're aware, however, that Ms. McCabe was using iOS version 15.2.1, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the way that an artifact is stored would depend on the iOS version that you use, correct?
Correct.
And your simulation did not use the iOS version that Ms. McCabe was running on her iPhone, correct?
Correct. I used the closest version I could find.
So I'd like to ask you some questions.
Hey, Nick Raiders. Welcome to this guy who is hopefully trying to make us understand what we have heard for 2 hours. And I don't understand one word that's been said so far.
But luckily, Yannetti just got on cross, so hopefully it'll clear up some.
Yeah,
Yes.
you just came in at the right time.
Yeah.
The characteristics of browserscape.db-wall in record number 4028.
Okay.
That record number, I believe you testified, was found to be deleted, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to recover the date and time associated with it, correct?
The date and time of the last viewed?
Of that record number.
Yes.
And what was that date and time?
2:27 and 40 seconds a.m.
You were also able to recover the content of that particular Google search itself?
I was able to recover the URL for it, yes.
Okay, and what was that Google search?
Hostelong to die in the cold.
And it's true, however, that the session history could not be recovered, correct?
That's correct.
Now, given those characteristics that we've just discussed, did your testing result in a WAL file record, a WAL file record, that matched the characteristics of 4028? In other words, deleted with session history not recoverable?
The issue with the session history, I was able to recover only the first page of session history. What happens is when there's a large amount of data that's split over multiple pages, if it's a live record, all those pages point to each other so that you can chain it together and get one large amount of information. Once they've been deleted, some of those pages can be overwritten and therefore the pointers don't make sense anymore. So the amount of information in this session was way larger than one page, and I wasn't able to recover anything further.
Okay, and you'd agree that the simulation was done using a different operating system, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate the other deletions that appeared before and after that record 4028?
Which deletion, sorry?
Well, you would have testified, I believe there was an exhibit that was introduced that showed that there were multiple deletions both before and after, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate those deletions?
When I manually deleted records from the history, then the records also were deleted from the browser state.
Now, I believe that you testified, and if you didn't, I believe it's in your report, that there are essentially 5 mechanisms for record deletions in the browser state database, correct?
Correct.
You ruled out 4 of them pretty quickly, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you testified to that today, correct?
Correct.
The only remaining option was selective deletion by a user, or there's some internal mechanism for record deletion that is not fully understood, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you know of, as you testified today, you know of no internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, correct?
I've not been able to replicate that function, no.
All right. If there is no unknown internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, that would leave selective deletion by a user, correct?
Not in this case, no.
All right. Well, selective deletion, you would agree, means that a user selects what to delete, correct?
Correct.
And regarding the user, the term user, what is that? Who is that?
Whoever's using the phone at the time.
Okay, so it's actually somebody who is using the actual iPhone itself, correct?
Correct.
Not necessarily a computer expert, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that somebody who had access to the data before it was extracted and sent to you could have made selective deletions of the data?
Objection.
Oh,
No, I don't.
Are you aware of an app called MySQL?
Yes.
What is MySQL?
MySQL is just a method for viewing.
Oh. Oh, you're muted. How could you possibly say that? How could you possibly say that you don't believe the data could have been tampered with before you received it?
Well, there should be data footprints.
People? I don't know.
I just don't get it. Like if you find a pew-pew on the road and you're like, oh, there's no way this could have a body attached to it. I just know. Like it doesn't make sense to me. I guess I don't know. It seemed like a bold statement to make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Are you aware of an app called MySQL?
Yes.
What is MySQL?
MySQL is just a method for viewing SQLite databases.
All right. If someone had access to the raw data, again, before it was sent to you, and used that app, they could make selective deletions of the data, couldn't they?
I assume you're talking about opening up the extraction, taking out the particular file and editing it?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're right, you're on. I apologize. And I apologize to you. If you could restate your answer or give me your full answer.
Okay, so it would be possible with the extraction to take out particular databases, alter them, and put them back into the extraction. But there's something called a hash mechanism that we have in place that would it essentially hashes the original data, and then it can be hashed again at a later date. It results in a long string of characters, and if there's any changes to the original data, then we'd see that it's been modified.
Would you agree with me that someone with access to that data and an appropriate application or program could also delete and renumber history.db and knowledge.cso so that it would appear as though there was no break in the numbering, so that it would also appear that nothing was deleted?
It's potentially possible, but would require a large amount of knowledge and skill to do in a way that can't be detected.
Thank you very much, sir.
Like a federal agent.
Mr. Lally?
Any discrepancy between the iOS version in Ms. McCabe's phone and the iOS version in the demonstration that you did? What, if any, impact does that have on what you showed this jury?
So in this particular case, every iOS version I tested, as I mentioned, from 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, the timestamp is always referring to the time that the tab took focus. So even though there are some differences with when the record's created, the meaning behind that timestamp has been consistent.
Now, what you were asking about what you were asked about in regard to selective deletion, you indicated that there's no evidence of that in this case. Is that correct?
Correct. Selective deletion would require that the record existed in the history database in order to be selected to be deleted. The fact that there's no missing records indicates it was never written into that database and therefore could not have been selectively deleted.
Now, the hash mechanism that you testified as far as detecting whether or not someone had surreptitiously gone in and deleted things, can you see any evidence of that in your review of the extraction of Mr. Tave's phone?
I didn't have access to the hash information to see whether any changes had been made. That's something that the original examiner would have had access to. From my point of view, there was nothing in there that would indicate that tampering had occurred. The timestamps all made sense for the files. The historical pages all made sense. So it's probably possible, but it would take a large amount of skill to do.
Now, with regard to your analysis and your testing in this case, again, what is your opinion or conclusion as to when these two Google searches were conducted?
I'm of no doubt that the only time those two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24 on the morning of the 29th.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further on.
Prior to today, have you ever heard of spontaneous deletion?
It's not a term I'm familiar with.
All right, sir, you are all set. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Do you need a couple minutes to take your test out?
I can probably be quite fast. Thank you.
I think Bev got a crush on you.
Only because he has a British accent and he has an expert stamp on him. I would think this was good for the state because I don't think anyone in the jury understood anything other than it wasn't deleted. I hope the state, the
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Trooper Nicholas Carino to the stand.
Oh, he's the one with all the phones. I really hope they bring in an expert to disprove this because I didn't feel they got it out of the way. Because again,
Well, they have that.
You have an expert bias.
Yeah, they have that big expert. That's why they're not crossing him like crazy.
I should give the court and jury the case the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. See you now.
How is he a trooper? He has hair.
He doesn't look like a complete psychopath.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, Nicholas Carino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the Massachusetts State Police?
This is my 9th year now.
Now, prior to working with the State Police, what, if any, prior experience did you have in the field of law enforcement?
I was a local police officer in Norwood for almost 11 years.
Now, with respect to your role within the State Police, where is it that you work now?
I currently work at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to that, what, if any, specialized role do you have within the detective unit attached to the Norfolk DA's office?
Yeah, I conduct cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and I also do sexual assault investigations.
Now, with regard to the electronic forensics, what, if any, specialized training have you received in that particular area?
I have about 300 or so hours at Cellbrite, CCO, CCPA, cell phone repair forensics, early motor vehicle forensics, Axiom, magnet, cell phone and computer forensics, X-Ways. These are all different programs used for cell phone and computer forensics.
Sir, at some point, did you become involved in the investigation involving the defendant Karen Reed?
Yes.
And with respect to that, let me just ask you, at some point, did you become aware of an affidavit from a defense expert named Richard Green?
Yes, I have.
And sometime following that, did you have occasion to reach out to Cellbrite with regard to what had been posited by Mr. Green in regard to two Google searches contained within Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And eventually, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with the gentleman who came in here right before you, Mr. Ian Whiffen?
Yes, I did.
And so that wasn't Trooper Proctor that had reached out to Mr. Whiffen or had any communication that you're aware of?
What's the Republican? He looks like Paul Ryan. Ryan.
Oh
Yeah, Paul Ryan.
Paul Ryan.
Paul Ryan.
Or General Flynn, like young General Flynn.
Stop it. Maybe, I guess. He's got that intense stare thing going
No,
on.
that was, I reached out after the defense experts' findings were released, and I read his report.
And did you also have occasion to review a report from Ms. Jessica Hyde?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to those two reports, what, if any, conclusions or opinions?
I've heard about chin dimples, but not the nose bridge.
Nose dimple? That's a new one. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. You could store a quarter in there.
For a minute, I thought he was doing I thought he was doing the Charlie Manson thing. You know.
Did you come to independently in relation to those opinions, Ms. Hyde? Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Trooper Garino, you had mentioned that you've had specialized training in regard to something called BURLA, correct?
Yes.
Could you please explain to the jury what BURLA is and how is it used in criminal investigations in your line?
So BURLA is a specialized hardware and software used to download the infotainment and telematics modules in a vehicle. So telematics module is basically like the SIM card of the car, and the infotainment system is your radio head unit that enables you to have CarPlay or Android or Google Play for the vehicle.
And at some point, were you made aware of a search warrant that was authored in regard to seizing the infotainment system from Ms. Reed's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And just so the record is clear, can you describe Ms. Reed's vehicle as far as what type of vehicle we're talking about?
Yes, it's a Lexus LX 570 SUV.
And specifically on February 2nd, 2022, did you have occasion to remove that infotainment system from the vehicle pursuant to that search?
Yes, I did.
And once that item was removed from the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, did you do?
After we removed it from the vehicle, it was brought back to Norfolk DA's office for data extraction or attempt to.
And that data extraction, if you know, based on your training experience, sort of how is that conducted, or what is the process of extracting data from using BURLA?
So depending on the system, it's dismantled. They have the specialized hardware that actually goes onto the motherboards of these systems, and we're able to pull the data. Or the other option, if that's not viable, is to do a chip off, where we have to basically destroy the motherboard and take the memory chips off the devices to try to get the data that way.
Now, with reference to this specific device, what, if any, efforts did you undergo in order to extract the information without using the chip off?
So at the time that we pulled the system, it was not supported. I emailed BURLA and called them, see if they had a timeline of when this might be supported so we could get the data. We deemed chip off as a last resort, because it is a destructive process. So once those memory chips are taken off, the likelihood of trying to reattach them and get it to work again is very slim.
Let me stop you there for a second. When you talk about an item being supported, what does that mean?
Whether or not BURLA has the ability to pull the data from that vehicle.
And how is that sort of determined, or how are you able to ascertain whether or not a particular vehicle, make, model, manufacturer is supported by the BURLA device?
They have an app, and they also have their tech support. But if you put in the VIN of the vehicle, or if you don't have the VIN, you have the make, model, and trim level, like limited or XLE or whatever, you would be able to go in and look it up and basically say, BURLA will tell you, yes, it's supported for GPS points, or it's supported for diagnostic data, or whatever that they're able to get out of the vehicle. And they work with the automakers to get these get this data. So,
and approximately how many different types of if we're looking at sort of the entirety of different makes and models of manufacturers, if you know, or what percentage of those types of vehicles are actually supported and BURLA can actually extract information?
I don't know as of right now. It's a lot, and they're constantly updating it, so they are able to do more vehicles as time goes on.
Now, at this particular time, as you sit here today, June 17th, 2024, the vehicle the defendant was operating on January 29th, 2022. Is that vehicle available or supported by Burla at this time?
The trim level that the defendant had is not still supported. There is Toyota and Lexus support now, but it's not, unfortunately, for her model.
Now, you mentioned that you had reached out to the Burla company for updates as far as the availability or when the defendant's vehicle might be supported. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And about how many times and over what time period are we talking about that you reached out to ascertain?
Immediately, when I did the extraction, I should say extraction, but when I took the system out of the vehicle, I had to reach out to Burla because where it wasn't supported, they actually had to send me tech diagrams so I could go in and, again, not destroy the whole vehicle as I just took those components out. Over the next, almost 2 years, year and a half of going back and forth with them, with their support and their sales team.
And when you say going back and forth, how often were you out to them or how often were you getting a response in regards to the Burla?
Usually every few months, I want to say every 3 months, give or take. I forget the exact number, but phone calls or an email to them asking.
Now, beyond that, are you familiar with a national cyber crime conference?
Yes.
And do you attend that on an annual basis at least?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that, what, if any, time at those conferences did you spend dedicated to ascertaining the availability or the supportability of this vehicle with reference to Burla?
So Burla has a booth at the National Cybercrime Conference. I spoke with their sales team there. Their response was to keep calling Burla, keep pestering them, and they might actually get the support sooner than later.
And again, were you ever able to ascertain?
So you were advised to be a Karen to get the answers you wanted.
Well, he is a cop.
Yeah, and why not just call Toyota and says, hey, you have a guy who can come over here, we'll pay for him. I'm feeling like Bev right now.
Yeah, that Bloody Mary was hours ago.
Get the support to download the information from.
No, unfortunately.
Now, at some point, were you able to download any information from that particular infotainment system from the defendant's vehicle?
Not from the infotainment system, but Burla released a new item similar to a mechanic scan tool. It plugs into the OBD2 port, which is underneath the dash. So we're basically, if a mechanic went in there with a scan tool to tell you why you have a check engine light, this does something similar. So you plug it in, and then it pulls the car diagnostic data from that.
And as far as the data that you received from that, what, if anything, did you observe?
Again, I got a series of 14s was the numbers. There was no readable data. I reached out to Burla and asked them, I said, is there a reason why you pulled this data, but when I put it into the software, it's not telling me anything. It's not giving me any readable data. And they said they know it is diagnostic data, but they haven't got anything from Lexus to say these 14s, these codes mean this. Oh, they only know it as emissions.
So was Burla itself able to read that information and transform that sort of binary code into any sort of readable data for you?
Other than the number 14, no.
Now,
so he has no
from there, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the Burla and the defendant's vehicle?
Was placed back into our digital evidence lab, and then we did eventually do a chip off to the device.
Now, with respect, to the chip off, that was done sometime in December of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, if you could expound upon a little as far as, can you describe to the jury sort of the chip off process, why you were reluctant to do it, and what's entailed in it?
As I said before, it is a destructive process. As soon as we do it, we take those memory chips off. It's applying extreme amounts of heat to the motherboards to take the memory off. That'll heat it. You lose a lot of the soldering and capacitors, anything that's on that motherboard. So, like I said, once the memory chips are taken off, it's going to destroy the board.
You can actually heat it up slowly and then remove chips, because you can remove and replace chips on the motherboard, unless you are a cop who probably thinks a spanner is a great tool to fix a window.
And as far as that chip-off process, who, if anyone, was present with you, or who, if anyone, assisted you in removing that or conducting that chip-off process with regard to the motherboard from the entertainment system from the defendant's vehicle?
I'm sorry, at the time that we actually did the chip-off?
Yes.
Yeah. It was myself, AG Speak, and Maggie Gaffney.
And who is AG Speak?
AG Speak has his own forensic company, I guess you could call it, for Burleigh. I could consider an expert in the field, former California Highway Patrol officer that exclusively handled stolen cars.
And who is Ms. Gaffney?
She was a defenses expert. She's the one who actually did the chip off, applying the heat and taking the chips off in our presence. And she, I believe, works for, I'm sorry, the name of the company escapes me at the moment.
Now, with respect to the information that you, Ms. Gaffney, and Mr. Speak were able to remove pursuant to that chip-off process, what, if any, usable information were you able to glean from that?
As I was told by AG, there was no data that was recovered off the infotainment system or the telematics module from the chip-off.
And as far as Ms. Gaffney, did you have any conversation with her as far as the information that she was able to glean or read or decipher?
No, once she did the chip-off, I have not spoken with her since.
Have a moment, John.
Yes.
So you have no evidence to provide for this trial. You couldn't download it in a way you could read it, and then you.
Now, Marino, at some points in late January, early February,
Why are we wasting so much time with
provided with some laptops?
And why didn't they do it until December 23 after the defense had asked for it multiple times?
A laptop and/or a desktop computers from the home of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you do with those?
One was a Dell laptop, the other was a HP all-in-one desktop. I removed the hard drives from both systems and used.
Objection may be seen, Your Honor.
Okay.
Why is Ellie not going up there? Huh? Yeah, why are we talking? We know from the car reconstructionist that they didn't pull any data off the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is infuriating.
Well, my problem is Lally brings these witnesses in here and just wastes so much time. This should be like 10 minutes. You didn't find anything.
Yeah, what did you find on the laptop now? Tell me what's on the laptop.
Yeah.
Why is Bev so chipper today? Well, she was really angry at Lally with the last witness. If we were to take this case back before technology in vehicles, what evidence is there to say Karen Reed unalived the man? Just as much as there is now when you have technology in vehicles, because the only thing you have is an interpretation of 5 seconds, I believe, data set that they claim clearly shows an impact to John O'Keefe, even though their own ME won't testify his death is consistent with an automotive. Well, they'll probably make her do it. They probably already had. There's no evidence anywhere so far presented in court within 26 days that shows other than means. Well, she had means and opportunity because we know they were together that night. But motive, they are claiming motive was she got angry after being so loving with him all night. She chose to say, F it, I'm going to floor it. Based on a trip to Aruba a month before where she was mad at him and the other chick, and he was mad at her that morning because of Dunkin' Donuts. I know women be crazy, but and I know you can carry a grudge like an elephant can carry a baby, but there's no evidence so far presented in this case showing any reasonable explanation other than that busted tail light, which if the jury is at least semi-intelligent, they will have so much reasonable doubt. With the lesser includers, I think they will end up making they will make a compromise verdict, and this is before the defense have shown their case. I would put it, after reading what they want to charge her with, there's probably around 75% chance she will get one of the lesser included in this case, that she unintentionally hit him while drunk. Unless they can get the DUI thrown out and explained how she's not drunk, I think a lesser included will be there for the minimum they can find her guilty in, because there will be some on the jury who will say, I think she's guilty.
Okay, how much of the upgrade was because of car guy saying, I'll get to it, y'all. I just have to do some magic math.
You are unmuted.
That's another thing that I want them to bring in an expert from Lexus saying we have this anti-collision, but I think that collision only has something to do with speed. I'm not sure.
So I just walked out in the living room and court TV's on playing this, and it's got the UK guy and the giant banner across the bottom. All it says is shows no evidence that files were deleted.
Yeah,
like that's what you got. That's what. Okay. Court
I
TV.
was watching them earlier. 81% didn't believe what the previous victim was selling. We have this problem.
All right, Mr. Lally, you can continue.
So, Trooper Guarino, there was a Dell laptop and an HP Pavilion all-in-one desktop, correct?
Yes.
These were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to those?
Again.
As I said, I took the hard drives out of both machines. They were imaged, and the images were loaded into Axiom to view the data that was on them.
Now, when you say something was imaged, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
It's a bit-for-bit copy of the hard drive. Instead of us turning it on and going through it, which would change data, by taking the hard drives out and imaging them, it creates a one-for-one copy, so that way we can view it without changing anything in the system.
And you mentioned a tool called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what is that Axiom tool and how does it work?
Yeah, it's another forensic tool that we use. Can do cell phones, computers. You'll use it to load the images so we can view the data.
And with respect to the imaging that was done with regard to the Dell laptop and the desktop, what, if anything, was it that you were looking for specifically on those devices?
We were looking for ring video to see if either computer was used by Officer O'Keefe as a login machine to handle the account.
And from your review of what was extracted or imaged from each of those respective computers, what, if any, information were you able to glean in reference to ring.com or anything else?
Neither computer was used. One appeared to be used mostly by the kids, and the other, I believe it was a laptop, was used mostly by...
Hey, all anti-Karen Read people. Remember those videos you claimed she deleted when she went back to the house to get her stuff? Neither of these videos were used for Ring. I bet you, hey Nima, none of the anti-Karen Read people will accept that because they know she deleted the videos.
Keith, but there were no Ring logins.
As far as the Ring connection, what, if any, devices were you, throughout the course of the investigation, were you able to ascertain were actually connected to the Ring cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's?
Officer O'Keefe's cell phone.
Now, if there were any other devices, whether they were Mr. O'Keefe's or someone else, ascertained from either the Ring footage or the information provided by Ring, whether or not there were any other devices beyond Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone that were linked to that account?
Not that I know of.
And I'm sorry, just not that there weren't any devices or not that you could tell?
Not that I could tell or that I ever heard of.
Now, Trooper Guarino, let me ask you some questions in general about a cell phone extraction. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is involved in that and how a cell phone extraction is performed as far as your experience with regard to investigations that you've been involved in?
Yeah. So most investigations, we get the cell phones from the scene, from a suspect, from a victim. They're put into airplane mode to preserve the data. So that way remote wipe can't be sent to the phone from iTunes. If we can't put it into airplane mode, we'll put it into a Faraday bag, which blocks the cell phone signal. And then it's brought back to the lab and put into a Faraday box, which is has electrical outlets inside of it. So that way we can keep the phone charged.
And with regard to this investigation, you involved in the extraction of data or the examination of extracted data from any particular phone?
Yes, it did. John O'Keefe's phone, Karen Read's phone, and we had two witnesses' phones, but I don't remember doing the extractions themselves.
But as far as the data from those phones, have you had a look at that data? And specifically, I'm asking about both Jennifer McCabe's phone and Ms. Carrie Roberts.
Yes, I have.
Now, were you also at some point provided with some material from Brian Higgins' phone?
Yes, I saw screenshots of text messages.
And from the material that you were provided with reference to Mr. Higgins' phone, were you then able to cross-reference that eventually at some point with respect to the information in both Ms. Reed's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I was.
What you reviewed was the information contained within the material provided by Mr. Higgins. Was that consistent with what you observed in Ms. Reed's phone as well?
Yes, I didn't see any differences in those messages.
Now, with respect to starting with Ms. Reed's phone, that was received by you on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what time it was and where you were when you received that phone?
I want to say 6 or 7 o'clock at night at the Norfolk DA's office.
And who did you receive that phone from?
Trooper Proctor.
And with reference to that phone, what condition was it in at the time as far as you referenced airplane mode, Faraday bag, things of that nature? How was it sort of when you received it?
I believe it was in airplane mode. The phone was in good working order. And it was placed downstairs in our lab. So plugged in to keep the phone battery charged.
Now, the same with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. When and from whom did you receive that, and what kind of condition was that in when you received it?
I also got that from Trooper Proctor, the same time as Miss Reed's phone. Same condition.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, at the time that you received it, did you have any passcode or any way to get into the phone?
I'm sorry, whose phone?
Ms. Reed's phone.
Oh, no, the software we use to try to bypass passwords to be able to extract the evidence, I should say the extraction of the data, to look for evidence, with her phone at that time was not supported.
Now, what, if anything, did you do with her phone in regard to that?
Again, made sure it was in airplane mode and just kept it plugged in until such time as the phone was supported, and then we could download it.
Familiar with the device called Gray Key?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and what, if anything, you did with
We know
the defendant's phone
testified to it.
Yep. So Gray Key is, again, specialized hardware and software used to plug in the phones, can do Apple or Android phones to bypass passwords.
And how does that sort of function, or how does that work as far as when you hook something, a cell phone or a cellular device up to a Gray Key tool? What is it doing and how does it work?
If I knew that, I'd be a millionaire. But it basically installs software onto it, and
Great question, Larry.
instead of you put in 10 passcodes to.
Oh, could he just have said, "That's a great question. I actually wrote a book about this. If I just understood it, I would have been a millionaire."
I know, God.
If I had a wrote it.
If I was smart, I would be rich. Kind of like me.
iPhone on the 10th one. If it's wrong, it kills the phone forever. This has some secret software that's able to bypass that and basically keep hitting the phone with passcodes until it finds the right one.
So it essentially runs a bunch of different combinations of passcodes into the phone until it comes up with one that actually opens.
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, did the Gray Key device actually break into the defendant's phone?
Yes, it did.
You know about when that was in relation to when you received it?
Yeah, so we got the phone in January. It took, I believe support came out in, I want to say May or June. I don't remember the exact month, but we didn't actually get the passcode until August 16th of 2022.
And once that passcode was actually broken into by the Gray Key device, then you're able to look into the phone. Is that correct?
Yes. Once the passcode's obtained, we download the data, and then we're able to take that extraction data and then open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom or
to try and show they did a thorough investigation and they didn't just skip all the light steps that they could. But why are there so many incompetent police troopers on the stand? Because he couldn't even unsolder a memory chip without ruining the motherboard.
Didn't Proctor... Go ahead, sorry.
Because if you go and watch that guy who repairs everything on YouTube, I watched him sometimes. I can't remember what it's called. He shows you how to unsolder chips and change chips. And yes, you're right. Proctor talked all about this before.
Proctor, when he testified, didn't he say that he got Karen's password from the phone, saw her put it in, and it worked?
Well, he saw her put it in, but she never gave it to him.
He never said he got into it. He talked about Grey Key as well.
Yeah.
But
Because they want to make it apparent that Karen didn't give them access to the phone.
Well, I thought I remembered when he took the phone, he said that he got the password from her, she gave it to him, and he witnessed her put it in so that it worked.
She manipulated the phone and put in the password and showed us. I can't remember what it was she was showing them. He said she manipulated the phone, put in the password, and if he saw it or not, we don't know. We just know he sat in his office around 10 o'clock looking for nudes on his phone at some point.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, he had the phone open.
Yeah, but that must have been after this. That's going to be interesting.
So Trooper Proctor had the password, and he didn't give it to this guy apparently. Then,
well, I can't figure out the timeline and everything. I can't remember when Proctor was looking for nudes.
It was early because then he found the communication between her and the lawyer, and he said he had to stop at that point, and then he turned it in, and then this guy said,
was that like
for 3 months?
Was that the physical phone, or was that some kind of printout?
No, it was the phone. It was the actual phone.
Yeah. He was looking through her phones.
So he had the password. 100%.
Let's wait and see. But I'm not sure. I heard it one way, and people are in chat are saying a different thing. So maybe not. I'm not sure.
Whatever tool we're going to use to view it.
And the tools, as far as you're referring to, Cellbrite and Axiom, are you familiar with those tools through your course of your investigator with regard to electronic devices?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of when you say Cellbrite and Axiom, as far as then tools are concerned, how do they work and sort of what is it that you do with the device with reference to Cellbrite?
So what do we do with the extractions once we go to open them?
Well, how is the information extracted, first of all, and then what, if anything, do you do with that?
So Grey Key will pull the extraction. Well, it just, once the code's received, it again uses its software, pulls the data out, puts it into an encrypted, it's MD5 or SHA. It's a encryption key that has it's a unique key that, so if you changed anything inside that zip file, it would change the encryption number to show that something was tampered with. We take that encrypted zip file and we open it up in the software, and that's able to say, the call logs, the chats, the photos, the whole timeline of the phone.
Now, in addition to yourself, is there anyone else that works in this sort of capacity within your unit at the district attorney's office?
Yes, 2 other people.
And who are those 2 others?
The director of our lab, Samantha Vogt, and Trooper Connor Keefe.
Now, beyond yourself, Trooper Keefe, and Ms. Vogt, anybody else from the detective unit, as far as the troopers, would they have access to these devices, being defendants, Mr. O'Keefe's, Ms. McCabe's, or Ms. Roberts?
If they're in the digital evidence lab, no. Once the data is extracted from them, normally we give them back to the investigator or return to family. So that would be the only time that they would have access to the devices, or unless we kept them in the lab for just for, I don't want to say safekeeping, but just for storage reasons.
Now, with reference to your review of any of the extractions related to any of those 4 devices, at any point in time, did you observe anything in reference to any information being taken off or deleted from any of those devices at any point in time?
No, sir.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's device, the defendant's device, it was sometime in August of 2022 that the Grey Key was able to break into passcode and get into the device, correct?
That's correct.
And so then once an extraction is done, that's then subsequently reviewed by someone within your unit, is that correct?
Yes. So again, normally the investigators for the homicides know far more information about the crime and what occurred. So if need be, I'll load the phone up for them. They can go through it because they know what they're looking for. If they ask me, I'm happy to go through. If they can say, I'm looking for calls between this time period or, GPS locations, things like that.
Now, with reference to,
I can't wait to cross where the first question will be. You said you could help people if they asked you to look for certain some things. Did Trooper Proctor ask you to look for nudes? Just again to put it on the record.
I would.
the defendant phone, at some point were you made aware that there was some privileged information contained within her phone?
Yes, I was.
So as a result of that, what, if anything, happened with the phone from there?
We notified our supervisors, and we did not look at her extraction until the privileged communications could be removed, and then we could, again, go back and re-inspect the data.
Now, as far as that whole process that was undertaken in regard to that, how long a time period, or when was it that you were able to have the privileged information extracted and then actually get to look at the defense phone?
It took months. I don't think we got it back from the AG's office until later, I don't know, springtime of 2023-ish.
Now, with respect to the extraction from each of these four respective devices, that being the defendants, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Caves, and Ms. Roberts, what kind of tools were used to conduct those extractions?
Gray Key, Windows 10, and then Cellbrite Physical Analyzer and Axiom, their program, Magnets program.
And so as far as, I guess my question is, as far as the different devices that are used, why are there different devices, and what is it that say one does versus the other?
So they both do great work with, decoding the data. I've noticed that Axiom does a better job at pulling GPS spots because it gives a speed and a estimated range of how strong the GPS signals are, as opposed to Cellbrite. They give native locations, but they don't have that extra data with it. So I like to look at both tools to make sure that I'm seeing everything that I need to.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, you at some points reviewed the extraction from the.
We ended at 10. At 4 again today. In let me be Baker Damas. In roughly 14 minutes, he will ask, "Were you able to extract voice messages from the phone?" And just before we go home, he will play the voice messages of her yelling at John O'Keefe.
Probably.
That's a Baker Damas prediction.
Defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to that phone, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to GPS locations associated with that device?
I didn't see that many, maybe a handful, showing different spots in Canton, but nothing that stood out to me.
Now, with respect to your review of the phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to whether or not those GPS locations were allowed or permitted or turned off or on by you?
I can't say. I didn't see anything, like I said, that stuck out to me. Normally, if the GPS points aren't there, then location services are probably turned off.
But what I'm asking, though, is the device itself was capable of retaining that data as far as GPS locations, correct?
Yes, if it's turned on.
And there were no real GPS locations to speak of that you observed in your review of the extraction of the defendant, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain from that as far as GPS locations were concerned?
There's quite a bit, especially on January 29th.
Now, sir, before we get into that, if I could ask you some questions in regards to Mr. Cave's phone extraction. You had occasion to review that, is that correct?
No, the phone messages would be on John O'Keefe's phone. Tomorrow is voir dire day.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, in regard to that, also, you had mentioned that you had reviewed an affidavit from a defense expert or defense witness named Mr. Richard Green, correct?
That's correct.
And based on your review of that, what, if anything, based on your review of what Mr. Green said or did, what, if anything, did you then do with regard to Mr. Cave's phone?
So I basically went point by point through his report to confirm or deny if what he was placing in there was true.
And what, if anything, were you able to ascertain or learn from going through Mr. Cave's phone with reference to what Mr. Green stated? Objection.
I'll allow that.
It was mostly incorrect.
And when you say mostly incorrect, what was mostly incorrect?
So he states that there's a Google search that's done at 2:27 in the morning that immediately stuck out to me because when I went back and looked, that file that was parsed was not from the database that should have showed searches. This came from the session state tabs for Safari, which is a big red flag. Also came from a wall file, which is a drop ground for where data is put before it's actually put into the main database itself. And then once it reaches a certain point, that data is automatically deleted by the device, not by a user, which Mr. Green had stated that a search was done and that was purposely deleted. There was also items regarding phone calls being deleted. Again, they came from a wall file. Looking at it, again, it's stored in the knowledge seed, the main database. It's also stored in the biome, showing in the extraction.
Juneteenth.
Which is another storage area that Apple is using. Again, nothing, most of the stuff that I was reading in his report was either incorrectly, I don't know, written down, or he's interpreted it incorrectly.
Now, with regard to the phone calls or the contacts that Mr. Green indicated were user deleted or deleted by the user, what, if any, information did you look in regard to that? What did you ascertain in regard to that?
Yeah, so he stated that Ms. McCabe had deleted 18 phone calls from the morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Looking at the data from her call log, those calls, while they do show marked as deleted, again, they come from the wall file and they're also located in 2 other parts of the database. Again, as a user of an iPhone, you can't go in and just delete these files. They're handled by the operating system.
Do you know Jen McCabe is married to a guy who works in IT?
Oh
But again, you're right back to defending Jen McCabe.
Why are we doing
Because
this?
This is the Jen McCabe trial. We got confused.
And why is she the only person in the history of the world that, like, everything that's deleted is wrong? It's wrong.
Right. He just admitted that there was a wall file at 2:27 a.m. for How Long to Die in Cold, but it didn't make it all the way to the hard drive because it just didn't. So the search happened at 2:27 a.m. according to this guy, probably according to the first lady, and I think according to the last guy. I don't really know.
Yeah. The primary keys are sequential IDs, and the 5 are missing. There's a reason there's a sequential. A database can only work on IDs. You could just as well try to speak Sumerian to me. I know nothing. And again, he's preemptively striking at defense expert that the jury hasn't remembered, hoping that when Mr. Green takes the stand, they will remember this guy in a kind of offhand way said, Mr. Green was wrong. I bet you Mr. Green will come with demonstratives instead of just a big forehead dimple.
It's impossible.
So as far as, what, if any, opinion do you, well, let me ask you this first. As far as a wall or a log file, can you explain that, what you understand that term to mean? The jury has these particular.
Yeah, so as I said, these files are dropping ground. So when you're using your apps, using the phone, takes that data, puts it into this wall file until you either close the app or you shut down the phone, or it reaches a certain number of data in the phone. That wall file will automatically delete from the phone. So this can be on a first in, first out basis. Again, like I said, it could be when data reaches a certain level, but those calls that are being marked as deleted, Cellbrite seeing, it doesn't mean the user delete them. It just means they're being removed from the wall file.
You indicated that from your review of the phone extraction, there were other areas or other databases, bases, within the phone that contain that same information.
Yes. So the main database of the iPhones is the knowledge seed database. They're also using Biome, and then if you're using the newest software now, it's another area I won't bore you with, but depending on the iOS you're using for the phone, it's going to depend on where that data is being stored.
Now, specifically with respect to Ms. McCabe's phone, one of the contentions Mr. Green had was in regard to a contact for Brian Albert. Is that correct?
Yes, that was another one.
With respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to find within Ms. McCabe's phone in regard to contact information for Brian Albert?
Yeah, so Mr. Green's report said that he located a deleted screenshot of Brian Albert's contact. That was in her phone. The contact for Brian Albert was still in her phone, not deleted. So I don't know, maybe she just deleted the screenshot.
Now, with respect to Ms. McCabe's phone, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the call log history in Ms. McCabe's phone?
I export it all out to a PDF so I could view it. And again, like I said, there's, I think, 1,104 phone calls from going all the way back to October of 2020, I want to say. And phone calls, FaceTime, they're all, the calls are there, all the records, and they're all stored in different areas of the phone. The only ones that show the wall file deleted were the ones from the 29th going up to the end, towards the end of the day on the 29th.
And now with respect to the call history, where or how is that typically stored within an iOS device?
I believe that's stored in the call stored dash SQLite database.
And with reference to what, if any, difference storage-wise is that SQLite database versus the wall file?
So again, yeah, that database where the call logs are sent, it's going to have a corresponding wall file where the data is going to be put temporarily. And then, as I said, it gets automatically deleted by the iOS, by the operating software. It's not user enabled.
So from your review of those 1,104 phone call history records extraction of this case phone, what, if any, opinion you have in regards to whether or not those items were deleted by any user?
I don't believe they were. And actually, I will say one of the phone calls was from the actual main call stored database. That could have been user deleted, but again, it's in 2 other spots in the operating system. So I don't know how or why the iOS stores it the way it does, and then marks what.
Now, sir, from your review of the 4 phone extractions that you reviewed in this case, were you able to export or print certain chat reports from specific people's phones or between from specific people's phones with other individuals?
Yes, I was able to.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
What do you think? Is that his real hair? His real hair color?
Yes.
Too fast.
It's like friendly.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48.
Okay.
You recognize? Excuse me. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The first page is Facebook Messenger chats between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed from the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, it is.
And specifically with reference to those chats between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you also reviewed that material from the defendant's phone as well?
Yes, I did.
Material that you reviewed from the defendant's phone, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could request certain portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 48 being published to the jury as we go through them.
Okay.
Sir, if I could just start you out on page 1.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that up. Now, with respect to what's up on the screen, the portion that you can see, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
I'll grab it for you as Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Now, within this particular, from the perspective of this is from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So there will be blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct as well?
Yes.
And so who, as far as the blue bubbles are concerned, who's speaking in that?
The blue bubbles will be from Ms. Reed, and the green bubbles are from Officer O'Keefe.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could please scroll down.
First guy to call him Officer O'Keefe the whole trial.
Now, with respect to what's contained on this page 1 at the bottom, if you could read the date and the time and indicate who is speaking and what is said there.
So the blue bubbles is Karen Reed and 1/28/2022 at 3:30 p.m. Hello. John says hi at 3:35 p.m.
Sorry, may I approach, John?
Yes.
Is this the guy that wrote the book, The Law of Extraction?
Yep. Those are the Facebook ones.
I had a lot of cabbage for dinner.
Thought these were Facebook messages. They're iMessages now?
I'm sorry.
Facebook Messenger, I think.
What's contained in Exhibit 48 is the entirety of the chat report from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I apologize. Showing you another document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
These are the native chats, native messages from John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
So these are just specifically broken down as far as the chats between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Ms. Reed's phone, correct?
Correct.
As far as your review of both of the extractions from both of those phones, the material contained within Mr. O'Keefe's phone is consistent with the material contained in the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce the witness investigator. Okay.
Okay.
Are we going to read all of those?
Certainly hope not. I'm sure he's
Just
just
to be returned to the witness, Your Honor, if we could, with court's permission, if we could publish that.
Yes.
He's got a book size of the family Bible, but he's going to pick out 15 or so.
And now, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next witness, sir? Let's go on, I'm sorry, if you could scroll down.
Yes.
Again, from this first page, if you could, blue bubble is from Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Being from Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, again, read from this first page as far as date, time, who was speaking, and what is it?
At 9:49 a.m., Karen says, "You've really hurt me this time." 10:02 a.m., "I'm sorry. This is, sorry, it's kind of read. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy." At 10:09 a.m., Karen says, "I am not the same as everybody else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you and what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gone to this point with me, but I'm just trying my hardest. You made the point, I made your point, and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help."
If I can stop you there, sir. If I can direct your attention to my apologies. Sir, if I can direct you to page 5.
Okay.
I'm sorry, bottom of page 4.
All right.
And starting with the blue bubble on the bottom of page 4, again, if you can indicate as to who's speaking.
This is so taken out of context. She was talking about how bad she was having it, and again, he was aggressive towards her.
Yeah.
I was gonna say if that's the spiciest that it gets, I'm really disappointed in Lally.
Yeah.
He was sad in the day.
I want
I'm also
something
really
like,
disappointed in their arguing ability. God,
They argue like kind of nicely.
kind of like they love each other.
Yeah. It's a conspiracy, though.
Well, this is now 5 hours later, and remember the short dick he just took at his parents and his brother. Just a little reminder.
Karen says to John at 1:21 p.m. on the 28th, "Maybe you can call someone."
If you could continue on through page 5, sir.
On the 28th at 1:46 p.m., John says, "Like who?" On 1:47 p.m., "What time are you coming here?" And then there's at 12:05, there's a message, but no content.
And the next message at 2:06, sir.
Yes, 2:06 from Karen. "I don't know what time. Feel kind of out of it. Just trying to clear my head." 2:06 p.m., John writes back, "Okay." 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says, "Text me later when you guys settle in later." Sorry, "Text me when you guys settle in later." John says, "Sure," at 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says at 2:16, "I feel pretty shitty about this. Feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said."
If I could ask you to continue on to page 7, sir.
At 2:17 p.m., John says, "Not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it." Karen replies back at 2:17, "Things in my own life have been difficult too, you know." John writes back at 2:17, "I know." At 2:25 p.m., "Tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." From Karen.
You could continue on to page 8, sir.
At 2:25, John responds back, "Nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" It was at 2:26. At 2:29, he writes, "Kids are here, not in the mood to talk."
And how does the defendant respond to that at the bottom of page 8?
"So you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this." at 2:29 p.m.
If I could direct you to the next page 9.
Yep. Mr. Reed says, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow at 2:29. At 2:30, she says, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about? When we talk about the future. So why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore?
Man, he is great at
2:30. Oh, sorry. I was at 2:30. John says, not how it went down, but okay.
Now, does Ms. Reed respond to that?
Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us?
If you could, sir, please continue on to page 10.
Okay. At 2:32 p.m., sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. From John. And then John again at 2:32. Oh my God, stop calling.
Okay, stop you there for just a moment, sir. With regard to January 28th, you were also able to extract a report specifically in regard to calls received by Mr. O'Keefe on that day?
Yes, I was.
I mean, on that date into the next date of January 29th?
Yes.
I approach Your Honor.
Yes.
We're now showing the document.
So they were having an argument.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's John O'Keefe's call log.
And that's the entirety of the call log from January 28th into 29th, is that correct?
Yes, from 20th at 9:19 a.m. to the 29th at 6:03 a.m.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek introduce the
I really hope that she said, okay, then I don't want to see you ever again. Because we know from testimony that night they were very loving towards each other.
Yeah, I'm confused. I mean, either.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, and again, this is
another document.
This is totally taken out of
context.
Text. Yeah, this is the Dunkin' Donut argument.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's call log from January 29th at 12:33 a.m. to January 29th at 6:03 a.m.
And those are specifically calls between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
So she's being
Yes, that is correct.
Keep calling when he doesn't.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost like
Been there, done that.
See, Karen, if you had just
Ladies,
stayed in
when
your
we say,
house
I don't want to talk
and
right
not
now. It
people.
doesn't mean I really want to talk. Please call me 2,000 times because that just makes me not want to talk even more.
Yes.
But who's been there? I blew up some phones in my day.
Yes. Especially when there's a reason you have cell phones, just to, if you're at the grocery store and then someone doesn't pick up for the 85th time.
Oh, I've done that for those stupid reasons too. Be like, I'm here now, so don't wait till I get home and then tell me.
I just need to know if the milk is still good. Ugh,
Yes,
pick up the phone.
exactly.
Yes.
I've
And you don't
totally
even
been
give it
there.
time to stop. You just re-ring it again, not even a second later, because you're like, I am now digging in.
You SOB, answer that phone.
You will not
Yeah,
win.
and again-
This challenge is mine.
And this will look bad because
Yes.
they
Well, yeah,
deceptively
of course.
take everything that sounds bad out of context. And but again, this will be good for Lally to end with this
Yeah.
Yeah.
because they can't fight it until Thursday.
Now, Trooper Guarino, from the text messages that you were just testifying from, Mr. O'Keefe indicates OMG stopped calling at 2:32 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, from your review of those call logs, how many times did the defendant call Mr. O'Keefe on January 28th from approximately 9:19 a.m. to about 2:58 p.m.?
There's 18 calls from 9:19 to about 2:59 p.m.
Those calls are listed within those records as various as far as rejected, or missed, or answered, or things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How many of them are rejected?
11.
How many of them are missed?
4.
And how many are
And
answered?
you know when someone's rejecting your calls, it makes you even more mad.
Yeah.
Now,
That was
following that
entrapment. That's entrapment.
text message at 2:32 p.m. from Mr. O'Keefe to the defendant asking her to stop calling him, does the defendant keep calling?
Yes, she does.
And at some point, does Mr. O'Keefe call Ms. Reed back?
Yes, at about 3 p.m. on the 28th. Double check.
First of all, I want to see a pattern. If this was a one-time occurrence.
Hey, Approach Arm.
Yes.
I can take each of the call logs, but I want you to hold on a second. Now, so if I can turn your attention back to page 10 on the text messages with respect.
Okay, so Mr. Lally, when you put your head down and when you walk away, we can't hear you. And so there won't be a record of this. So you have to keep your voice up. Well, you just said, you just put your head down and your voice went down. So keep your voice up. It's really important you do so.
Trooper Green, I'm turning your attention back to page 10 of these text messages, which I read from Ms. Reed's response to Mr. O'Keefe at 2:32.
Yes, so 2:32 p.m. She says, "Why would you start with me this morning?" And then followed up by 2:33, "You're setting me up to fail."
If I could turn your attention to page 11 and ask you to continue from there.
Ms. Reed says, you started a number of fights from your end. John, and that's at 2:33. At 2:33, John writes back, "I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again."
How does the defendant respond to that?
So you're not into this anymore.
Valhalla, have you ever been fighting with a girl and even though you told her 20,000 times exactly why you were thinking, and now you're getting a call from a girl. Have you ever been in an argument with a girl and she says, "Hey, buddy, do you want to talk about it?" "No, I'm really not into it right now. I'm at Walmart with the kids. I don't have time right now. Can we talk about this later?" "Yeah, but I want to talk about it. I just told you I don't have time to talk about it." "Yeah, but why don't you want to talk about it?" "Because I don't have time I'm Walmart with the kids. I'm going to call you." "No, I don't have time to talk to you right now." And then 4 hours later, you will get a message. "You never want to talk to me and you never tell me why."
Luckily, not in my marriage has that ever happened. But yes, there has been girls in the past that have been very needy and demanding of my communications and time. See?
Yeah.
Poor, oh, God.
Exactly, Julie. Then answer us the first time then.
Yeah, or, just say,
But even if we answer the phone and says, "Hey, I really don't want to talk about this right now. I'm at the Walmart. I'm shopping with the kids. I don't have time right now. I'll talk to you later."
Hey, I'm at the vet. This isn't exactly the appropriate time for me to engage in this conversation. Why don't you just wait till I get home? I got to do this. I got to do that. I got to do this. I really need to focus my brain power in what I'm doing for the next 4 hours. We'll talk about it tonight. Leave me alone.
Thank you.
Baby.
See, that was a better explanation than probably what he's doing.
Well, he's
that
he's
most
probably like,
men
"I
do.
already
Sorry.
and we'll talk about it later." And I mean, all he had to say was, "Hey, this is important to me, but I would like to enjoy this time and be present for the kids."
Well, he's probably a little upset. He's probably a little upset with himself at the time. He doesn't want to give this long explanation. He just wants to just leave me alone, lady.
I'm just saying, if you want to placate us crazy ass women, simply
Yes.
say, "I would love to talk about this in depth, and I really want us to connect. And I can't do that because I can't multitask like you. You're a smart lady.
Mo.
I am a dumb man."
I'm going to go ahead and
Exactly.
I'm going to speculate a little bit here. All right. I'm going to speculate a little bit and I'm going to assume that if he draws this out a little bit longer and just kind of gives her the cold finger for a couple hours. Cold, is that right? Cold finger?
Shoulder.
Cold
Shoulder.
Cold
Thank you. I knew it was the body part. If he gives her the cold shoulder for a little while.
The cold finger is when it's special date night.
It's a special thing.
The making up might be a much better situation, if you know what I'm saying. I'm not
Or he's
saying that
sitting
that's
on
what's
the couch
happening.
and she's assassinating him with a pillow. I mean, choose your poison.
go back
It
as
could
soon
go
as
very well or very badly.
Well, no, he said, stop calling me or whatever like that. Like, that's not really that's not just the best way to say it. You know what I'm saying?
As I said, that's entrapment. She's innocent. There you go.
Yeah.
He was like,
when I was the
relax,
point was
relax.
back when cell phones was really new, especially when you were outside of countries. At one point, I my phone turned on. We had been out doing some pew stuff. I had 47 missed calls, and she was angry that I didn't pick up the phone while we were out doing pewing. 47 missed calls.
I don't know if you know this.
And John says, I'm into fighting all the time. Correct. That's at 2:34 p.m.
If I could turn your attention to the top of page 12.
Yep. It's 2:34. Mr. Reed says, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. John writes back that there's no content at 2:34. And then at 2:34, she says, then stop starting with me.
How does Mr. O'Keefe respond to that?
At 2:34, he writes back, I'm not answering, stop calling.
And if you could, if I could turn your attention to the top of page 13.
Mr. Reed says, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? John responds back at 2:35, Kaylee is right here. Mr. Reed says, you're starting a rage with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me at 2:35. And she writes at 2:38, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit.
If I could direct you to the top of page 14, sir.
She says, can you answer please at 2:38? He writes back at 2:39, no, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking. Have fun.
That's not what it says.
Karen writes back at 2:40, seeing if you want to meet me later. Can you please call me right after that?
Again, if I could direct you to the top of page 15.
John writes back at 2:40, have to take him to the doctor. He has practice. Mr. Reed writes back, yeah, 5 minutes. John writes back at 2:43, my father just walked in. Aaron writes back, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes at 2:44?
The top of page 16, sir.
2:44, John writes back, not right now. Aaron writes back, I'm there when anyone else needs me at 2:44. At 2:46, yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minute.
And the last one from that page, sir.
Yeah, 2:47, I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into things. If you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail.
This just makes him sound like.
So if I could draw your
Yeah, he
attention
sounds like the D-bag.
Yeah, but he sounds like, could she let it go? It's Pop-Tarts. Like, look, maybe he was having a grumpy
Well,
day.
he didn't let
So
it
if I could
go.
ask you to start reading
She
from
got
the top
him
of
the
page
kids Dunkin'
At
Donuts,
7:41
and he
p.m.,
was the one that
Aaron
was
writes,
mad.
okay, let me know if you end up leaving.
Well,
John writes back at 7:42, why? Now you're not coming? Karen writes back, I'm waiting for the plumber. Actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42. John says 7:43, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. Karen writes back at 7:43, he's not going home after. John writes back at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. You may have to get Michael. And you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. And that was at 7:44.
Thank you, sir.
So he's getting pissed.
If I could direct your attention to page 49.
Okay.
If I could ask you to start from page 49, sir.
8:29 p.m. Yeah, but he lives right down the road. John writes back at 8:30. Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30. She writes back, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. John writes back, I'll do it Monday. Karen responds at 8:31. Ha, I better not still have this problem on Monday. John writes back, plan on being there. Karen writes back at 8:32. I'd like to know, I could take a hot shower here if I need to. John writes back, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday.
If I could direct you to the top of next page, 51.
John, I'm getting.
So within 5 hours, we have gone from, no, within 8 hours, we've gone from, I hate you, do you have someone else, to, I hope you're staying till Monday. This sounds like 16-year-olds being in love.
Off my phone.
Yeah.
Let me know what you're doing. Cameron's bag 833. I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. And says, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. And John writes back at 833. Blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere.
Sir, if I could direct you to the top of page 52.
Okay. Karen says, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early AM. That's at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. John replies back, sure. And then the next one's not until 12:55 AM on the 29th. I'm going home.
And the I'm going home is from the defendant, 12:55 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the top of page 53.
Yes, 12:55 again. See you later. At 1:02, your kids are cucking alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Thank you, sir. Sir, may I approach to retreat?
Yes. Can I see counsel at sidebar about scheduling?
You are.
Can we just agree that she's a very needy woman?
Yeah.
She's one of
This
those.
is not
She's
maybe
not.
thinking.
She's not. It's
She
not
will,
abnormal,
she
and
will-
they weren't.
Yeah.
Like she seemed very like normal womany to me, and he seems
I
like
mean,
Yeah, she seems like every other woman
whatever.
that she want to have attention, and he yelled at her, and she knows she kind of.
If this witness, but can we go until 4:15? I know it's been a long day, but does that work for you? All right, thank you very much. So let me do that, and then I'll talk about scheduling after.
You are unmuted.
You know what? This actually goes to further
I may have one minute.
Yes.
Higgins, that she's just kind of craving attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
she wants someone that's not mean to her, that's not criticizing everything she's doing. I mean, it's a little hard
Yes.
to have your partner tell you you suck out loud at life every 5 seconds.
Well, yeah. And if
Now-
she's yelling at her about the kids all the time.
Trooper Garino, you were also able to get some chats as well as some phone calls between the defendant and certain individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They aren't married, and he wants her to take care of the kids all the time. She's getting used. She knows it. She just doesn't leave them like she should. Well,
Yeah. That's pretty much exactly it. Like,
well, let's be.
I think
real.
I think he's like keeping her there because she is helping out a lot with the kids, and it's helpful to him.
Well,
And-
let's not forget that those kids just lost both of their parents. I'm sure that that household isn't exactly a happy place to spend time. You know what I mean?
No.
Well, no.
Of
course not.
I'm sure there's a lot of animosity and a lot of
yeah. And can I just say,
Not my
Renee Ward,
mom.
right.
as a man, I know those 5 minutes. Is
Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The single page is Karen Reed to Laura Sullivan phone calls, or I should say, calls from Laura Sullivan to Karen Reed. And the other one is Karen Reed and Laura Sullivan's chat messages.
What's contained in those documents, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you were able to extract from the defendant's call?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes and next witness. No objection.
This is the message to the sister that the sister testified.
No.
Oh, that's not all.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a pretty like, I would say, civil argument because there's no like,
This is an argument I would expect a woman and her man to have before she ends his life.
well, yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah. Where is the B word? Where is the C word? Where's the FUs?
Those were all
FU
flowers.
The worst word where your kids are cooking alone.
On your document, sir, recognize that?
Yes, these are Karen Reed and Aaron O'Keefe phone call.
And what is contained in that, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed conducting the extraction of the defendant's phone with regard to the communications with Aaron O'Keefe?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, with these statements, it makes no sense she would unalive him.
No.
There's no objection, Mr. Kennedy, right?
No objection. I'm very sorry, Madam Clerk. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, she was the one with the
Madam Clerk, was previously been marked as Exhibits 51 and 52. You recognize those?
Yes, these are phone calls between Karen Reed and Katie Camerano. And 52 is chats between Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
I agree.
Approach this to retrieve, Your Honor. What's contained in those Exhibits 51 and 52 is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the extraction of the material from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So show me what's marked as Exhibits 94 and then 95.
Yes, I'm sorry. They are chats between Karen Reed and Jen McCabe, text messages, and 95 is Karen Reed and Jen McCabe phone calls.
Hey, we have our friend from the other day.
Guess who's back? Kimmy.
Hey.
Go back to Friday. You missed the entire statement because you're wrong. So go back and watch that. We'll talk later.
Again, what's contained in those records before you is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the defendant's phone during the course of your extraction of materials from her phone?
Yes.
I approach the retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes. So these are already in evidence, Mr. Lally, so you don't need the fair and accurate.
Yeah, Ellie. Hey, I'm a fan. How you doing?
Bum, 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 bum,
Yes.
Is this just putting things in that's already in evidence?
Yeah.
Can we just get to the phone messages so we can get out of here?
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum.
I know he's got the stupid binder. I really want to look at it. Can you look at this one page, page 352?
Sure, I'm going to send you home. Okay. So I need to see.
Oh my God.
You didn't get it in.
That was like, damn it, Lolly. I just can't.
She just lost her.
Regret patches.
Oh. Why in all heck is he such a bad lawyer? He wanted.
How did he get to be the assistant DA?
Assistant DA.
Because no one else wanted to do this.
Because no one else wanted to do it.
Probably.
MP,
It
you are
is-
correct. This is a
is the-
waste of time. He just wasted 15 minutes introducing text that he already introduced with Jennifer McCabe. Maybe it's technically, I don't know if it's the way to do it, but oh my God, he's such an idiot. He was planning. I swear he was planning.
You are unmuted. We won't be. All right, so it's very important that you don't want you to hear or listen to anything, or read about anything. So we will be here tomorrow. Wednesday is the federal holiday, so we're not in session. I know there's supposed to be some big heat wave this week. I really appreciate that everybody dresses respectfully for court. I suggest you come in comfortably. It's an old building. The air conditioners are great today. I don't know that will hold up when really pushed. So feel free to dress comfortably. We'll plan on seeing you on Thursday. If that changes, the court officers have your
Isn't today
contact
Monday?
information. But we're planning on seeing you on Thursday. All right, so
What?
please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you Thursday.
All rise for the court, please.
What did you say about Monday?
Today's Monday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The federal
Tomorrow is
holiday
what
on
dear day?
Wednesday.
Yeah, we have what dear tomorrow.
All right, and Trooper, you can just follow out behind them. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Wednesday we are going to celebrate emancipation in Texas. I think is the reason why.
Wednesday is my birthday. Duh.
That's
I thought it was
it's a federal
Columbus Day.
holiday. I knew it.
Yeah, it's not a federal holiday.
Yeah. Jamie's birthday has been. It's probably Biden have made that a special holiday. You missed nothing other than they had the lamest fight ever. Do you want to get rid of me? Do you want someone else? I don't want to talk to you right now. Tell me if you don't want to talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. Why don't you want to talk to me? But can't you understand I don't want to talk to you? I don't want to pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. I don't want to talk to you. This is every man in the chat of the 32% male audience I have at some point in their life, multiple times in their life, had that discussion with their significant other. Not right now. Especially when you were younger and out drinking. It's funny how they always wanted to talk roughly around 11:30 when you were with the boys hammered and said, I'm just I just wanted to say good night to you. Yeah, good night. Yeah, about tomorrow. I was just thinking, I know you're going to be tired because you're out partying. I'm just home alone. But I know it's going to, I'm thinking maybe we could do something tomorrow. Now you've been out all night alone without me. Can we talk about it later? We are really having fun. Jack has just bought 10 shots. Yeah, you would rather hang out with Jack than be with me. No, honey, but we talked about this before I left, and you promised me you wouldn't be mad that I took one night out with the boys. I'm not mad, but I just don't understand why you would rather be with the boys instead of me. Honey, I would rather be with you, but this is the one time a year where I take my balls out of the purse, put them back on, and goes out with the
tomorrow.
Yeah, you should be allowed to do that.
I am so interested in what these experts say. Well, nothing will get nothing will get somebody to call you faster than you say, "Are you just done with me?" And he goes, "I don't know. We fight so much." Okay, now I'm calling you. What's going on here? Are we done? Are we done? Tell me.
I have already packed up all of our stuff, or all of my stuff. But then he did that snotty thing about, well, I'm waiting for a plumber. And he's like, well, good luck with that. Also, you need to pick me up from the bar. Are you going to be here to pick me up from the bar? And I'm like, after you ignored all my phone calls, that would be what Uber is for, sweetie pants.
Have one of your top buddies drive you across town drunk. They seem to be good at it.
Right.
Yeah, try ignoring me all day and then telling me I need to have your ass a ride home. And be like, I don't know, can Pop get you?
Pop.
Well, I don't know.
I might be reliving past trauma.
I think you are.
Baker's like, gosh dang it, we talked about this in therapy and I thought it was in the lockbox.
I told you about that guy who moved into and his mom was away for the first time ever last summer, where I at 1:30 put on my wife beater and my shorts and went out to tell Louisa you don't have time to talk right now because I'm effing tired of being in bed listening to you arguing. Yeah, and I know, honey, but it's just I'm with the boys. No, honey, I'm not that drunk. I still love you. No, I love you. You know I love you. Yes. And I was trying to look as angry as I could. Yeah. Are we done? I don't know. Is the tuna still moist?
The tuna is always moist.
Stop
if you rattle the
it.
can correctly,
Oh
it's
my
always moist.
Go.
I'd like to lodge complaints.
Get out of here. Yeah, me too. I'm with you.
That's it. We're getting Baker's number and we're calling and texting him until he stops saying that.
I will.
But why can't you talk right now, Baker? But why?
Don't make me. I will blow you up on Discord.
That's why I go into sleep mode when
Uh-huh.
I learned the hard way after I started doing YouTube that turn your phone into don't disturb mode right now, because every time you turn off the screen, 20 people is, hey, did I just hear? And yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock. I'm going to bed. Yeah. And then I wake up in the morning with 5 texts and 3 invites and thinking, I said I was going to bed.
You were obviously lying, Baker. You were having fun without us, and that is not allowed. We will not be ignored, Baker.
Boosh, if you get my mom on the horn, I'll do whatever. She died 8 years ago, so it'll be pretty rough. Talking to her again.
I knew he was going to say something.
I feel obligated to point out that Shizzy in our mock trial was better at time management than Lally is in this trial.
Yeah, and he went 45 minutes over.
Yeah.
And me.
Moist for the moist god, tuna cans for the tuna throne.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Lord.
No.
We should get Trooper Bald Guy to contact her. Who's Trooper Bald Guy?
They're all Trooper Bald Guy.
Which Trooper Bald Guy?
2 people in this entire trial who have had hair. One of them was a lady.
Oh my gosh.
The one that had a feeling about the crime scene. Oh, no, he talked to the crime scene. I think he meant talk to the crime scene.
He talked to the crime scene?
No, the crime scenes talk to him. That's
yeah,
what
the crime scene. Yeah.
That's what
who talked to you? Crime scene.
He's Will Ferrell, or he's Will from the Red Dragon. Is that Edward Norton? That's who he is.
Yeah.
I was thinking he was a medium.
Wasn't there a show with Patricia Arquette where she was like a psychic that solved crimes?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was called Medium.
There you go.
My grandma used to watch it.
And then there was Jennifer Love Hewitt that did something or other. Ghost Whisperer, Ghost
yeah.
Rider.
I don't care what she did. I watched it.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
She could call me and text me all the time.
She can call and text you anytime, anywhere.
Baker said, I don't
Just
care if
to
it's
talk.
11:30 and he did buy a round of shots. I'm taking that phone call.
He's like, no, this is Jennifer Love Hewitt. Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
No, I love you very much. No, I'm coming right home. No, I hate John. I hate him.
If I was getting that call, my friends would drive me over.
God.
That's well. What if anything did we learn today?
Physics are hard.
We learned that the searches that were made weren't deleted, but weren't on the phone. I think.
And we learned that key cycles is engine strokes is. Don't worry about it. Just because they're not there doesn't mean they don't exist. They could be there.
Yeah. The device that tracks the keystrokes and ignition strokes doesn't track all keystrokes or ignition strokes, only the ones that have trigger events, which nobody knows what that means.
Well, I
We
assume
learned
that
the last guy
someone said a
wanted
hateful
someone
word.
to unalive him because he said it under his breath and you could hear it. What? I missed that. I bet you someone on Twitter had that one.
Wait, what?
What? That? Somebody said
a bit confused.
off meat in the trial today?
I missed that.
I missed that too.
Ballstorm. If J Love calls, you answer.
Can I find that somewhere? I bet you someone has it on YouTube if I just scroll through it. Let's
the last guy?
So the cop that's on the
Was
scene.
it at the very end?
I I have this from Andrea Burkhardt.
Oh, she did say, "Oh yes, I'm watching Andrea Burkhardt." She just replayed it, and he said, "Kill me" under his breath in the microphone. Oh Lord.
I can't impeccing the sound on this, but let's hear.
Marissa said Discord, yeah.
He did just say kill me.
How did we miss that?
Are you playing it? Because I want to hear.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not showing on the screen. I'm looking at it.
No.
Sorry. He said, "God, kill me."
Did he just say kill me? Did he just say kill me?
What?
He says,
Why
"God,
does he move over like that? What is?
God kill me.
He says, "God, kill me."
Why did
What
he
was he being? What was he being asked though? I'm really curious. Like, how that came.
I just played the clip that I found. I don't know because I didn't hear it, so I don't know what.
Yeah, I didn't hear it either. Huh. I wonder what question Lally asked him. He's like, "God kill me." Oh, that's freaking, that is gold.
That is magic.
Oh my god. Mine do too. YouTube's being weird, y'all. The chat isn't like accepting chats. YouTube's being weird.
I can't boost this because it's live, but let's hear if the audio is better.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could request. Your Honor, certain portions of marked as Exhibit 48.
That's the first.
What is going on in this trial?
I don't know.
So since he was under oath, was that like an actual request?
Yeah, I don't know if God was really invoked or like.
You can't lie though on the stand, right? So it's got to be from the heart.
Well, let's just be honest. Watching Lally for 26 days, I might have run outside every time I heard something I thought was thunder and just stand out there.
Just quickly go out there, stand up there with your, like, get a metal pole.
Yeah.
You're like, where are my golf clubs? And aluminum foil.
Let me stick that up in the air.
I'll fly a kite with a key on it.
Yeah.
That's
Well, considering Newton's body was rolling over in his grave so much that he could have generated all of the, carbon-free energy that we needed for the rest of humanity.
Oh my God.
We really missed an opportunity there, AOC.
It's
the Lally effect.
Great. But
oh, that's funny.
That's stupid. Well, tomorrow, voir dire day. I don't know if they show it. If they do, of course, we'll cover it. It's going to be interesting to hear how unprofessional the witnesses the defense is going to bring in compared to these, I would say, beacons of science we have heard from today.
Oh, they'll be showing it for sure.
You can't figure out force applied to an object if it's at an angle. What?
Well, Baker, that's why we haven't been to the moon. It was all a lie.
Yeah.
It's very questionable.
Orbits and stuff.
If Cellbrite says something, you can't trust it. Because I made a free piece of data software you can use to tell you what you want. Pretty sure every defense lawyer right now is downloading that program.
Well, and the craziest part is they're just saying everything else she did was right. There's nothing fishy about it. Anything else that was done. It's just this one specific thing.
Yeah. It's yeah.
Well, have we thought about the fact that the expert the defense used probably didn't get his GS-10 levels or OWLs or newts from Hogwarts? Because I'm pretty sure he'll have like this weird doctorate thing or something that we all know is a lie and a product of big school, big education.
Well, he probably paid a lot of money for it. That's at least something.
Well, that's capitalism, and that's wrong.
Yeah. He seems like a guy who paid his way through school. If you neither know the angle nor the friction, I don't think it's easy. Well, again, then you'll have to backtrack because he said within this cone is where he was struck. And the car must, because you can't see any scuff marks on the rims or on the curb that they mentioned. So he must have been on the road. And from that, you can extrapolate at randomly what angle. And then you have the friction. Well, you can just set that to 0. Or you could say he ended up here. So he must have traveled that because you have distance. You have initial point of impact approximately. You have the weight and you have the car's movement. So you could, that's just an equation. That should be pretty easy.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, he's a dancer, pirouette, followed by a flying leap and a somersault, banging his head on the curb, but still ending up 9 to 30 feet away.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, this is absolutely stupid. It's really, really stupid. So that's
why I'm
the big
so
problem.
excited to hear their witnesses, because I know there's no way they're not gonna show blood here of all these people, and then we'll get to hear what they're gonna testify to, and I'm kind of excited.
Yeah. Finally, The Rock has come home. No, finally, something where people might even know what they talk about and can relay it in a kind of understandable fashion, because I still don't understand half what's we've been told today.
No, all the tech stuff's been entirely too complicated.
Yeah.
I think it's probably intentionally complicated.
Probably
100%.
because if you don't understand it, the jury don't understand it. But he had a British accent, and
So
he said he was smart.
I don't understand how any of his stuff got in, because it's not accredited. It's not peer reviewed. It's all just kind of, hey, I took the data and then I made this bullshit up. So let me present you with this bullshit.
Yeah. Trust me, bro, was again.
That was exactly it. Trust me, bro.
The leading thing to go out by.
Kimmy, what the hell are you talking about? What black box are you even referring to?
The thing they couldn't get the telematics off of. The things they couldn't get the
I like turtles.
jailbreak.
I'm glad Belle saw it, because I saw it and I was about ready to say the same thing. Like, what are you talking about?
She didn't fly an airplane into the driveway. There's no black box in her Lexus.
And if you're talking about the info system in the car, they told us they couldn't get any information off of it. Were you not listening?
Clearly.
Yeah, Lexus said no.
I love when people just show up and argue points that they have no idea what they're talking about. It's like, well, listen, I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I know when I'm smarter than somebody else.
I heard the points. Yeah.
I need a beer.
Yeah, we all need a little break. Well, while Hella moves, let's do this.
Hey guys, it's Mo from Mo in the Deep End, and if you need nightly newsy news to clear your brain of all of this non-physics, then at 7 p.m. I will be doing the day's news. It's newsy news, news you never knew you always needed. So stop by, and we have all of the stories that you won't hear anywhere else.
Hey y'all, I'm Valhalla Waits. We're doing the Karen Reed trial. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. Kimmy pay attention. That's what we're covering. And aside from that, I think to the 29th of this month is the next Lego stream scheduled with Max Murrah. Next month in July, I think we have the 27th. I'm pretty sure I can announce this. I think I already have, right?
Dave did it yesterday.
Okay, cool.
Oh, Saturday.
Andrea Burkhart is joining us on July 27th for an awesome Lego stream. I'm super excited about that. I've never gotten a chance to talk to her, and I'm super excited about it because she rocks. And then I think we're scheduling one for the 20th of next month as well, but I don't know if that one's locked in yet. So we'll get there.
And Wednesday at 8 p.m.
And we're doing a thing Wednesday that on Baker's channel, a panel on this Karen Reed topic with, can I announce
Brandy.
everybody? Brandy
Yeah,
Churchill's going to be there. Andrea Burkhart's going to be there.
No.
Brandy
Brandy and the Young Jerks has said yes
That's
so
it.
far.
My bad. Okay.
And maybe Melanie Little will drop by.
I'm looking forward to that as well. It'll be a good time.
Hi, guys. So we're watching the Karen retrial. Isn't this fun? It was fun. And yeah. It's going to be a fun week.
Yeah, this will be a fun week. Thank you all so much for dropping by. Do all the YouTube things that everyone hates we talk about, and go out there, try to have a little more fun than all the people who just found out Karen didn't delete any ring videos. They can't definitively say in any reasonable way that she didn't search at 227, because that guy, I still don't understand what he said. But in Canton, they are so good, they trained the police to talk to the crime scene. Or make the crime scene talk to them.
Crime
John, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
You see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone did. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got that against the man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.